the traveling sorcerer in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51. Buying food in town. Regarding Dobby's suggestion to repair the broken limb, Feng said that after transmitting his dark-oriented magic power to Dobby, he could indeed repair the broken hand, but in this way, wouldn't his magic power attributes and characteristics be exposed to Dobby? What if Dobby still has some hidden cards? Feng would be in more danger. After thinking about it, Feng pretended to open the wooden box and threatened, "What nonsense. Hold the pen in your mouth and write. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Don't think that you are the only devil in the world. At worst, I will change a servant." Dobby was a little confused. Write spells with your mouth? What kind of operation is this? Among the humans facing the devil, he has seen those who think they are smart and can control the devil, and he has also seen those who are cautious, but he has never seen someone as cautious as Feng, who doesn't even dare to copy spells. Facing such a human wizard who is so cautious against me, the success rate of my escape plan is constantly declining. Seeing that Feng was about to open the wooden box and release the energy that was like sulfuric acid to him, Dobby, who was extremely depressed, could only hold the pen in his mouth and write the slave contract spell with great effort. Seeing that Dobby's handwriting was worse than his own, Feng was secretly happy in his heart. He took out compressed biscuits from his pocket and ate them happily. He decided that, as long as people laughed at his handwriting for being ugly like a worm crawling, he would take out the scroll written by Dobby and let them see what the real worm-like writing was. I believe that the other party will bow to me and apologize. Dobby knows more spells than the plague devil. In this regard, Feng can only say that Dobby is worthy of being a scientific research talent who can understand the resurrection experiment. He is a subordinate that Nabilis deeply trusts and values, but he has as many thoughts as spells. Occasionally glancing at the spell scroll recorded by Dobby, Feng sneered and pointed out several wrong ways of casting spells. While showing Dobby his proficiency in devil spells, he also opened the wooden box and used the pseudo-angel feather to listen to Dobby's wailing. Until Dobby had only his last breath left, Feng held up the shield, not only to prevent the pungent odor emitted by the devil after being hurt by the pseudo-angel feather from entering his brain and irritating his brain, but also to prevent Dobby's sudden attack. Feng half crouched in front of Dobby and sneered, "Do you think I don't understand the devil's spells at all?" While speaking, Feng raised his right hand, and a ball of green flame suddenly rose from his palm. At a glance, Dobby was sure that this ball of pale green flame was the unique flame of the plague devil, the plague flame. This ball of flame, in addition to burning, can also spread like a plague, truly achieving the goal of a spark igniting the entire grassland, and it is the kind that ordinary water cannot extinguish 2 seconds later. Feng took a deep breath to express his anger, and said viciously, "Hurry up and write the correct spell for me." What is the truth? Feng can only control the flame of plague for 2 seconds. He takes deep breaths to relieve the mental exhaustion after casting the spell. He needs to breathe deeply, but Dobby doesn't know all this. He only knows that Feng does know some devil spells. If every spell has a trap, Feng will definitely see it, and then he will inevitably be tortured again. If there are only a few spells with traps, it is indeed difficult for Feng to find it, but the problem is that Dobby doesn't know which devil spells Feng knows. Does he really teach Feng the devil spells honestly without traps in every spell? The only thing that can be confirmed is that Feng doesn't know the slave contract spell. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Before thinking of a specific way to escape, Dobby reluctantly accepted his short-lived fate of becoming a servant, thinking that as long as he left this space covered by glass, he would immediately return to hell, ending the fate of a servant and waiting for the next comeback. As for the constraints of the slave contract, do you think Dobby will explain it clearly? Most of the devil spells have something in common, so Dobby was not sure whether Feng could see the trap of the slave contract. In the end, after much thinking, Dobby taught Feng a spell with many loopholes. These loopholes did not affect Feng's control over Dobby, but at the same time, Dobby could rely on these loopholes to break free from Li Feng's control at any time. The only thing Dobby didn't expect was that Li Feng had no intention of letting him leave the mirror space. In the next 3 days, Dobby felt that he was completely useless, especially his mouth holding the pen, which had completely lost consciousness. Fortunately, he had recorded all the spells he knew on several scrolls, and this hard life was finally over. Putting down the pen in his mouth, Dobby looked at Li Feng, who was squatting in a corner of the mirror space, studying the slave contract, and then glanced at the wooden box next to Li Feng with a hidden look of hatred, and said, "My respected Master Jerry, I have completed the recording of all the spells. Let me see, do you want to cast the slave contract spell on me?" Li Feng looked up at Dobby, then looked at the scroll on the ground, grinned, "Do you want to leave the mirror space?" Dobby said without hesitation, "My respected master, as long as you cast a slave contract on me, I will be your most loyal servant. How can a person of noble status like you not have a caring servant around you? Please allow me to serve you all the time by your side. This is also a humble wish of mine." Li Feng, to be honest, after listening to Dobby's words, Li Feng just felt that this guy was a talent, and this horse was patted comfortably. Li Feng grabbed the wooden box, smiled and stood up, walked to Dobby, drew out a long knife, and flattened the scroll for inspection. Dobby had seen Li Feng using a long knife to flip the scroll many times in the past 3 days. He understood that this was Li Feng's way of preventing him from tampering with the scroll, so he didn't dare to touch the scroll directly with his hands. "But aren't you being too cautious?" Before Dobby could finish his complaints, Li Feng chopped off Dobby's head with his knife. From the beginning to the end, Li Feng had never thought of making Dobby his servant, let alone letting Dobby go. Since he had already got what he wanted, what reason did Li Feng have to let Dobby live in this world? Watching a ball of fire burst out of Dobby's body, Li Feng grinned and sneered as he recited a spell to completely destroy the devil. It was not until the soul fireball representing Dobby gradually shrank and finally extinguished that Li Feng bent down to pick up the scroll on the ground, raised his hand to open the portal and leave the mirror space. Back in the real world, Li Feng threw the scroll and other items onto the RV, immediately took off his clothes facing the sea, stretched his waist, and did warm-up exercises before swimming. In the past 3 days, Li Feng had been eating all kinds of canned food and compressed biscuits every day, and his mouth was almost dry. Not to mention studying various spells and exercising in the mirror space, which made his body sticky. The most important thing was that Dobby's devilish stench seriously polluted the air in the mirror space. If he stayed in the mirror space for a few more days, Li Feng said that he would be suffocated by the smell of sweat on his body. After washing it with seawater, Li Feng returned to the RV and washed it again with fresh water, put on dry clothes, and drove to a small town after half an hour. In the town, Li Feng greeted the residents familiarly. In the past 6 months, Li Feng would go to the town to relax every time he finished practicing spells. In this way, he naturally got familiar with the residents of the town. The residents of the town also knew this weirdo who drove an RV and liked to live on the uninhabited rocky beach. They said Li Feng was weird because they were curious about what kind of job he did. You know, there was no job to do near the rocky beach. Li Feng, who had no income from work, would buy a lot of canned food and compressed biscuits that could be stored for a long time every time he went to a convenience store. As usual, Li Feng parked his RV in front of a store on the 2nd floor. The 1st floor was converted into a convenience store. He picked up his shoulder bag that was bulging with too many spell scrolls and walked into the convenience store. Seeing that there was no one at the cash register, Li Feng shouted, "Robert, business is coming." 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, 2 bags of flour, and various canned fruits and luncheon meat. A burly but kind-looking middle-aged uncle poked his head out from behind the goods shelf and rolled his eyes and said, "Calculate the time. You should have finished the compressed biscuits last time." As he spoke, Robert led a slightly shy mixed-race girl about 10 years old out of the goods shelf. Robert pushed the little girl in front of him, ruffled her hair, and said with a smile, "This is the little girl I adopted last month. Isn't she pretty?" Li Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "If you want to arouse my idea of having a daughter, then you succeeded. But if you continue to promote your niece to be my girlfriend, forget it." It was not the first time that Robert promoted his niece to Li Feng, which made Li Feng speechless. Isn't it said that the United States is a country that loves freedom and shouts the slogan of free love every day? When did marriage introduction become popular? He introduced me to a girlfriend without knowing me at all. He is so courageous. Although I have never seen your niece who is so ugly that she needs to rely on promotion to find a boyfriend, the fact that your niece is called Natasha is enough to scare me. Also, I have never thought about starting a family in the Marvel world, so you'd better save your saliva about dating your niece. Li Feng half knelt in front of the girl, showing what he thought was the kindest smile, and said, "Little sister, what's your name?" The little girl glanced at Robert timidly, and after receiving Robert's encouraging look, she turned her head to look at Li Feng and whispered, "Sky." Sky? Li Feng felt that the name sounded familiar, but he didn't think much about it. He picked up an interior decoration from the cargo rack with a smile, a Hawaiian doll wearing a green grass skirt and dancing, and said, "This is for you." Sky looked up at Robert hopefully, and only when Robert nodded did Sky take the doll with a smile, and said to Li Feng, "This is the first time I've received a gift. I like it very much." "Thank you, uncle." Li Feng stood up and rubbed Sky's hair, motioned for Robert to move the items he needed to buy to the RV, pointed to the bar next door, and said, "I've been busy for so long, I really need to relax." Robert rolled his eyes, rolled up his sleeves, and walked towards the warehouse to move out the various dry food that Li Feng wanted, and laughed and scolded, "You are the only one who stays on that deserted rocky beach all day, and you're still busy? Are you busy watching the sunrise or the sunset? I see that you're just idling around all day. The most important thing is to find a job and start a family." Li Feng ignored Robert's laughter and scolding, said goodbye to Sky, and walked straight to the bar. Chapter 52. Taking care of children. Not long after Li Feng entered the bar, Robert put some canned biscuits and other dry food in the RV. Taking the opportunity to put the dry food, Robert looked up and down in the RV with a patrolling look, and even hurriedly opened the locker to look for something. After a while, Robert got out of the RV without finding anything, glanced at the bar, and while guessing whether Li Feng would leave the town in the short term, he hurriedly ran into his own convenience store warehouse. Inside the warehouse, Robert pushed aside a pile of messy cardboard boxes in the corner, opened the small secret door on the wall, picked up the secret line phone inside the secret door, dialed a few numbers, and when a female voice came from the microphone, he said, "I'm Robert. Austin went to the town to buy supplies as expected." On the other end of the phone, the woman said in an inaudible voice, "Okay, I'll try to get to the scene within half a day. You try to delay Austin while ensuring your own safety. By the way, did you find any special equipment in his car?" Robert smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, are you sure there are special equipment in Austin's car? Since I was ordered to move to the town to open a convenience store, I have checked his car 3 times, but I didn't find anything. Unless you give me a chance to disassemble the RV into parts for inspection, I can't find any special equipment. Also, although I'm familiar with that guy, I'm not familiar enough to delay him for half a day." Unfortunately, there was a busy tone on the other end of the phone before Robert finished speaking. Robert slowly put down the phone and covered the secret door with cardboard boxes again. When he walked out of the warehouse, Robert rubbed his depressed face to make it look kind, thinking about how to hold Li Feng back without making Li Feng suspicious. At the same time, Robert was also very curious about who Li Feng was. When he received the task from S.H.I.E.L.D. to open a convenience store in the town, he only knew that Li Feng was a dangerous person and that he carried a special device that S.H.I.E.L.D. coveted in his car. But due to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hierarchical management system, he still didn't know whether kind Li Feng was dangerous, nor could he see what device was on the slightly luxurious RV. He only knew that every time he came into contact with Li Feng, he had to write a bunch of assessment reports on Li Feng's character, and S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately sent a bunch of logistics personnel to do various examinations on him, especially the psychological assessment and hypnosis treatment, which he felt that he had experienced so many times of hypnosis and questioning, and his mind had been sublimated, and he could ignore any hypnosis. This also made him wonder if Li Feng was some kind of humanoid self-propelled hypnotist. After contacting him, his brain would mutate such as becoming stupid or becoming a dementia patient. Otherwise, why would the bureau hypnotize him to get him to talk? When he walked to the door, Robert glanced at Sky, who was sitting obediently at the door of the convenience store. An idea came to his mind. But Austin is really a dangerous person. Will Sky be in danger after contacting him? Robert was still struggling with whether to use Sky as an excuse to hold Li Feng back. Li Feng, who was sitting at the bar, felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the bar. It was not nighttime, so Li Feng understood that there was no one in the bar, and he was the only customer there. But what did it mean when he smelled a faint smell of bleach? Was the bar undergoing a general cleaning and disinfection? The question was, in addition to the smell of bleach, how could the bloody smell be explained? Was the bar owner Hank killing chickens to cook? I hadn't heard that Americans would kill chickens themselves. Aren't the chickens sold in supermarkets all killed and cleaned? Could it be that Hank bought chickens from the farm today and killed them for dinner himself? Li Feng knocked on the bar and shouted to the kitchen door behind the bar, "Hank, come out to meet the guests." At this time, a man with messy hair, rolled up sleeves, and a little blood on his collar, pushed open the kitchen door and walked in front of Li Feng, smiling and said, "My name is Calvin. I'm Hank's friend. He is out for something and will be back in the evening. Do you need me to convey anything?" Li Feng noticed that the veins on the neck of this homeless Calvin were bulging, as if he had just used stimulants in the kitchen, with an excited expression on his face. And as Calvin opened the kitchen door, Li Feng could clearly feel the bloody smell coming. Frowning, Li Feng gently cast a spell with his right hand and brushed his eyes. This was a spell that he had improved after studying the notes given to him by Mordo for half a year and getting inspiration. Li Feng called it Dharma Eye. The only function of this spell is to see the spirit of a living being. Originally, Li Feng envisioned that the Dharma Eye was mainly to identify whether a human was possessed by a demon, but after completing the Dharma Eye, he found that this spell could not only identify the demons hidden in the crowd, but also, as it was now, he could see that Calvin's spirit was somewhat incomplete, and thus inferred that Calvin had a brain disease, that is, the legendary mental patient who could kill without breaking the law. Li Feng turned his head and looked towards the kitchen. Through the Dharma Eye, he clearly saw a human spirit lying on the ground and slowly dissipating in the air. Needless to say, the person lying on the ground was the bar owner Hank. Li Feng was a little entangled. He thought, I don't know, and don't care, whether American law allows mentally ill patients to be shot after killing someone. I just want to know if I will go to jail after killing a mentally ill murderer. Calvin looked down at the blood on his body and then followed Li Feng's gaze to the kitchen. Calvin seemed to see Li Feng's curiosity about the kitchen. He smiled and motioned Li Feng to go into the kitchen. He pointed to the blood on his collar and said, "You don't think I'm killing people? Although I looked like a murderer, I have cow blood on me." Before Hank left, he asked me to cut the freshly thawed beef legs in the kitchen into small pieces, but I was clumsy and made a mess of the kitchen. Can you help me? I'll buy you a drink then. Cow blood, my sister, am I blind or stupid? Li Feng smiled and stood up, ready to leave the bar. He had decided not to kill mentally ill patients, because it was not worth it. Li Feng's name has been registered with SHIELD. If he kills someone, it will definitely alert the people of SHIELD, and then he can only leave Portland and find a place to practice magic again. Secondly, Hank had been dead for a long time, and his relationship with Hank was not good enough for him to help Hank get revenge regardless of his identity being exposed. The best he could do was to call the police anonymously after leaving the bar and let the police deal with the psychopath to help Hank get revenge. Calvin kept smiling and watched Li Feng walk out of the bar, then turned back to the kitchen to deal with Hank's body. He simply dragged Hank into the freezer and hid him. Calvin stood at the window, his hands subconsciously pinching the corners of his clothes because of nervousness, and looked at Sky in the distance through the window with a happy face. As soon as Li Feng walked out of the bar, he heard Robert say to Li Feng with an anxious look on his face, "Austin, can you help me watch the convenience store for a while? I have to go out for something urgent, just half a day." Li Feng walked towards the public telephone booth on the side of the road, waved his hand and said, "Why don't you just close the convenience store? Will you starve to death? if the convenience store is closed for half a day? Robert glanced at Sky and thought, since I can't keep Austin like this is the only way. Gritting his teeth, Robert walked up to Li Feng and said, the problem is that I can't take Sky away, but I'm worried about her leaving her alone in the convenience store. Li Feng turned his head to look at Sky, frowned and said, is something wrong? Are you in such a hurry to leave? Robert pretended to be anxious and said, my wife was in a car accident and is in the hospital for rescue. You know, the environment in the rescue room is not good. If I take Sky with me, I'm afraid she will be scared when she sees the corpse or something. Li Feng thought about it and felt that he had nothing to do, so he might as well help Robert look after the children. Besides, although Sky was a little shy, she was very cute. Thinking of this, Li Feng nodded and said, okay, but I won't help you look after the convenience store. I will drive Sky around in the RV and let Sky get familiar with the environment of the town. Hearing Li Feng's words, Robert secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Sky doesn't know that I'm going to be away for a long time. I'll go and discuss it with her. After speaking, Robert walked to Sky and whispered something. From the fact that Robert dared to introduce his girlfriend to him without knowing her very well in the past, Li Feng felt that Robert was the kind of person who was so bold that he was bluffing, so he didn't care about Robert's behavior of letting his adopted daughter be taken care of by him for a period of time. After calling the police, Li Feng frowned and walked to Sky. For some reason, he always felt that someone nearby was secretly observing him. Robert half knelt in front of Sky and said apologetically, little Sky, Uncle Austin will take you around town. You have to be good. I will be back in half a day and I will treat you to a delicious meal. Sky nodded obediently, took the gift Li Feng gave her, followed Li Feng, and got on the RV. The scene of Robert handing Sky to Li Feng was clearly seen by Calvin, who was hiding by the window of the bar. His fist with bulging veins showed that he was very angry now. It was not until Li Feng drove the RV slowly away from the convenience store that Calvin, who could not see Sky's figure, reluctantly withdrew his gaze. After smashing around in the bar, as if to vent his anger, he took out a scalpel from his pocket and walked straight to Robert, who had just got into the car and was about to drive away from the convenience store. He said with a smile, hello, I have something I want to ask you for help. Robert did not think much about it. When he rolled down the window and was about to ask what help do you need, Calvin reached out and grabbed Robert's hair and used the scalpel in his hand to cut Robert's trachea and artery. Robert covered his gushing wound and stared at Calvin as if he wanted to know why Calvin wanted to kill him. Calvin pushed Robert back into the car and grinned. I know who you are. You are the murderer who took my daughter away. You are the one who tore my happy home apart. After that, Calvin looked in the direction where Sky disappeared with a desolate expression, muttering, Daisy, my dear daughter, I will take you home after I deal with those who are watching you. Just as Li Feng was wandering around the town with Sky, a high-tech plane was on its way to the town. In the plane, Natasha, who had short burgundy hair, was looking down at a document about Li Feng. Chapter 53, RV Freak. Originally, this mission had nothing to do with Natasha, but Fury took into account that Li Feng had no record of hurting anyone, so he ordered Natasha to come and arrest him. Natasha was very confused when she received the mission. It was just to arrest a person. Are there so many agents in the bureau just for free? Why should she squeeze out time to go on the mission? It was not until she saw from the intelligence that Austin's ability was hypnosis, and he had a device that was suspected of opening a wormhole, that Natasha understood why Fury wanted her to take the mission. This mission is mainly to arrest people. In the case that lethal weapons cannot be used, it is good enough for ordinary agents not to be hypnotized by Li Feng when they approach him. And when using equipment such as long-range tranquilizer guns, Fury is not sure how much dosage can fascinate Li Feng. So this fatal anesthetic dosage troubled Fury. After all, in Fury's eyes, Li Feng is a person with superpowers, and the physical fitness of people with superpowers is generally higher than that of ordinary people. But how much higher it is remains to be verified. What if the dosage of anesthetic is less, causing Li Feng to have the strength to start the wormhole device and run away? They are not sure when and where they will find Li Feng next time. If the amount of anesthetic was too much, and Li Feng was shot on the spot, it would be inconsistent with Fury's original intention. He also wanted to recruit Li Feng to SHIELD. In the end, Fury felt that, if he wanted to capture Li Feng alive, he could only send an agent who could resist hypnosis. Moreover, because the high-end technology of wormholes needed to be kept secret, the level of the agent sent could not be too low. After thinking about it, Fury could only set his sights on Natasha. After all, she was born a spy and had a strong resistance to hypnosis. In addition, her body had been strengthened. Fury had reason to believe that Li Feng could not hypnotize Natasha. As for how Natasha could subdue Li Feng, this was not within Fury's consideration. What he should consider was what means to use to treat Li Feng's psychological shadow after Natasha escorted Li Feng in case Li Feng resisted. In addition, Natasha's agent level was not low, so it was understandable that she was exposed to technology such as wormholes, and he believed that she could keep it secret. On the plane, Natasha opened the report on Li Feng's assessment and saw that Li Feng liked to stay in the RV and live on the deserted rocky beach. Natasha curled her lips and muttered, does he like to live in an uninhabited area because he is a loner, or because Austin knows that he can't control his hypnotic ability and is afraid of accidentally hypnotizing the residents and hurting innocent people? Considering that the RV is a home that can be moved at any time, I tend to think that Li Feng is a loner who is not good at communicating with others and likes to travel around the world. However, it is also this kind of personality that is out of touch with society and likes to live in his own world that causes him to do more harm than good to human society, because as long as someone angers Austin, this guy will probably take revenge regardless of the consequences with his superpowers. The most troublesome thing is, where did he get the equipment to open the wormhole? Is there such a powerful laboratory on Earth? Not being able to open the wormhole is also his superpower, right? At least I haven't heard of people with superpowers mastering more than 2 abilities. Putting down the information, Natasha felt a little headache. From all the signs, it would be strange if this Austin didn't resist when she was hunted down. After taking Sky around the town slowly for a few laps, Li Feng yawned and parked the RV on the side of the road. He took out a bag of potato chips from the locker and threw it to Sky. He reached out to flip down the bed on the wall of the RV and said, "Are you sleepy? Do you have the habit of taking a nap?" Sky glanced at the bed, feeling a little nervous, afraid that Li Feng was a beast in human form. While looking out the window for passers-by, he shook his head and said, "Thank you, uncle, I don't want to sleep." Li Feng thought for a while, took out a game controller from the corner, and handed it to Sky, saying, "I'm a little sleepy. Let me take a nap. If you are bored, you can play some games. The snacks are in the locker. Take whatever you want to eat. You can treat my RV as your own home. As long as you don't tear down my home, you can do whatever you want." Li Feng didn't know how tempting the word home he said was to Sky. Ever since Sky could remember, she had been constantly changing adoptive parents. Sometimes it would take a few days, sometimes a few months, before she was forced to leave the adoptive parents' home she had just gotten familiar with, causing her to feel like an unwanted child. Sky was absent-mindedly playing games, and from time to time she would quietly look at the sleeping Li Feng. After a while, Sky, who had no intention of playing games, got up and fumbled around in the RV, imagining from time to time how nice it would be if she had a RV that could shelter her from the wind and rain. Even if one day the whole world didn't want her anymore, she would still have a home of her own. Li Feng didn't know that, because of his careless words, the future Shockwave, who lived in a truck and hacked into the SHIELD database with a laptop, was driving a second-hand RV to travel around when she was caught by Carlson. I don't know what Li Feng's expression would be when Sky turned into Shockwave in the future, drove the same RV as Li Feng's current one, and called Li Feng uncle. On the other side, a high-tech plane landed on the outskirts of the town. After checking the equipment she brought, Natasha walked off the plane in casual clothes with an expression of "I'm on vacation." Before she reached Robert's convenience store, Natasha looked around and frowned at the police car in the distance, as if she was full of curiosity about the town. Feeling something was wrong, Natasha sat down in a cafe, as if she was tired of walking. After ordering a cup of coffee, she deliberately lowered her collar and asked the male waiter curiously, "Is there anything wrong in the town? I saw a lot of police cars. I came here to relax and travel, but I don't want anything to ruin my travel plan." The waiter looked at the police car in the distance and then looked at Natasha with a curious face. Perhaps it was the effect of the halo of beauty. The male waiter looked at Natasha's collar obscurely and whispered, "It seems that a perverted murderer appeared in the town. He killed the bar owner and the convenience store owner in one day. If you are scared, I can protect you." After that, the male waiter blinked and embroidered his muscles, indicating that he was caring and strong and could give Natasha a sense of security. Does Natasha need someone to protect her? No joke. Natasha suddenly stood up, pretending to suddenly remember something, smiled and said goodbye to the male waiter, and hurriedly left the cafe. Walking to a corner, Natasha took out her cell phone and dialed a number. When Fury's voice came from the receiver, she said, "Captain, Robert was killed. Should we continue the mission?" On the other end of the phone, Fury could be heard typing on the computer. He said in a slightly surprised tone, "Change the mission. Prioritize the safety of Robert's adopted daughter. After ensuring the safety of the little girl, find out who did it. Ask Austin to help if necessary. Just say you are my man. What did you find out? Ignore the superpowers and the suspected wormholes, and prioritize protecting the little girl." With some uncertainty, Natasha asked, "Captain, are you really talking about the adopted daughter instead of Robert's family? Or is there something special about this adopted daughter?" Fury, sitting in front of the computer, stared at the information about Sky he had just found. After taking a deep breath, he said faintly, "Natasha, it's not good to know too much about some things." In fact, Fury didn't even know why Sky's information appeared in the SHIELD database. He asked Natasha to change the mission completely out of intuition. Natasha shrugged and said, "Okay, I do understand hierarchical management, but it seems my level is not high enough. You are the superior and you make the decision. The mission is changed to protecting Robert's adopted daughter." After that, Natasha put down the phone, took out her SHIELD ID, and walked towards the police surrounding Robert's car. The prerequisite for protecting Sky is to find Sky. What other way is there to find Sky faster than asking the police? Walking up to the police, Natasha reported a series of unit names that made the police dizzy, looked at Robert lying in the car, and asked, "Did you see a little girl when you came?" The police returned the SHIELD ID to Natasha and said, "Are you asking about the little girl Robert just adopted? Someone saw her get into the car of the RV weirdo." RV weirdo? Natasha was stunned, and then she thought that the police were referring to Austin. Suddenly, Natasha felt that something was wrong and asked, "Are you sure that Robert was not killed by the RV weirdo?" The police smiled, pointed to the camera at the door of the convenience store and said, "We are sure that Robert was not killed by the RV weirdo because it captured the murderer. As for Hank, it seems that he died like Robert, with a sharp knife cutting off the artery in his neck. It is estimated that it was done by the same murderer. In addition, someone saw the RV weirdo taking Sky to visit the town. He doesn't have time to come back to kill people, and that guy wouldn't stay in the town after killing someone. If Austin didn't kill him, then it would be easy." Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. At least from the information Fury gave her, Austin knew that he could not control his superpowers, and chose to live alone by the rocky sea. This gave her a good overall impression of Austin. It also showed that Fury had a good eye for people. He could tell that Austin had good intentions. In the name of SHIELD, Natasha sent the video of Calvin killing Robert to Fury, and soon received a message from Fury. "Don't worry about the murderer. Just hand Sky over to the police. The mission to contact Austin will continue." For this reason, Natasha was a little puzzled. Why did it feel like Fury actually knew the murderer? As for handing the little girl over to the police, what was this operation? Wasn't it said that she was well protected? Since she didn't have to worry about the murderer, Natasha naturally chose to hide in the dark and wait for Feng to send Sky back. However, before Natasha could hide well, she felt that someone in the distance was observing her with a telescope. Natasha looked up in the direction of the telescope without thinking. In the distance, Calvin, who was hiding in the distance waiting for Sky to come back, saw Natasha looking at him, calmly put down the telescope in his hand. turned around and left the town. Calvin was just a little bit stupid and easily emotional, but it didn't mean that his IQ dropped. He knew that he couldn't afford to offend the burgundy woman who could find him from a distance. If he chose to confront her head on, he would only suffer. Carrying his luggage, Calvin looked down at the blood on his body and thought silently, anyway, I have found my daughter, and I just need to wait for the right opportunity to take Daisy with me. There is no need to let my daughter see the blood on my body. What if my baby daughter is scared? Chapter 54 Robert's niece. There is a kind of time travel in the world. When the alarm rings, you are ready to take a 5-minute nap, but when you wake up, you find that you have traveled to the future 5 hours later. Feng is facing this situation now. When he wakes up and looks out the window, he finds that the half hour of squinting has turned into a sunset, and at the same time, there is a strong smell of cake coming from the RV. Feng yawned and stretched, scratched his head, and asked the little guy who was busy in front of the oven, Sky, I didn't expect that you have cooking skills at such a young age. Seeing that Feng, who was sleeping like a dead pig, finally woke up, Sky said shyly, Uncle, I'm a little hungry, so I made some cakes by myself. Sky was speechless about Feng's behavior of sleeping for half a day. If it weren't for the fact that the security in the United States was in a mess after dark, and she was not familiar with the environment of the small town, she didn't know whether it would be dangerous to appear alone on a strange street, especially when she saw several police cars passing by the RV with sirens on. She wanted to get off the car and walk back to the convenience store to wait for Robert. Because Sky always changed the host families, Sky, who was still young, thought she had a lot of experience in judging people. She judged that Feng was not a bad person, but he just gave people a feeling of being unreliable. In addition, Sky was a little hungry. After all, snacks can't be eaten as meals, so Sky decided to use Feng's flour to make some delicious food. As a result, Feng woke up just after the cake came out of the oven. Even if Feng said that this was her own home, it would be embarrassing to be caught by the RV owner. After all, she didn't tell Feng in advance that she wanted to borrow tools to make some cakes. Feng licked his lips, walked to the oven with an appearance of being tempted by the fragrance, took the anti-heat gloves from Sky, and said, Actually, you can wake me up. I can take you to the restaurant for dinner. Feng took out the cake while speaking, smelled the fragrance of the cake and couldn't help but take a bite, and said, It tastes good. I didn't realize that you have the potential to be a cake maker. Looking at Feng, who didn't look angry at all, Sky was relieved and said, Uncle likes it. Can you take me home now? Mr. Robert should be worried about me. Feng, chewing the cake in his mouth, handed the cake to Sky and said as he walked to the driver's seat, My fault. I will take you home now. After a while, Feng returned to Robert's convenience store. Feng expressed his understanding of the cordon of the bar next door. After all, it was he who protected the police at the beginning. But the convenience store was still closed, which made Feng think maliciously. Robert went to the hospital to see his wife and hasn't returned yet. Is it because his wife hasn't been rescued yet? Sky also saw the convenience store that was still locked, so she turned her head to look at Feng and asked with her eyes, What should I do? Feng spread his hands and said, First of all, I don't have a phone, nor Robert's number. There is no way I can contact Robert. Through the windshield, Feng looked up at the second floor of the convenience store and said, Did Robert give you the key to your house? Just as Sky shook her head to deny that she had a key, Natasha brought 3 police officers from SHIELD, twisted her sexy waist, and walked to the driver's window, knocked on the window and said, You must be Mr. Austin. Feng felt that Natasha looked familiar, but after thinking for a long time, he didn't know when he had seen this beauty before, and asked puzzledly, Yes, who are you? Natasha poked her head to glance at Sky in the car and said, I'm Robert's niece. Natasha, I think he told you about me. Natasha? Feng's pupils shrank, and he cursed in his heart. Damn, no wonder Black Widow looks familiar. And you, Robert, I misjudged you. You are also from SHIELD, and you still say niece. Black Widow is old enough to be your grandmother, and you still use niece to fool me. Feng smiled and said, Yes, I know you. What's the matter? It can only be said that Feng's expression was not well concealed. When Li Feng's pupils shrank subconsciously, the experienced Natasha had already judged that Li Feng knew him. She was a little curious about Li Feng's source of information. First, he dug out the Hydra hidden deep in the bureau, and then knew his existence. You know, most of the tasks she performed were espionage activities that few people knew about. Although many people in the circle knew her name, she was sure that Li Feng was not a member of the spy circle. Natasha pointed at Sky and said, "I'm here to pick up Sky. You were in town this afternoon. Didn't you hear that Robert had an accident?" "Accident?" Li Feng scratched his brow and glanced at the three policemen. Thinking about how to stay away from Black Widow, he said in a joking tone, "Sorry, I overslept in the RV this afternoon and didn't hear any news. May I ask what happened to Robert? It's not that his wife didn't come back to be rescued and scared him to have a heart attack, and the couple burped and went to heaven together." Li Feng's words not only received Sky's eye roll, but also received Natasha's serious nod. Li Feng was stunned for a moment, stared and said, "Are you saying that the couple really?" The police behind Natasha coughed dryly to indicate that there were minors at the scene, and some things should not be said in front of children. Natasha nodded in understanding and said, "Mr. Austin, please open the door and let Sky get down." While speaking, Natasha opened the driver's door and signaled Li Feng and Sky to get out of the driver's seat. Li Feng glanced at Natasha's cuffs. In his impression, Black Widow seemed to like to hide some electric shock weapons in her cuffs. At the same time, he was not sure whether Natasha used Sky as an excuse to force him to get out of the car and suddenly attack him. Considering that Fury was ready to detain him for interrogation half a year ago, Li Feng had every reason to believe that Natasha would attack him. Fortunately, Li Feng drove carefully. Because there was a child in the car door was locked from the beginning. Natasha could not open the driver's door with normal human strength. Li Feng stood up and motioned Sky to get out of the side door of the RV. He turned his head and said to Natasha, "Has that African evolved into a boiled egg?" "Natasha, I know from Carlson that you like to call Fury African, but what does boiled egg mean? Or do you think Fury's black face is delicious?" Opening the car door, Sky got out of the car with the car accessories Li Feng gave her. She looked at the police and turned around and said, "Uncle, can you adopt me? I feel like I have to change my adoptive parents again." Before Li Feng could say no, Natasha half knelt in front of Sky, looked at Li Feng and said, "Little Sky, Uncle Austin has no source of income and no fixed residence. It's good enough that he can support himself, let alone be qualified to adopt you." Li Feng's eyes twitched slightly, and he muttered in his heart, "You're talking about how poor I am. Any piece of my collection is a priceless treasure that has shocked the world." Natasha touched Sky's head, turned around and said to the police, "Thank you for your help. Help her find a family with a good environment." The three policemen nodded and motioned Sky to follow them. When Sky left, Li Feng quickly closed the car door and sat in the driver's seat, ready to start the RV and leave, because he saw that Natasha did not leave with Sky, but looked at him with interest. "I knew Fury wouldn't let me go so easily. I'm leaving America this time. See how you find me." Li Feng was about to step on the accelerator when he heard Natasha leap up and step on the car. Through the rearview mirror, Li Feng's mouth twitched as he watched Natasha grab the top edge of the RV with both hands and land steadily on the roof of the RV after a flip. Unless Natasha forced her way into the RV, Li Feng was not going to take action. After all, how could he survive in New York after hurting Natasha? How to get into the Avengers and get the Infinity Stones? Sighing, Li Feng stepped on the accelerator and shouted, "Black Widow, I'm taking you for a ride. Do you want to go somewhere to play?" "Black Widow? Are you talking about Black Widow? You even remember to call me sister. You really know a lot." Natasha pulled out the dagger on her calf and pierced through the roof of the car to secure herself, shouting, "Austin, I have no ill intentions. I need to talk to you." That boiled egg didn't think well of me. Li Feng, who was driving the RV crookedly and preparing to throw Natasha out of the RV, used his mental power to lock onto Natasha's every move while looking for a place with few pedestrians suitable for opening a portal, and shouted, "You've worked with him for many years. I think you know better than me how serious his suspicion is. The kind that even the world's top experts can't cure. Let me go back with you. When I was weak, save your energy. If a trained person drives away, he will subconsciously drive in a zigzag pattern. But has Li Feng been trained? No, so he often drives unexpectedly. For example, when he should turn left on the road, Li Feng turns right and drives to the flower bed beside the road. Or when he sees that the road is wide, Li Feng will step on the accelerator and circle 3 times. When Natasha thinks that Li Feng is going to circle around, Li Feng will step on the accelerator and continue to move forward. In addition, Natasha, who has many years of experience in driving, said that she couldn't stand it. It was so uncomfortable, and she wanted to vomit. Seeing that Natasha seemed to be stuck to the RV, Li Feng decided to do something more ruthless, such as opening a portal to the air and bungee jumping without a safety rope. It must be very cool. Thinking of this, Li Feng stretched out his hand to open the portal and shouted, "Girl, brother will take you to see the sunrise. Are you excited?" Natasha, who noticed Li Feng's gesture, didn't understand what Li Feng meant before she saw a swelling orange-yellow light gate suddenly appear in the distance, and in the middle of the light gate was a slightly bright sky. Natasha didn't want to try to travel through space for no reason, even though she was now sure that the suspected wormhole device in the intelligence was actually Li Feng's superpower. Because it had to drive into the portal, the RV no longer twisted and turned, but drove in a straight line. Natasha decisively jumped out of the RV at this time and watched Li Feng drive through the light gate and disappear in front of her. After a long time, Natasha took out her mobile phone and called Fury, saying, "Sir, do you have a good news to hear? Li Feng was caught," Natasha said while tidying up her messy clothes. "This is bad news. The good news is that Li Feng did not use a device to open the wormhole, but his superpower." Fury, well, at least I don't have to worry about the wormhole. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Dwarf, Giant, Hagrid. Passing through the portal, Li Feng in midair excitedly felt the RV rolling freely while quickly opening the portal. A portal suddenly appeared in the uninhabited desert area of Kuna Province, Afghanistan. Back on the ground, Li Feng pushed open the door and got out of the RV. He leaned on his knees and looked up at the sky. Li Feng licked his mouth and grinned. Cool, exciting. This is called bungee jumping. Although the desert area is uninhabited and not suitable for tourism, it is also such an environment that is suitable for Li Feng to practice magic. For example, Li Feng can unscrupulously study and practice the dark magic that he pried out from Dobby's mouth. Li Feng, who secretly made up his mind to become stronger as soon as possible, except occasionally driving back to the metropolis to have a good meal to relax, he devoted himself to studying various dark magic. After more than half a year of thinking and practicing, Li Feng finally mastered a large number of low-end dark magic. As for the high-end ones, Li Feng said that he only dared to study them, but not practice them. After all, the spells in Dobby's mouth had not been sorted out by the Ancient One. With Li Feng's current knowledge reserves, he could still judge whether there were traps in the low-end spells, but he could not judge what traps were hidden in those high-end spells. In the early morning, Li Feng counted with his fingers and calculated, today is a sunny day with no clouds in the sky, which is a good day for crossing. By the way, I don't know if Li Feng is unlucky or Afghanistan is really like this. Anyway, in the past 6 months, Li Feng has seen only a few days with dark clouds in the sky. It's just that Li Feng is playing the portal very well now. When he is thirsty and wants to take a shower, he opens a bowl-sized portal connecting to the river. Otherwise, he really can't stay in this desert area, where water is more expensive than gold. Before crossing, Li Feng must first hide the RV. Otherwise, after a few months of going back and forth between the two worlds, what if the most valuable item left by Li Feng in the Marvel world, that is, the RV, is stolen? This is also a gift from Mordo, symbolizing the passion of the two. After a long time, Li Feng, who had been driving around in the desert, finally found a hidden cave in the hills. After parking the RV, Feng set up a magic circle nearby to shield the fluctuations of mana, in order to prevent the opening of the portal from alarming the temple wizard and causing unnecessary trouble. When everything was ready, Feng took a deep breath and opened the portal. Feng, who was squeezed out of a rubber pipe by the portal like milk, had the first impression of this world, that it was cold, so cold that he shivered subconsciously. Feng tightened his wizard robe and observed the dim environment around him. With just one glance, Feng confessed to Mordo in his heart, "I said before that you had a problem with your character. When I traveled with you, I either arrived in a world full of plague or in an alley full of rats. Now I solemnly apologize to you. It's not that you have a problem with your character, but I have a problem. At least I can guarantee my freedom after traveling with you. What about me? I traveled to a cold and damp prison cell. What the hell is this situation? Do I have a prisoner's face, or am I destined to be hunted down by someone? In the Marvel world, there is a boiled egg who wants to imprison me, but in this world, I'm directly imprisoned." Feng, who was full of black lines, drew out his magic longsword and chopped open the prison door with one knife. As soon as he walked out of the prison door, Feng saw a huge man in the cell next door, squatting in a corner of the cell and shivering as if the sky was falling. Feng glanced around. In addition to the dim and humid environment, this was a prison without even a guard. He couldn't figure out what this guy with amazing height was afraid of. It can't be that he is afraid of the dark, right? Could this be the legendary strong man who has a girl's heart that is afraid of the dark? Out of curiosity about height, Feng silently thought about the scene of the two people facing each other and comparing their heights. I'm probably only as tall as the other person's chest, so I'm just a little bird in the other person's eyes. Thinking of this, Feng suddenly shuddered, because the bird nestled in the giant's arms in his mind was him. Throwing out the hellish fantasy picture, Feng knocked on the cell door with his magic long knife, motioning the giant in the cell to look at him, and asked, "Brother, are you a giant or a dwarf?" Although Feng guessed that the other party was a giant with a high probability, considering that the dwarves in the Marvel world are all tall and strong, and abruptly changing the dwarf country to the giant country, Feng had to have this question. The giant shrank his body, looked at Feng with fear and a little curiosity, and asked, "Are you from the Ministry of Magic? The Chamber of Secrets was not opened by me. I don't want to stay in Azkaban. Let me go." Perhaps because of excitement or fear, the giant spoke a little fast, causing Feng, who only knew American English, to be stunned for a long time before he realized what the other party was saying in a British accent. "Ministry of Magic? Is it the government of the mysterious side of this world? If the Chamber of Secrets was not opened by you, then did it open by me? What's the point of telling me this? I'm not an important member of the Ministry of Magic Azkaban. This seems familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere. And this spoken language, why does it sound a little awkward?" Feng scratched his head, pointed at his feet, looked at the familiar giant with a full beard, and asked, "Which country is this? Also, I think you look quite silly. What's your name? Tell me, maybe I know you." It's not that Feng has never seen the Harry Potter series of movies, but that was 800 years ago. It's good enough to have an impression of Azkaban. How can he think of where this is after hearing the giant's words? Feng doesn't have such a good memory. Until the giant said in a muffled voice, "My name is Rubius Hagrid. You can call me Hagrid, sir. This is Azkaban. What are you doing in prison?" Hagrid looked at Feng with a puzzled look, saying that Feng was imprisoned in Azkaban as a prisoner, but the other party was well dressed and wandering around the prison with a long knife. Don't hear that any prisoner can be imprisoned with weapons. It didn't seem like he was visiting the prison. At least the other party didn't find the right person to chat with. Instead, he was chatting with a stranger. After hesitating for a while, Hagrid asked, "Are you from the Ministry of Magic, Hagrid?" Feng stared at the giant in front of him. He already knew where this was. Azkaban? Isn't it the magic prison built by the Ministry of Magic in the cold North Sea in the Harry Potter world? No wonder it's so cold. Think about what Harry's world has. Countless magic, various magic potions and alchemy items, and most importantly, the red-haired Ron's father, Mr. Weasley, has a technology that Feng has always coveted, which is to transform a car into a flying car that can be invisible. If Li Feng learns to modify a car, he will modify his RV when he returns to the Marvel world and expand the space in the car. For example, use the traceless telescopic spell to change his locker to the size of 2 football fields so that Li Feng can roll around in the locker without restraint. Just thinking about it makes him happy. Li Feng smacked his lips and touched his pocket with a little chill. Damn, the premise of getting all this is that I have to have gold galleons in my pocket. Li Feng asked with a little trepidation, do you know Harry Potter? Is he studying at Hogwarts? Li Feng asked this because he wanted to figure out what time period this was and which part of Harry's story had developed to. If Harry had not been born yet, he would have turned around and left Azkaban. After all, there was nothing worth his nostalgia in Azkaban. Seeing Hagrid nod that he knew Harry Potter and that Harry was a student, Li Feng felt that he was in the hot summer, and suddenly a cool energy penetrated from the top of his head and penetrated his body, which was so cool. Suddenly, Li Feng seemed to think of something. When he looked out to find the fat sheep in his mind, he looked at Hagrid in confusion. Azkaban? Isn't it a prison guarded by dementors? I don't remember Hagrid being imprisoned in Azkaban. What's going on? This can't be a fake Harry Potter world. Hagrid, tell me how you were locked up here. Hagrid's personality is a bit simple, but it doesn't mean he is stupid. He doesn't even know who Li Feng is, so how dare he casually say something about whether Hogwarts can continue to operate? Seeing Hagrid covering his mouth and refusing to say anything, Li Feng shrugged and continued to look for a fat sheep that could provide him with a large number of gold galleons. As for Hagrid, if he doesn't want to say it, then don't say it. He doesn't want to sneak into Hogwarts to learn magic, and it is estimated that he will never meet Hagrid again in the future. And how can he sneak into the school with his adult appearance now? Isn't he afraid that Dumbledore will mistake him for a Death Eater and hang him at the school gate to dry? There are many ways to learn magic, such as hiring a private professor, which is more efficient than a professor teaching a group of children. After walking around in the cell for most of the time, Li Feng finally found the fat sheep in his mind. Li Feng stood in front of a cell door, feeling somewhat uneasy, thinking that if he traveled through time at the wrong time and didn't meet the person he wanted to find, the gold galleons would say goodbye to him, and then he would have to rack his brains to find another way to make some money, which would be a waste of his precious time. Looking at the thin man with dull eyes, dirty hair and clothes, Li Feng said, "Hello, are you Sirius Black? I know where Peter Pettigrew is. Do you want revenge? If you do, hand over 1/3 of the family property, and I will hand Pettigrew to you personally." After thinking about it, Li Feng was not sure if he could capture Peter Pettigrew alive. After all, that guy was too good at escaping. It can only be said that the mouse's escape attribute was maximumed out by him. Li Feng added, "Or 1/4 of the family property, I will send the dead Peter Pettigrew to you." Black, who was squatting in a corner of the cell and suspected to be Sirius, heard Li Feng's words. His dull eyes became bloodthirsty and his face gradually spread with a crazy momentum. Black rushed to the prison door and tried to grab Li Feng's collar, but Li Feng had exercised after all, so it was not easy for him to be caught. Seeing that Li Feng was caught, Black shouted, "Let me out, I want to kill Pettigrew with my own hands. He is mine, no one can kill him." Hearing Black admit that he was Sirius Black, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. His previous worry that he would travel through time too late and cause the rich man Black to escape from Azkaban also disappeared because he knew that he traveled to the right place at the right time. As long as he brought Black out of Azkaban, he believed that Black would pay him a large sum of gold galleons if he told the other party the location of Pettigrew. He dug an alley. Here I come. Chapter 56. Dementors? Come to the bowl. Azkaban is a prison in the wizarding world. The prisoners have no human rights here. They don't even have time to relax in the prison, let alone read a newspaper. The only space they can move around is their own cell. As for chatting with their cellmates, Azkaban provides single suites. You deserve it. Perhaps because he has been imprisoned for too long, Black, who has not communicated with anyone for a long time, seems to have a lot to say. He finally met Li Feng, who was willing to listen to his complaints. His mouth was like a faucet that could not be turned off, and he kept talking. Black, who was skinny as a stick, slumped on the ground, and said with a sneer, "At that time, you know who was very powerful, and turned the wizarding world upside down. He was going to kill the infant Harry, just because of a prophecy. Harry's father, James Potter, originally prepared a magic to hide his home so as to avoid the you-know-who's hunting. But this magical magic requires a secret keeper. As long as the secret keeper doesn't reveal the Potter's home, the you-know-who will never find Harry in his lifetime. Unfortunately, we trusted the wrong person and let the traitor Pettigrew become the secret keeper. As a result, the you-know-who not only found Harry's home, but also killed Harry's parents. If it weren't for Harry's mother Lily Potter, who risked her life to protect Harry and killed the you-know-who, Harry would not be here now. After Harry's family was killed, I learned that all this was because Pettigrew betrayed us and joined the you-know-who. So I went alone to seek revenge on him. I didn't expect that he would use a magic to blow up half the street and escape, and I was arrested on the spot by the Aurors, who rushed over. In order to buy time, the Ministry of Magic detained me in Azkaban without trial. I thought I would never hear the name of Pettigrew in my life. We were such good friends and inseparable. I didn't expect that he would betray us. I was so blind. I didn't expect to hear news about him after staying in Azkaban for 12 years, Black said with a distorted face and bloodthirsty eyes. Great, I'll let him escape last time. This time, I will kill him with my own hands. Feng, who was listening quietly at the side as a spectator, knew that Black, who took the blame for Pettigrew, had been in Azkaban for 12 years. He thought silently, that means Harry is already 12 years old and a sophomore student at Hogwarts. Scratching his head, Feng recalled Harry's plot. Let's not talk about the first part, the Philosopher's Stone. Time has passed, and besides, I have no destiny with that broken stone at first glance. Both Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel can easily beat me. Now it's the second part, the basilisk, and it seems that I will have no advantage and cannot beat it unless it is a blind basilisk. After all, those eyes are too disgusting, and whoever he glares at will die. Mr. Black, I say the same thing again. As long as you pay me, I will help you break open the prison door and let you out, and take you back to London safely. Of course, if you pay me more, I can tell you where Pettigrew is. How about it? Of course I wanted to leave here, but Black looked out the window with interest and estimated the time. He pointed in the direction of the prison entrance and said, "It's dinner time. If you can withstand the dementors, we can talk about the reward." Dementors? Feng smiled and said, "Dementors are the best guards for Azkaban, but to me, they are just obedient test subjects lying on the test bench." Thinking for a while with his head tilted, Feng added, "It should be said that all creatures with twisted minds will be as obedient as a pet in front of me." As soon as Feng finished speaking, Black seemed to feel something and curled up on the ground shivering. As for Feng, he felt the chill of the dementors before he saw them appear. It must be said that, if the dementors could control their desires, they would be welcomed in the hot summer with their own chill. At the same time, Feng heard someone talking. No, to be more precise, the dead were talking, because the language Feng heard was the dead language he used when talking to corpses. Feng, who had just taken out a wooden box, looked at the entrance of the prison following the sound of the dead language. He saw two dementors, in tattered cloaks floating in the air, their bodies looking like they had been soaked in water and rotting. The dead language Feng heard was from one of the dementors. Although the dementors had no eyes and could not see Feng, they could rely on smell and feelings to determine that a prisoner was standing in front of them. Although the two dementors were somewhat curious about why a prisoner they did not know came to the prison, they were good kids who were not picky about food. As long as anyone stayed in Azkaban, they would be their food. Thinking of this, a dementor that seemed to be starving to death in Feng's eyes rushed towards him, muttering food. Feng, who had opened his Dharma eye, looked at the dementors curiously, curled his lips, and said to Black, "Dementors speak the dead language. Are they a kind of undead creature? Buddy, do you have an encyclopedia of the dead? Help me check what species this is." After saying that, Feng silently complained in his heart, "And your spirits, I don't know how to describe it. It's not quite accurate to say that the spirits are broken into pieces and then glued back together. It's too messy. No wonder you have a brain disease." Looking at a dementor rushing towards him, Li Feng mobilized his magic power and asked Black with a smile, "I heard that you can only defend against the attacks of dementors, but can't kill them?" While speaking, a dementor stretched out its scabby palm and floated to Li Feng, ready to have a full meal. But before the dementor touched Li Feng's palm containing magic slapped the dementor. In Black's incredible eyes, the dementor that was hit by Li Feng suddenly stayed where he was and didn't move. Li Feng's eyes were filled with disdain. He rubbed his palms, which were cold, because he was too close to the dementors, and muttered silently, "I can't beat out the spirits of living people for the time being, but can't I beat out the fragmented spirits of yours?" The other dementor seemed surprised that someone could kill his companions, but he didn't have time to think about what to do with his limited brain capacity. He was driven by the desire to suck, and pounced on Li Feng. Since the spirit spell had been tested, Li Feng was of course ready to use another method to kill this brain-dead dementor, both to test the spells on the Key of Solomon and to let Black know that he was not an easy person to deal with. Before the dementor got close, Li Feng pointed at the other party and gently uttered, "Purification." Blake stared blankly at Li Feng's fingertips. A beam of white light shot out and accurately shot at the dementor. The dementor who had tortured him for 12 years was like a snowman put into a boiling oil pan and was instantly corroded into slag by the white light. Li Feng retracted his fingers and put them to his mouth and blew lightly on his fingertips as if a cowboy was shooting his prey. He turned his head and said to the dumbfounded Blake, "I have always had a question. Dementors can feel the pain and sadness in the other person's heart. The more painful it is, the more they like it. But the problem is that they clearly smell pain, but they inhale happiness and courage. What's wrong with this? Shouldn't you feel pain and sadness and inhale pain and sadness? Or feel happiness and inhale happiness? What if someone feels that he has a tragic life and only pain in his heart, and the dementors also feel his pain, but can't suck out happiness after inhaling for a long time? Will the dementors become autistic?" Black felt a headache. His attention was focused on the dementor who was stunned by Li Feng's palm, and he didn't pay attention to what Li Feng said. He only knew that the dementor who was still standing there, like those people who were sucked by the dementor's kiss, had lost their souls. Only the brain and heart were still working, but they no longer had self-awareness, no longer had memories, and there was no hope of recovery. It was just an empty shell. This was more terrible than killing the dementor. Black realized that, as long as Li Feng wanted, he could create hundreds of people who were kissed by the dementor's kiss. If this magic was spread, especially after the mysterious person knew about it, the disaster would be even greater. Li Feng saw something in Black's frightened eyes and said with a smile, "It's not as scary as you think. This spell is only effective for dementors with defective spirits. It's like I beat your spirit out of your body, but won't you return to your body by yourself?" Pointing at the dazed dementor, Li Feng continued, "To put it simply, the spirit of a dementor is like a person with poor sense of direction. Once he leaves his body, he doesn't know the way back to his body. Maybe his limited brain capacity doesn't understand that he actually has no body anymore." "Spirit? What is that?" Black pointed to the prison entrance and said, "Does your spell kill dementors one by one, or in groups? Azkaban is used as a lair by dementors, and the number of dementors here is astonishing." Li Feng shook the wooden box in his hand and said as he walked around the dazed dementor, "Spirit, I can't explain it for the time being. How about I teach you after we leave, as long as you pay me a sum of money for learning spirit spells. As for the large number of dementors, you'll know later." Li Feng touched his chin, turned his head to look at Black, and said, "What do you think of me raising a dementor as a pet? It'll be very cool when we go shopping." Seeing that there was hope of being released from prison and a chance to kill Pettigrew, Black's mood was obviously much better. He even rolled his eyes at Li Feng and said, "It's quite cool. I guess you're the only one in the entire wizarding world who dares to think so. Aren't you afraid that they will devour your master one day? It's very simple. Just don't give them the chance to devour their master." Feeling the air getting colder, Li Feng glanced at the frost that was quickly forming on the ground. He understood that this was because a large number of dementors had noticed the death of their companions and were preparing to come to check or to avenge their companions. Li Feng licked his lips, and when several dementors appeared in front of him, he quickly opened the mirror space and wrapped several dementors in the mirror space. Then he grinned and opened the wooden box a little and said to the dementors in the dead language, "Surrender or die." Damn, I have wanted to say this to the magical creatures for a long time, but my strength was too low before, and I was beaten up anyway. I finally met a magical creature that was suppressed by me. I feel too sorry for myself if I don't say this. Chapter 57 The Taste of Freedom. In the mirror space, several dementors were forced into a corner by the deadly energy emitted by the pseudo-angel feathers as the wooden box in Li Feng's hand was opened. They shivered and wailed in pain that only Li Feng could hear. It was not until Li Feng felt that these dementors might really die after being exposed to the pseudo-angel feathers for a while that Li Feng closed the wooden box and said, "Now, those who choose to surrender kneel on the ground and sign a slave contract with me. Those who want to die, just say it, and I will grant you your wish." The law of the jungle is a basic law of nature. It is life or death. Dementors will certainly choose to survive, just like Dementors will surrender to the mysterious man in the future. Li Feng didn't know how the mysterious man subdued the Dementors, but it was nothing more than a threat of force or some kind of temptation. Now, Li Feng just showed his ability to kill the Dementors, and the Dementors lowered their heads and waited for Li Feng to carve the contract. After subduing the Dementors in the mirror space, Li Feng could not wait to open the portal and ordered in the dead language, "Now, bring in all the Dementors who have not signed the slave contract." The slave Dementors nodded slightly and said in the dead language, "Yes, master." After that, these Dementors returned to the real world through the portal, and all Li Feng had to do was wait in the mirror space for his newly recruited servants to capture the Dementors one by one into the mirror space. At the beginning, Li Feng was afraid that his servants were too few and the captured dementors would resist after understanding what fate they were about to face. For safety reasons, Li Feng also maintained the mirror space, and after several wild dementors were thrown into the mirror space, he closed the portal to prevent them from escaping, and then took out the wooden box to threaten them and subdue them. But as the dementors in Azkaban continued to become Li Feng's servants, the number of dementors traveling back and forth between reality and the mirror space increased rapidly like a snowball. In the end, too many wild dementors were caught too quickly, so Li Feng simply walked out of the mirror space and stood in front of Black, letting him watch how he subdued the dementors. It was not until the day began to light up that Li Feng completely subdued the last dementor. Black, squatting in the cell, looked with twitching eyes at a slightly larger dementor standing obediently behind Li Feng like a good baby, and said, "Originally, I was wondering how the Ministry of Magic would arrest me after I left Azkaban. Now, I guess no one will notice me, even if I walk openly on the street, because the Ministry of Magic's attention is all on you. I just want to say, man, you have a talent for causing trouble." Black stretched out his dry skinny hand like a chicken claw, motioned to shake hands with Li Feng, and said, "Although you know my name, I don't know your name yet. This is not fair." After shaking hands, Li Feng motioned for Black to step back, and said while splitting the cell door open, "Austin, just call me Austin." Walking out of the cell, Black took a deep breath of the air that represented freedom, and said, "How are you going to arrange these dementors? I have to remind you that dementors haunt the darkest and dirtiest places. They like corruption and despair, and will suck all the peace, hope, and happiness in the air around them. If you get too close to a dementor, any good feelings and happy memories you have will be sucked away by it." Black looked Li Feng up and down and continued, "Although I don't know how you can ignore the dementors around you, I think your family may not be able to bear having a dementor around them. Ignore? You think too highly of me. I'm not ignoring you, but I'm trying my best to stabilize my spirit. As long as my spirit is stable enough, the dementors can't detect my emotions, let alone the happiness of sucking my body. Besides, if he tries to suck one, I'll kill him in minutes. But it's really uncomfortable to have a dementor around. Damn, I only thought about subduing the dementors before, but didn't think about how to arrange them." Li Feng scratched his head awkwardly, turned around and ordered the leader of the dementors, that is, the guy behind Li Feng who was slightly larger than the normal dementors, and said, "You stay here and continue to be your guards. Without my order, you still follow the instructions of the Ministry of Magic. The dementors would rather not leave Azkaban. After all, this is their home and their restaurant. They will be hungry after leaving Azkaban. The Dementor leader nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Master." Azkaban has now become Li Feng's sphere of influence. Coupled with the cold and humid environment, and most importantly, the big fat sheep is in his hands, Li Feng can no longer think of a reason for himself to stay in Azkaban. Under the guidance of the Dementors, Li Feng and Black walked out of Azkaban and stood on a reef. After a long while, Li Feng complained about how Azkaban was built like a bunker, and said to Black, who was shouting at the sea, "Have you finished venting? We will leave after you vent." Black took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, turned his head and said, "The taste of freedom." After that, Black looked around for something and said, "How do we leave? Swim? Or the door key? By the way, I have always wondered how you appeared in Azkaban, and I noticed that you did not use a wand when casting spells, but I can feel that your physical magic power is actually not much, which is about the same as the 5th and 6th grade students in Hogwarts. And, I have never seen any of your spells." Li Feng felt that Black might have been suffocated, because no one had chatted with him for many years. Now he finally found him to chat, and he was ready to say all the words he had been holding back in Azkaban for 12 years at once. Li Feng scratched his ears, signaled Blake to shut up and asked, "Which direction is London?" Blake was stunned. After pointing in the direction, he asked curiously, "Why are you asking for directions?" As soon as Blake finished speaking, Li Feng had already opened a portal. Although the world of Harry Potter is also on Earth, Li Feng said that he has never been to the UK, let alone where London is. In addition, Li Feng doesn't even know what the iconic buildings in London look like, so it would be strange if the portal can be opened to London. So now, Li Feng chose the most exciting way to teleport, and opened the portal to the sky along his sight. When the two of them became free fall in the air, Li Feng looked into the distance again, and opened the portal. It was like falling into a bottomless pit. The North Sea is some distance away from London. Li Feng's magic power cannot guarantee that they can reach London in one day, so Li Feng had to open the portal to a nearby island before his magic power was about to run out, ready to rest. At night, the two sat around the campfire, warming themselves and roasting sea fish. I don't know what the food in Azkaban is like, but Li Feng thinks Black is starving. He not only snatched his half-cooked fish, but also ate all the scales. Li Feng had no choice but to go back to the beach to catch some more fish. When Li Feng cleaned the fish and grilled it by the campfire, he accidentally saw Black staring at the fish in his hand with green eyes. Li Feng was so scared that he almost threw the fish in Black's face. Rolling his eyes at Black, Li Feng said with a money-grubbing face, "Hey, mate, this is my fish. If you want to eat it, it's a gold galleon." Black's eyes twitched slightly, and he said unhappily, "Don't think that I don't know the current prices, because I have been in Azkaban for 12 years. 1 gold galleon can buy a basket of sea fish. How short of money are you? Or are you obsessed with money? You always talk to me about money." Li Feng spread his hands and said with a bitter face, "I'm poor. People like you who were born in wealthy families will never understand the suffering of poor people like us. Let me put it this way, except for the air we breathe, everything else costs money." Black looked at Li Feng speechlessly and said slowly, "No, I understand. I don't know how you know my past, but you probably don't know that during the time when I was expelled from the Black family, I was penniless. When I was a minor, I could still live in my friend James's house. After I became an adult, I could only make a living by helping others modify motorcycles. Oh, it's the kind of flying motorcycle. After all, not everyone likes to fly around on a broom. Some rich wizards pursue their own personality, so generally speaking, I can still support myself with my skills." Hearing Black's words, Li Feng felt his eyes light up. This is really a dream of looking for her thousands of times, but that person lives across the street. Isn't what he lacks the technology to modify the RV? Since Black has this skill, why did he bother to find Ron's father? This is not seeking far away. Li Feng put on his most friendly smile and said, "You want to eat fish, right? It's easy. As long as you teach me how to modify a motorcycle, let alone such a small fish, I can catch a whale to honor you." Blake glanced at Li Feng and then turned his eyes to the already grilled sea fish. Li Feng said that he understood immediately and respectfully presented the sea fish with both hands. After taking the grilled fish, Blake blew on the grilled fish to avoid burning his mouth and said, "There are a lot of things involved here. It's not something you can learn in a short time, and it's hard for you to learn it if you just talk and don't do it." Blake looked Li Feng up and down and said faintly, "Do you have an ID? If I'm not mistaken, you don't have an ID. After all, you don't even have a wand that represents your identity, so we'd better find a way to get a legal ID when we return to London so that we can buy parts in Diagon Alley." ID? Which department should issue my ID? The Time Traveler Association? Li Feng shrugged, saying that he was an illegal resident and had no ID. Also, I don't know when the Ministry of Magic will find out that I have escaped from Azkaban, so we'd better get the documents before the Ministry of Magic issues a wanted notice. Otherwise, the forgers will quietly inform the Ministry of Magic when they make the documents for us and get both the commission for forging the documents and the reward from the Ministry of Magic for me. Li Feng nodded, indicating that he understood, and immediately sat cross-legged by the campfire and began to meditate to restore his magic power. Blake was stunned by Li Feng's behavior. After all, in his impression, magic power can only be restored naturally over time, except for the use of potions to speed up recovery. With a big question mark on his forehead, Blake thought depressedly, what did I miss in the 12 years in Azkaban? Chapter 58. 12 Grimmauld Place. The next morning, when the sun shone on the Thames, Li Feng, who stood by the river with a messy hairstyle and a desolate look on his face, hung his arm on the ragged shoulder of Blake and said with a gasp, "We are finally here." It was not easy. Blake, who was shivering in the high altitude wind, glanced at the hand on his shoulder with a deeply touched expression, raised his hand and said, "It was not easy. I swear that I will never cross your weird portal in my life. Look at my hands. I feel that my hands have been dried by the high altitude wind. By the way, can your portal only be opened where you can see?" Li Feng shrugged thoughtfully, tacitly agreeing with Blake's statement about the portal, and said, "Isn't this exciting? It's much more fun than your modified flying motorcycle." Blake rolled his eyes, looked at the few passers-by on the street, and said, "I guess a poor guy like you wouldn't have any muggle coins on you. I think I'd better walk home and warm myself up at the same time." Li Feng rummaged out his pockets and muttered, "You talk as if you are very rich now, but you're just as poor as me. Besides, the way we are dressed now, as long as we squat on the side of the road, someone will definitely give us some change for the subway." Unfortunately, what responded to Li Feng was a pair of sharp eyes. Blake lowered his voice, bit the corner of his mouth and said sternly, "I would rather wash dishes for people to earn bus fare than squat on the side of the road begging like you." After that, Blake ignored Li Feng and walked towards home. Tsk Li Feng, who was following behind Blake, said in a low voice with contempt, "Do you consider this as the pride of a noble?" Blake's house was at number 12 Mowgli Square, which was still some distance away from where Li Feng and the others were. It was not until Li Feng felt that his lower legs were about to break and he needed to call an ambulance for rescue that the two of them walked to the door of Blake's house. Standing between number 11 and number 13 Mowgli Square, Blake stomped his feet lightly. Li Feng curiously watched the houses in front of him suddenly move to both sides, like a huge sliding stone door, until the hidden house number 12 Mowgli Square was revealed. And all this, the people living in the isolated house had no feeling, and similarly, the few pedestrians on the street were also unaware of all this. Blake looked back at Li Feng and motioned Li Feng to follow. It was unknown how long Black hadn't been home. Li Feng, who had just walked into the room, covered his mouth and said, "Dude, is this a home or a garbage dump? What's with this rotten and moldy smell? Has anyone used your house as a place to dry salted fish?" Black also covered his mouth and nose, enduring the musty smell that could suffocate people, and frowned and said, "This is my parents' house. I haven't been back since I was driven out of the family, but now I'm the only member left in the family, so this place naturally belongs to me. But I remember there is a house elf cleaning the house." Before Black finished speaking, a house elf about 1 meter tall, with big bat ears, a strange pointed nose that almost hung down to his upper lip, and tattered clothes suddenly appeared in front of the two of them and said, "The greedy thief has come to patronize the Black family again." There is nothing valuable here anymore. Halfway through his speech, the house elf seemed to have just seen Black and said in an excited tone, "Is Sirius, who betrayed his bloodline, back?" Li Feng quietly poked Black and said, "What's wrong with this guy? He seems excited to see you, but what he said makes me feel that he dislikes you." Black ignored Li Feng's words, frowned and asked, "Creature, you said that many thieves have been here. What about the family's secret basement? Has it been visited by thieves too?" "Young master." Creature lowered his head humbly and replied, "The basement is protected by magic and outsiders cannot enter." Then, Creature said as if talking to himself, "Sirius is back with the mudblood. I'm going to tell the mistress." After that, Creature turned around and left. Li Feng scratched his head and asked in a low voice, "Your elf has quite a personality, a total neurotic elf." Creature was like this when I was a kid. He always makes me feel bad in an instant. With a bit of helplessness on his face, Black motioned Li Feng to follow him and said, "Under normal circumstances, no family would put all their property in Gringotts Bank. Even if the goblins who manage Gringotts blow up the bank's security so much that even giant dragons can't enter the bank's treasury. You must know that those goblins are more greedy than you think. So every family will secretly build a secret room to store gold galleons or treasures. Now come with me to get your reward." As soon as they walked into a shabby room, Blake and Li Feng suddenly heard a woman's crazy cursing voice coming from outside the door. Without waiting for Li Feng to ask, Black suddenly remembered something, grabbed a tablecloth, and turned to leave. After a while, the lady's voice disappeared instantly. In the room, Li Feng looked at the Black family genealogy hanging on the walls with great interest. Li Feng remembered that Hogwarts could recruit very few new students every year. If the number of new students exceeded 100 in a certain year, Dumbledore would set off fireworks all day to celebrate. This also indirectly shows that the number of wizards in the whole UK is very small, and there are many wizards like Black's parents who firmly support the theory of bloodline. In order to ensure the purity of wizard bloodline, these people are basically married, which leads to the fact that most wizard families are actually relatives. Anyway, Li Feng felt that the genealogy on the wall was quite messy and interesting. He secretly thought that one day Black would go out on the street and meet a baby who had not been weaned. As a result, when he was chatting with the baby's parents, everyone opened the genealogy and saw that the baby was Black's second uncle. How interesting. Of course, Li Feng also noticed that there were obscure magical fluctuations on the genealogy. After a while, Black returned to the room with an oil lamp and stood in front of the genealogy list. He bit his fingertips and gently smeared the name of the ancestor of the Black family. On the wall, the letters that had dazzled Li Feng at first quickly formed an archway. As Black pushed open the archway, a staircase leading down appeared in front of Li Feng. Black handed the oil lamp to Li Feng and said, "Don't worry, there are no traps on the stairs leading to the basement. The gold galleons you want are inside. How much you can take out depends on whether your pocket is big enough." Li Feng took the oil lamp, raised his lips slightly and said, "What if I take it all?" Black shrugged and said, "Take it all. I don't care about the money." "I hope you won't regret saying this," Li Feng said as he walked into the archway and stood on the steps. "Can you give me the food? I've been exhausted these days because of rushing." Black, who was worried about having no excuse to leave, grinned and said, "Of course, but I have to close the archway first to prevent uninvited guests from suddenly breaking in, such as the thief in Creature's mouth." After that, Black gently brushed past the archway. Li Feng, who was standing on the steps and smiling, looked at the archway disappearing behind him, and his expression gradually solidified and converged. Touching his chin, Li Feng showed a disdainful expression and said to himself, "If I remember correctly, in the original book, you who were in Azkaban saw Pettigrew appear as a Hogwarts student pet, and you escaped from Azkaban at all costs to protect Harry. It can be seen how much you hate Pettigrew and how worried you are about Harry. And in the past few days with me, you seem to have forgotten to ask about Pettigrew's whereabouts, and you are only curious about the strange spells I cast but don't ask. Do you not believe that I know the whereabouts of Pettigrew, or do you not trust me as a person? Do you think I took you away from Azkaban for other purposes? What a pity. I'm really only interested in your family's gold galleons. Besides, do you really think that the portal can only be opened to the site. Stupid, when you call for support and find that I disappeared in the basement, your expression must be very interesting. After a while, Li Feng walked down the dusty stairs to the basement. It is called a basement, but in fact the area is about the same as a small square, enough for hundreds of ants to line up in an orderly manner to dance square dance here. Moreover, there were not only various compartments around the square, but also targets for practicing magic. Li Feng casually pushed open a compartment door and saw several shelves erected in the compartment on which various magic items were placed. With Li Feng's current knowledge, he could not determine whether it was dangerous to pick up these items. After taking a look, he pushed open the door of the next compartment. Compared with the magic items, the various books on the bookshelf in this compartment made Li Feng, who was seriously lacking in magic knowledge, drool. In the end, Li Feng, who could not bear the temptation, pulled out a long knife and poked the book. After a long time, Li Feng, who did not encounter various traps as expected, simply picked up a book with a long knife, took it out of the compartment, and placed it on the ground. After thinking about it, Li Feng opened the mirror space and used a long knife to pick open the pages of the book. At a glance, Li Feng felt his head buzzing. It was not because the book had magic traps, but because this was Britain. Although American English and writing were derived from English, and they could communicate with each other orally, many of the text descriptions were actually different. If it was an ordinary book, Li Feng could still read it, but this was a book that recorded magic knowledge, and a wrong understanding of a word could cost someone's life. Thinking of this, Li Feng felt very upset. This made his original plan to go to Diagon Alley to buy a large number of magic books abort. If he couldn't even understand the text, how could he study? Should he find a reaction software? This was the magic world, and the understanding of the same item was completely different from that in the secular world. Just like the water of life and death in the magic world, the effect was the same as the sleeping pills in the secular world, but the question was which translation software translated the sleeping pills into the water of life and death. Li Feng's mouth twitched, and he picked up the book with a long knife and put it back on the bookshelf. Now, he only hoped that Diagon Alley had a special prop that could translate these words into the American words he was familiar with. Of course, it would be better if it was translated into Chinese characters. After all, Li Feng was more familiar with the understanding of Chinese characters. Li Feng pushed open the doors of the compartments one by one and finally found piles of gold galleons. He grabbed a handful and put them into his pockets. Only when his pockets could hold no more did Li Feng reluctantly open the door of the last compartment. Chapter 59, The Slytherin Locket. In the last compartment, a solitary laboratory table was filled with screwdrivers and drill bits of various sizes. Unlike the other compartments, this laboratory table was relatively clean. Obviously, this was a room that was used all year round. Walking into the compartment, Li Feng looked curiously at a pendant box fixed on the laboratory table. With the dim light of the oil lamp, Li Feng saw a large snake in the shape of an S carved on the outer shell of the pendant box. As his spiritual body magic skills continued to deepen, Li Feng had a strange feeling about the pendant box. He felt that this thing seemed to have life. After thinking about it, Li Feng opened his Dharma eye and looked down at the pendant box. The spirit in the pendant box surprised Li Feng. From the perspective of the spirit, there was indeed a twisted and chaotic soul in the pendant box, but this spirit had no color, but black and white, which meant that the soul in the pendant box was a dead soul. However, the soul of the dead soul was either dragged into the underworld by the god of death or slowly dissipated in the air. Moreover, Li Feng could see that there was a kind of magic on the locket that protected the soul inside, allowing him to hide safely in the locket. Most importantly, Li Feng could see that the soul was alive, which meant that the soul belonged to a living person, not a real dead soul. With his understanding of spirits and the plot of Harry's world, Li Feng immediately thought that the locket was one of the Horcruxes of the mysterious man, the locket of the Salazar Slytherin family. To be honest, when Li Feng first watched the movie, he felt that the mysterious man had transformed himself into a snake-like face that looked neither human nor ghost, and felt that the other party was definitely sick in the brain. By the way, is power worth doing this? That thing is not brought with you when you are born, but with you when you die. What's the use of it? Magicians either achieve immortality through strength, or ask for their portraits to be hung on the wall for people to remember them within 1,000 years after their death. With a grin, Li Feng picked up the locket with a long knife. Don't think that in the film, everyone dares to hold the locket, and it seems that there is no harm, except that wearing the locket for a long time will be bewitched by the residual soul of the mysterious man in the box. But that is a movie. This is the real world. In addition to bewitching people, who knows what magic the mysterious man has carved on it to protect the locket? What if Li Feng loses control and gets into trouble? He still wants to live a few more years. Li Feng was a little entangled when he took out a scroll and a wooden box containing pseudo-angel feathers. If the locket is wrapped with a scroll, Li Feng is not worried about being tempted by the locket himself. After all, he is a wizard who has learned the spell of temptation from the devil. If Li Feng's magic power is not as pure and as much as the mysterious man, it is hard to say who will seduce whom. The only thing Li Feng is worried about is whether carrying it with him will accidentally trigger the unknown magic on the locket. Putting the pendant box into the wooden box is interesting. The most basic function of the wooden box is to protect the energy of the pseudo-angel feather from leaking out. Therefore, in terms of sealing, the wooden box is still trustworthy. Once the pendant box is placed in the wooden box, the temptation is naturally isolated. This is like the mysterious man being locked up in a small dark room by Li Feng. As for the magic on the pendant box, of course it will also be locked up in a small dark room. The only trouble is that the pseudo-angel feather cannot be placed together with the pendant box. This thing is a killer for all creatures with twisted minds. Once the two are placed together, the soul in the pendant box will definitely be killed by the pseudo-angel feather. However, when the pseudo-angel feather leaves the wooden box, the energy on the feather will continue to dissipate, and eventually the pseudo-angel feather will become an ordinary goose feather. This is what Li Feng does not want to see. He also wants to use this feather to restrain creatures such as demons, so as to extort spells from the demons. Although Li Feng did not intend to get involved in Harry's plot, this did not prevent Li Feng from imagining making a deal with Dumbledore. In exchange for handing over the locket, Dumbledore would teach him magic or a magic item he coveted, the time converter. After thinking for a long time, Li Feng was reluctant to save a locket that was not used much except for trading at the cost of consuming the energy of the pseudo-angel feather. After carefully wrapping the locket with a scroll and putting it in his pocket, Li Feng reached out to open the portal. At this time, Li Feng was very glad that Black chose to measure the distance from the Thames to Grimmauld Place with his feet, which gave Li Feng enough time to remember the environment along the way and facilitated him to open the portal and leave the secret basement of the Black family. Li Feng, wearing a windbreaker and a long sword, suddenly stepped from the portal to the street, scaring the pedestrians around him. Then, Li Feng said to the pedestrians who looked confused, "I'm a street magician. I hope my magic of changing people into living people did not scare you." After that, Li Feng bowed to apologize to the surroundings and left the crowd with a depressed look. Li Feng was depressed because he forgot to ask Black where Diagon Alley was. As a newcomer, he only knew that the broken axe could lead to Diagon Alley, but he didn't even know where the broken axe was. How could he get to Diagon Alley? With only wizard coins in his pocket, Li Feng squatted on the side of the road with an empty stomach. He opened his magic eye to check the spirits of passers-by from time to time, praying in his heart that a wizard with a special spirit would pass by him so that he could ask how to get to Diagon Alley. Until the sky was completely dark, Li Feng, who was still fantasizing about finding a wizard, suddenly saw a residual image flying past him. What the hell was that just past? Startled, Li Feng stood up and looked at the residual image. When the residual image was about to disappear from his sight, he realized that it was a 3-decker bus. Only people with magic power can see the night bus. Knowing what he saw, Li Feng stretched out his hand with joy and opened the portal to the front and side of the bus. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, "This is not the speed a bus should have, it's just like an airplane flying at a low altitude." After crossing the portal, Li Feng waved to the speeding bus to stop. Unfortunately, the rule of the night bus is that it will only come when the wizard points the magic wand to the side of the road. Where is Li Feng? Where can I find a magic wand? so the night bus just pretended not to see Li Feng and continued to whiz past him. On the night bus, the driver seemed to glance at Li Feng, turned his head, and said to the conductor, "I think I saw someone waving at us just now." The conductor said indifferently, "Did you see that he had a wand in his hand?" Seeing Li Feng's figure appear on the roadside in front of him again, the driver shook his head and said, "I didn't see it clearly. I saw it clearly. He didn't have a wand in his hand. Damn, he was just behind us just now. How did he suddenly run in front of us?" When Li Feng opened the portal to the front of the night bus and waved for the 4th time, the night bus finally stopped. Li Feng, who was relieved, watched the door open. The conductor with a hat on his head leaned against the door and asked curiously, "Sir, can you see the night bus?" "I can't see it, so why am I chasing you?" While complaining in his heart, Li Feng boarded the night bus and said, "The Broken Axe Bar, in London." Seeing Li Feng boarding the bus directly, the conductor knew that he was a wizard, even if he was stupid, but he was very curious. You know, the purpose of the bus is to open it for those who are uncomfortable with flu fans or those whose apparition ability is unreliable. What about Li Feng? Since he could suddenly appear in front of the bus, it means that he has a way to teleport, so why take the night bus? After getting on the bus, Li Feng sat on an empty bed as quickly as possible. He knew that the seat where the conductor stood and the bed were protected by magic to prevent passengers from being thrown out of their seats by inertia when the high-speed bus braked suddenly. However, there was no magic protection in the remaining corridors and other places. If Li Feng did not want to experience being thrown around by inertia and vomiting the overpass meal, the best way was to sit in the seat honestly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, when the bus did not start, the conductor walked to Li Feng to ask for the fare. Li Feng took out a gold galleon from his pocket and handed it to the conductor. The conductor frowned and said, "Sir, do you have change?" Li Feng shook his head. The gold galleons on him were all taken from the small vault of the Black family, whose vault does not store gold galleons, but small denomination coins such as silver sickles or copper nuts. Besides, in order to ensure that he has enough money to buy various magic materials, Li Feng only has eyes for large denomination gold galleons. Even if there are silver sickles or copper nuts, he will just pretend not to see them. After all, his pocket has so little capacity, and he would be stupid to put in change. The conductor shrugged, took out change from his pocket to pay Li Feng, turned around and returned to his seat. After telling the driver the place Li Feng wanted to go, the conductor asked curiously, "Sir, where is your wand?" "I lost it," Li Feng said casually, while looking out the window. "I'm going to Diagon Alley to buy a new one." "Sir, I have to remind you that the shops in Diagon Alley are closed now." The conductor, who obviously didn't believe what Li Feng was saying, said with a pout, "I'm afraid you want to go to the Broken Axe for a drink. As for your wand, I guess your wife has confiscated it to prevent you from using magic after drinking." Obviously, the conductor was a talkative person. When the conductor just asked Li Feng how he suddenly ran to the front of the bus, the night bus had already stopped in front of the Broken Axe Bar. It can be seen that the night bus should indeed be renamed, and it would be more appropriate to call it the night plane. Li Feng picked up his belongings and smiled as he said to the conductor, who was still waiting for an explanation, "I'll tell you next time I take the night bus." After that, Li Feng got off the bus and pushed open the door of the Broken Axe Bar. The door of the bar looked like a simple wooden door, but the sound insulation was surprisingly good. As soon as he opened the door, Li Feng knew what was noisy and what was a booming business. Inside the bar, the boss Tom glanced at the unfamiliar Li Feng and said, "Sir, what do you need?" "Food," Li Feng said without thinking. "There is still a vacant room." Soon Tom put the food in front of Li Feng and asked, "Sir, what's your name? I don't think I've ever seen you before." Li Feng, who was almost starving, grabbed the food and took a bite and said, "Austin, I'm here to travel in London. Unfortunately, my luggage was stolen by muggles. I hope they don't mistake my wand for the symphony orchestra's baton. I've been using it for many years." Putting down the food, Li Feng looked at Tom with innocent eyes and said, "I can buy a wand in London too, right?" Tom nodded, pointed to a door in the distance of the bar, and said, "There is a passage leading to Diagon Alley there." When the shops in Diagon Alley open tomorrow, I will take you to open that door, and you can buy a satisfactory wand from Mr. Garrick Ollivander. Feng smiled knowingly. Okay, just wait until tomorrow to spend all the gold galleons in his pocket. Chapter 60 Dumbledore. Thanks to Kingsley and Adaoge for the support and reward. Just when Feng had already fallen into the soft quilt and was sleeping soundly, Black, who was anxiously waiting for the distinguished guest at home, finally heard someone ringing his doorbell. Black excitedly opened the door and saw that in addition to the distinguished guest, the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, there was also an unexpected old friend standing outside the door, Remus John Lupin. Black adjusted his sharp hair that he had not had time to tidy up and respectfully said to the old man with a white beard, "Principal Dumbledore, it's nice to meet you." After saying that, Black wanted to hug his old friend. "I didn't expect to see you here, Moony." Lupin took a step back with a sneer on his face, indicating that he didn't want to hug Black. After all, in Lupin's impression, Black was still the murderer who killed Harry's family and Peter Pettigrew. "If Dumbledore had not received your letter and came to my place to invite me to become the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts next semester, I really would not have known that you had such a great ability to escape from Azkaban, or that this was the skill he taught you after you defected to the mysterious man." Black's mouth twitched, and he shouted like crazy, "I didn't betray, I'm not the headmaster now." Dumbledore saw that Lupin and Black were talking full of gunpowder and quickly interrupted the other party and signaled Lupin not to be nervous and said puzzledly, "I was surprised when I received the letter signed by you. Aren't you in Azkaban? How did you escape? Not the headmaster?" Black was stunned, and while motioning the two to enter the house, he frowned and asked, "Is it a conspiracy set up by the Death Eaters? I knew Austin had other intentions, and I guess his rescue of me was part of the plan." Walking into the Black House, Dumbledore shook his head slightly and said, "It has nothing to do with the Death Eaters. Something big happened in the school. A student opened Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets and released monsters to clean up those Muggle-born students. Now several people have been harmed, so the school board decided to expel me to calm the situation." At the side, Lupin, who hid his wand in his hand and was always on guard, said, "Tell me how you escaped from Azkaban. If you can't convince me, I think the Aurors will be happy to put you in Azkaban again. At the same time, I will apply to the Ministry of Magic for permission to let the Dementors cast the Dementor's Kiss on you." Black seemed helpless as he could not feel the warm hug of his old friend and only heard sarcasm and murderous intent. He understood that, before finding Peter Pettigrew, no matter what he said, he could not wash away the stain of his murder. Hearing Lupin talking about Dementors, Black remembered the reason why he went to find Dumbledore and hurriedly said, "I saw with my own eyes a Chinese man named Austin subdue the Dementors in Azkaban. Now the Dementors are still obeying the orders of the Ministry of Magic on the surface, but in fact they have become Austin's slaves." As Black spoke and led the way, the three walked into the room engraved with a black family tree, pointed at the family tree and said, "I'm worried that Austin is a Death Eater, and I saw that he was determined to take me away from Azkaban, so I pretended to agree to all his requests. When he and I return to the old house, I will take the opportunity to imprison him in the secret basement and notify you to come." Dumbledore nodded slightly, indicating that he understood, and looked at the family tree on the wall with interest, and said, "There is a magical spell on it. If you hadn't reminded me, I might not have noticed these magics hidden on the wall. Is it a variant of the Fidelius charm cast by Harry's parents to protect the location of their home?" Black was not surprised that Dumbledore could see the secret in the family tree at a glance. After all, Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard in the magic world in the past 100 years. Black smiled and said, "Only those whose names are written in the family tree are qualified to use their own blood to open the door of the secret room hidden behind the wall. However, the disadvantage is also obvious. It only recognizes blood and not people. As long as someone gets my blood, he can still open the secret basement of the Black family. In addition, the house elves and descendants who built the basement can also enter." Dumbledore moved his eyes from the family tree to Black and said, "Let's talk about Austin." Black lowered his head and thought for a while. After organizing his sentences, he said, "Austin suddenly appeared in Azkaban. At the beginning, He looked for me in Azkaban with a money grubber look on his face. He told me where Pettigrew was hiding and asked me to spend money to buy it. It was just that when he found me, it was the feeding time of the dementors, and my mind was in a mess at that time, so I didn't ask where Pettigrew was. Originally, when the dementors came in, I thought he would escape alone. After all, no one wants to get in close contact with dementors. But, Black continued with a little confusion and fear in his eyes. At first, I only saw him cast 2 spells. One spell killed the dementors on the spot, and the other spell gave the dementors a dementor's kiss. Finally, he forcibly cast a spell on all the dementors in front of me, and made the dementors his pets. Finally, Black said with a little confusion and fear, I found that his magic power is very small compared to that of an adult, but he never uses a wand when casting spells, and some spells are cast silently with only a few simple gestures. In the wizarding world, being able to cast spells silently is already amazing, and being able to cast spells without a wand is the best in the wizarding world. Black was puzzled and confused by this. Lupin just felt that Black must have gone crazy, because the dementors had sucked away too much happiness, and even the story he made up was full of holes. When did people with less magical power dare to face the dementors, let alone kill them? You have to know that there is no record of dementors being killed in the wizarding world. Dumbledore thought more and said, are you sure he told you about Peter Pettigrew? Seeing Black nodded affirmatively, Dumbledore smiled and said, in addition to Austin's capture of the dementors, there is news of Pettigrew. Is this also the reason why you came to me for help? If these are all true, it means that we have wronged you. After finding Pettigrew, I will apologize to you. Now open the entrance to the basement and let me have a good chat with Austin. After opening the entrance to the basement, Dumbledore was about to walk into the archway when Lupin on the side said, Professor Dumbledore, let Black go in first. Black looked at Lupin blankly and said with a self-deprecating look on his face, you still don't believe me? Don't you see that I don't even have a wand now? What's the difference between a wizard without a wand and a muggle? Besides, with Dumbledore's strength, does he still need to be afraid of my traps? Do you look down on Dumbledore, or do you overestimate me? Lupin would not let his guard down, just because Black didn't have a wand, and sneered, did you gain James and Lily's trust in this way? Unfortunately, you sold them to a mysterious man in the blink of an eye. You've done so many evil things, can you sleep peacefully every night? Or has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Oh, sorry, your animagus is a dog, and you may have become a heartless and treacherous villain a long time ago. Black was breathing heavily, and finally after a few deep breaths, he looked at Lupin with a calm face. He shook his head to express his disappointment in his old friend, turned and walked into the archway, and said, I will explain to you, after we catch Pettigrew, who should have died long ago. Dumbledore walked to Lupin, put his right hand on Lupin's shoulder, and said, just based on the fact that Black did not hide after escaping from Azkaban, but immediately contacted me to tell me about the dementors, I believe that Black was framed. After that, Dumbledore followed Black into the basement. There was no trace of Feng in the basement at this time. Apart from the obvious messy footprints on the ground, there was only the equally messy small of all that proved that someone had been to the basement. Apart from that, the 3 people did not even find a cockroach in the basement. Lupin glanced around and looked at Black with a sarcastic expression, motioning him to explain. What do you mean Austin is imprisoned in the basement? Are you imprisoning a ball of air named Austin? Just as Lupin was about to make fun of Black's lie being exposed so quickly, Dumbledore walked into the compartment where the laboratory table was placed, looked at the dust marks on the laboratory table left by Feng taking the locket, and said, the footprints on the ground don't match Black's, so someone has indeed just been here, and Austin not only took the gold galleons, he also took something on the laboratory table. As if thinking of something, Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, pointed to Black's old house and said, Mr. Black, you said you think Austin took you away from Azkaban for other purposes, so could he guess that you would return here after leaving Azkaban? Black walked to the laboratory table, touched the laboratory table and said, this is the only hiding place I can think of to escape from the pursuit of the Ministry of Magic. Professor, are you saying that Austin's target is something on the laboratory table? Dumbledore nodded slightly and said, if he really has other intentions, do you know what he took? Black shook his head and said, I have forgotten how many years it has been since I last came back to the old house. I have no idea what is left in the old house, but I think someone knows. After that, Black shouted loudly, Creature, come out. As soon as the voice fell, Creature instantly appeared in front of Black and said respectfully, what do you want, young master? I live to serve the Black family. After that, Creature lowered his head, as if no one was around, and muttered to himself. The dirty Englishman stepped on the dirty carpet again. Blair was no longer surprised by Creature's neurosis. He pointed to the laboratory table and said, tell me what was originally on the laboratory table. Originally? Creature realized something, jumped onto the laboratory table in panic, and took a look, and said in tears, damn thief, Creature hasn't destroyed it yet, and let the master down. Chapter 61 Whereabouts. Thanks to Feng for the support and reward. Black, who had just been released from Azkaban, obviously had not yet learned to control his temper. After all, he had been tortured by dementors for 12 years, and it was normal for him to have a temper that needed to be vented. So when Black saw Creature crying and talking to himself on the experimental table, but never said what items Feng had taken away, he couldn't help but want to vent his pent-up resentment by beating Creature. Fortunately, Dumbledore put some chocolate in his pocket when he went to Black's old house. Just eating a piece of chocolate can cure the Dementor's attack of absorbing happiness, which is also an effective way to recover after contact with Dementors. Handing the chocolate to Black, Dumbledore said, Black, order Creature to tell you what Austin took. Black swallowed the chocolate in a hurry. Feeling much better, Black looked at Creature and ordered, now, immediately, tell me what the item was taken. Creature stopped crying at Black's command and whispered, it's a locket. It is the most evil item in this house. Master Regulus ordered Creature to destroy the box before he died, but Creature couldn't destroy the box no matter whether he used a drill or an axe. Creature disappointed Master Regulus. Dumbledore, what does the locket look like? Creature looked at Dumbledore, as if he had just discovered him. He bowed respectfully and said, good evening, Sir Albert Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard in the magical world. It is a locket with an S-shaped snake engraved on the shell. It was stolen from the Dark Lord by Master Regulus. The secret of the Dark Lord is in the box. Dumbledore was stunned, as if talking to himself or asking Creature, snake? Locket, and it's related to the Dark Lord. Is it the relic of Salazar Slytherin? Creature said that he was just a house elf and didn't know what the Slytherin relic was. He only knew that he had not fulfilled the last wish of his Master Regulus. On the side, Black seemed to realize something and said in annoyance, Austin was pretending to be a money grubber just for me. He knew all along that there was something the you-know-who needed in the secret basement of the Black family. He only came to Azkaban to save me because he couldn't enter the basement. It seemed that he wanted me to agree to let him enter the basement to get the reward, but in fact he wanted to get that broken locket. Dumbledore frowned and said, no matter what the you-know-who wants, we can't let him get it. The most important thing right now is to find Austin. Black, you should recall what Austin said and think about where he will appear. After a long time, Black smiled bitterly and said, maybe I'm not born to gather intelligence, and I can't judge where Austin will appear. The only thing I know is that when we first met, he was penniless and unfamiliar with London. Now, Black glanced at the compartment where the gold galleons were stored and said, by the way, he is very interested in modified motorcycles. Maybe he will buy parts to modify the motorcycle? Lupin, who had been silently guarding against Black, suddenly said, if Austin hasn't left London, we can look for him in hotels and other places. It's just that we don't know whether he will live in a hotel in the Muggle world or the magical world. If it's the latter, it's simple. After all, there are only a few of them. Good idea. Dumbledore motioned for everyone to leave the basement and said, I'm going to Azkaban to investigate how the Dementors are controlled. Lupin and Creature will look for Austin's whereabouts. As for Sirius, although the Ministry of Magic doesn't know that you have escaped, you'd better hide at home. While speaking, Dumbledore glanced at Black. It wasn't that Dumbledore didn't believe what Black said about the Dementors, but that in this world, most magic has corresponding spells to dissolve it. Since it's not clear whether Li Feng is an enemy or a friend, Dumbledore certainly wants to know more about Li Feng, so that he can be prepared in future fights. The three returned to the gate of the old house. Dumbledore said to Lupin and Creature, who were preparing to look for Li Feng, considering that the other party can cast spells silently and without a wand, don't alarm him. After you find Austin, focus on surveillance and make plans. After I come back. Lupin nodded, walked to the side of the road, raised his wand, and summoned the night bus. Soon, a three-decker night bus stopped in front of Lupin. The conductor looked at the wand in Lupin's hand and whispered, "Oh, another one with a wand. I thought I would see the Chinese who could catch up with the bus." Lupin got on the bus and subconsciously looked at the conductor and asked, "Have you seen a Chinese wizard?" At the door of the old house, Dumbledore, who was asking Black to describe the details of Li Feng's spell casting, turned his head to look at the night bus that was coming back, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Lupin, who got off the bus, and asked, "Did you forget something?" Lupin thanked the conductor, turned and walked to Dumbledore, with a slightly surprised expression on his face, and said, "Professor, I know where Austin is." He boarded the night bus not far from Black's old house, and got off at the Leaky Axe. "He is probably sleeping in the Leaky Axe now," Dumbledore said with a little surprise. "The Leaky Axe? Didn't he rush to hand the locket to the mysterious man?" Lupin shrugged and said, "I don't know about that. Maybe the locket has been handed over to the mysterious man, or maybe." Having said that, Lupin looked at Black and continued, "Maybe Austin is not the mysterious man's subordinate, but simply saw a magical item on the laboratory table and thought it was a precious item, so he took it away." Dumbledore thought about it, and felt that what Lupin said was possible. After all, normal people would always be curious after seeing it. For example, they would guess that the locket appeared on the laboratory table because it was worth studying. After all, according to Creature, the locket was not destroyed, let alone opened. This was said by a house elf who could cast spells without a wand. Black realized what Dumbledore was thinking, turned to Creature and said, "Go to the Broken Axe and see if Austin is in the bar. Record his every move and tell him everything when Dumbledore returns from Azkaban." Creature nodded slightly and said to himself, "I'm glad to serve the Black family. I have work to do again." As soon as he finished speaking, Creature instantly disappeared from the three people and appeared in the Broken Axe again, tiptoeing around the bar looking for Austin. After a while, Creature stood outside a room with a big grin, listening to the snoring of Li Feng while he was sleeping. "This is Austin's voice. I heard him talking to the young master before. I remember it was this voice." After Creature muttered to himself, he thought about Black's instructions again. Staring at Austin outside the door should not be considered staring. It's better to stare at Austin at the head of the bed. When Creature appeared in the room, Li Feng's snoring disappeared instantly. After traveling through several worlds, Li Feng had long been accustomed to being alert at all times in other worlds. Even if he was lying on a soft big bed, he still had the necessary vigilance. So when Creature suddenly appeared at the head of his bed, Li Feng reached for the long knife beside him without opening his eyes. When Li Feng raised the knife and saw that it was a familiar house elf, he asked with an uncertain tone, "Creature, did Black ask you to find me?" Creature, who heard the sound of glass breaking around him but didn't care, nodded slightly and muttered in a low voice, "Damn mudblood, damn thief, you stole the locket of Master Regulus." Before Creature finished muttering, Li Feng pointed at the scroll wrapped in the locket with his long knife, rolled his eyes and said, "I know how to destroy it." Destroy it? As a loyal house elf, Creature was almost driven crazy by always thinking about how to complete Regulus orders. In addition, his mind had been distorted for a long time due to his long-term contact with the locket. When he heard that Li Feng could help destroy the locket, Creature became clear-headed. As the saying goes, old people become wise, and the somewhat old Creature obviously understood that Li Feng would not help him in vain. In exchange, Creature said that he was just an elf loyal to the Black family. Only when Li Feng told him what conditions were needed, he could give an answer. After considering the interests of the Black family, Creature blinked his eyes and looked at Li Feng and said in a humble tone, "Dear Mr. Austin, what are your conditions?" In his heart, Creature thought that once Li Feng opened his mouth, he would have the right to refuse the other party's request. After all, Dumbledore was also interested in the locket that belonged to the mysterious man. At most, he could take back the locket. I believe that Dumbledore, who likes to go against the mysterious man, would also be interested in destroying the locket. Conditions? Li Feng scratched his brow. He really couldn't think of any conditions for a while. After a while, Li Feng thought of the props he needed most at the moment and said, "Do you know how to translate? Translate the English in the magic book into Chinese characters or American English for muggles." Li Feng's conditions made the clear-headed creature a little confused. It was not that the conditions were too difficult, but too simple, so simple that he didn't need to do it himself. Blinking, creature said carefully, "Dear Mr. Austin, if you need to translate fewer books, creature is happy to serve you. If you translate more books, creature reminds you that you can buy a special quill pen for translation." Li Feng was stunned. In his impression, the wizards in this world like to isolate themselves from the sight of the world. Even if they have exchanges with the outside world, they are with foreign wizards, not muggles. After creature's explanation, Li Feng remembered that, although the wizards in this world like to be isolated, there are still a group of people who like the muggle world and make a living from it. For example, there is a subject in Hogwarts called Muggle Studies. Since this group of people who study muggles will inevitably use books, newspapers, etc. to collect information, so the quill pen for translation was also born. Since the quill pen can translate muggle books into books from the magical world, the quill pen can also translate books from the magical world into books from the muggle world. However, this kind of quill pen is a bit expensive. After all, there are too few people who need it. But who is Li Feng? He treats Black's basement vault as his own home. Is he someone who is short of those gold galleons? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 House Elf. Thanks to Shiki Kuanglang for his support and reward. Li Feng knew more than 2 ways to destroy the locket, such as his own pseudo-angel feathers or the spells on the Key of Solomon. This book is full of spells to restrain demons, and demons often choose to possess humans. In order to save humans and destroy demons at the same time, Li Feng learned a lot of exorcisms from it. The mysterious man's behavior of hiding his soul in the locket can barely be considered as possession, so Li Feng has a lot of ways to expel the mysterious man's soul from the locket. The only uncertainty is that the mysterious man's soul is still human at present. Li Feng is not sure whether the spell to destroy the demon will be effective. What if the mysterious man's soul is too powerful to be defeated, or the other party escapes? What will Li Feng use to trade with Dumbledore? An empty locket? Taking all of the above into consideration, after listening to Creature's introduction to the special translation feather pen, Li Feng pinched his nose and admitted that he was unlucky and said, Method 1. Find the sword of Gryffindor. That thing can break the locket. Creature's mouth twitched. Of course he knew about the sword of Gryffindor, but he also knew that this thing had been missing for hundreds of years. Even if he was lucky enough to find the sword, he would probably be found by other people looking for the sword before he could use the sword to break the locket. In order to keep the sword for himself, they would also dry him into jerky. With eyes wide open, Creature said faintly, "What about method 2? Li Feng, who was sure that Harry was already in the 2nd grade, of course knew that the basilisk had appeared, but he was not sure how far the plot had developed. Scratching his head, Li Feng asked back, "Do you know the basilisk that kills anyone who stares at it?" Creature tilted his head and thought for a while, then said uncertainly, "The basilisk you are talking about is a dangerous snake with extraordinary abilities hatched from a rooster egg under the body of a toad." Li Feng grinned and nodded. To be honest, even though Li Feng considered himself a wizard and had seen enough strange species, he still couldn't help laughing when he heard about a rooster egg. How busy is this rooster that lays eggs? Let's not talk about which organ the rooster's eggs come from, just say that this rooster has to crow and lay eggs. Is it planning to steal the hen's job and become a workaholic? What do the hens in the same bed think of this? And how idle is the toad that hatches the eggs? This is really hatching eggs for fun. Seeing Li Feng nod his head in acknowledgement, Creature clearly felt a surge of blood rushing to his brain, and the cerebral thrombosis was washed away. He immediately felt refreshed or furious. If it weren't for the Ministry of Magic's strict order that house elves could not harm humans, Creature really wanted to split Li Feng's brain while he was clear-headed. Where can I find the basilisk that only exists in legends in reality? And the basilisk can destroy the locket? Why don't you just open Merlin's coffin and let Merlin drag the mysterious man into the underworld? Seeing Creature staring at him with eyes full of contempt, Li Feng could guess what Creature was thinking, and said indifferently, I actually know where the basilisk is. The problem is that I can't beat that thing unless you find a way to blind it. Otherwise. Li Feng lay on the bed and covered himself with a quilt and said, otherwise, let's go to bed. Anyway, I won't face the basilisk alone. That's not called destroying the locket, that's called seeking death. Creature beside the bed lowered his head, and after thinking seriously, he gritted his teeth and said, if the basilisk loses those eyes, will you help me destroy the locket? Li Feng, who was resting with his hands and eyes closed, sat up after hearing Creature's words, looked Creature up and down, and said, from your tone, are you willing to blind the basilisk even at the cost of your own life? Creature stared at Li Feng with bloodshot eyes, and looked at Li Feng with an arrogant look, and answered the question irrelevantly. My biggest ideal is to cut off my head and stick it on a plaque of the Black family like my mother did. Does this count as both an indirect answer to my question and a last will? Although he knew that house elves were very loyal once they recognized their masters, Li Feng was still surprised by Creature's behavior. For the sake of his former master who had died for who knows how many years, he actually knew that he would sacrifice himself to fulfill his last wish. What do you think your current master Sirius would think? But I really want such a loyal house elf. In fact, if Li Feng really wanted to destroy the locket, there was a simple way, so simple that he just needed to wait patiently. Even if Li Feng didn't know how far Harry's plot would develop, the basilisk would definitely appear and become the protagonist of this world under the promotion of the plot. Under the illumination of Harry, who had the aura of the protagonist, the beautiful monsters around him were called pets, and the ugly monsters were called delicious and juicy food. So the basilisk, which was smelly and ugly at first glance, was destined to be just a pile of delicious snake soup. Of course, this requires you to have enough courage to try the taste of snake meat. People like Li Feng dare not try the taste of basilisk, even if the basilisk is hatched from eggs and has naturally crispy meat with chicken flavor and far more protein nutrition than beef. Li Feng said that he would never eat basilisk meat even if he died. God knows if this basilisk that has lived for hundreds of years has any strange parasites. Thinking of the parasites wriggling in his body, Li Feng, who cherished life, shuddered slightly and said, you told me about the special translation feather pen, and I told you 2 methods. This is reasonable, right? But you want me to risk my life to destroy the locket? I'm sorry, I can't do it. Creature shook his head slightly and said unconvincedly, but you can buy the feather pen I mentioned in the magical item shop. And where can I buy the sword and basilisk you mentioned? That's something you have to investigate. Li Feng spread his hands and said, or how about another deal? For example, we agree that, as long as the locket is destroyed during the summer vacation of Hogwarts this year, you will listen to my orders in the future. Sorry, Creature said without thinking. I'm an elf from the Black family, and I only serve the Black family. Although he knew that he could not recruit Creature in this way, Li Feng felt that there was no big problem in trying it. Anyway, he would not get pregnant if he tried it. It was just that Creature's clean refusal made Li Feng somewhat unhappy. Why don't you ask Sirius what he thinks? Li Feng, who was somewhat unwilling, still tried to seduce Creature, saying, maybe Sirius is fed up with your neurosis and agrees to transfer you to me. Creature was stunned. He knew how much Sirius hated him. Now that Sirius knew that the locket belonged to the mysterious man, once Li Feng asked to trade with the locket, Creature felt that he should probably change his master. Creature was a little entangled. He was originally prepared to dedicate his life to the Black family, but now on the one hand, he destroyed the locket according to Regulus's last wish, and fulfilled his last loyalty, and on the other hand, he ignored Regulus's last wish, and continued to dedicate the rest of his life to the Black family. After a long time, Creature who felt that his mind was beginning to be confused again, chose to complete Regulus's last wish and said, I will go back and ask Sirius and give you an answer. I hope you can keep your promise. After that, Creature, who was about to teleport back to the black old house, cast a spell and stared at Li Feng in front of him. What's going on? Even Hogwarts, which forbids apparition, cannot forbid the elves from teleporting. How could the broken axe have a more advanced anti-teleportation array? Li Feng grinned. The mirror space is an independent space. It would be strange if you can get out. Li Feng stretched out his hand to open the portal and signaled Creature to try teleporting again. This time, Creature looked at Li Feng and muttered something while disappearing in front of Li Feng in an instant. After a while, Creature with a smile on his face appeared in front of Li Feng again, muttering, damn mudblood thief, you want to be my master, damn it. Seeing Li Feng staring at him, Creature smiled silently and said, Sirius asked me to tell you, get lost. As for the reason for refusal, Creature imitated Sirius's tone of voice and said, house elves are a symbol of nobility. You are just a poor guy who ran out of nowhere. How dare you want to exchange a broken locket stolen from my house for the glory of nobility? This is not a broken locket, but one of the Horcruxes of the mysterious man. Li Feng looked at Creature and interrupted him without waiting for Creature to finish. If you don't know what a Horcrux is, you can ask Sirius. I think the Black family, which has been passed down for so many years, will know something about Horcruxes. Creature was stunned. He only knew that the locket was the Dark Lord's item, but he didn't know what its specific function was. Just as Creature was trying to recall what a Horcrux was, Li Feng continued, besides, Sirius and I have agreed that the things in the basement belong to me once I take them. So strictly speaking, the locket is the reward for me saving Sirius from Azkaban. It belongs to me, and you can't describe me as a thief. Also, Creature, what we agreed on is that I will help you destroy the locket during the summer vacation at Hogwarts, instead of handing the locket to Sirius as a condition for exchanging you. If you want the locket, then wait for me to add conditions. After all, you are not the only ones who want the locket, so I'm not in the mood to bargain with you. Creature seemed to understand something and said in disbelief, you still want to trade with the Dark Lord? I just want to scare you, because I'm not happy with Sirius. Is that not okay? He thought so in his heart, but Li Feng said, is it not possible? Having experienced the previous forbidden teleportation, Creature knew that Li Feng was not a person who could not fight back, especially when he thought that his former master had risked his life to steal the locket back, but Li Feng was going to trade with the mysterious man. This made Creature feel a pain in his head, a lot of pain. With his head drooping, Creature disappeared in front of Li Feng again, ready to convey to Sirius Li Feng's intention to trade with the mysterious man and to tell him the secret that the locket was the Horcrux. Chapter 63 Creature's change of ownership. Thanks to the support and reward from Ancient Navigator. Not long after leaving Li Feng's room, Creature appeared in Li Feng's room again with two people in a shape. Creature, who had just appeared, hid behind the two people with a wronged look on his face. He obviously understood that he would most likely leave the Black family and followed Li Feng, who had no idea. Sirius, an old acquaintance, stood in front of Li Feng with a ferocious expression on his face. Needless to say, looking at Sirius's expression, you can tell that he knows about Horcruxes. This is good, so I don't have to waste my saliva explaining. Seeing that Sirius still didn't take out his wand, Li Feng curled his lips slightly. If Sirius took out his wand and pointed it at him, Li Feng felt that he had the capital to fight one-on-one, but there would still be trouble. After all, Sirius was Dumbledore's man. But, you dare to appear in front of me with bare hands. Do you think you can defeat me, or because the accomplice next to you who pointed his wand at me from beginning to end can give you courage? But it's really uncomfortable to be pointed at with a magic wand. For safety, Li Feng snapped his fingers and wrapped the room into the mirror space. Once a battle broke out, the mirror space would be Li Feng's home court, so he could at least play to his home advantage. Li Feng was about to speak when he saw Creature standing in front of Sirius with a loyal expression, saying, Master, it is this magic that has imprisoned us in an alien space. I couldn't teleport away before because I was trapped in this space by him. Sirius pushed creature away and said with a nonchalant expression, "What do you want?" Li Feng shrugged and said, "Time converter and related information." Sirius was stunned at first, then sneered, "I really didn't see that you still wanted to get involved in time spells. Forget it. Although the Ministry of Magic has many time converters, they only know how to make them, but don't know the operating principles of time magic." Li Feng did not refute Sirius's ridicule, and still smiled and said, "And teach me magic." After thinking about it, Li Feng felt that he didn't know much about the magic in this world, and added, "Teach from the basics." Basics? Didn't this person go to a magic school? No wonder he has so little magic power. Lupin narrowed his eyes, looked Li Feng up and down, and asked curiously, "I can teach you basic magic, but you have to explain your origins." Li Feng looked at Lupin, tilted his head and asked, "Who are you?" "Remus John Lupin," Lupin said calmly. "You can call me Lupin. Werewolf Lupin." Speaking of which, this person's teaching level is indeed good, but it seems that I have better conditions to trade with Lupin. How about changing the conditions? After thinking about it, Li Feng grinned and said, "Nice to meet you, Professor Lupin, but I want to change the conditions for you to teach me magic. I will use the condition of expelling or suppressing the wolfsbane toxin in your body in exchange for you teaching me magic." In order to increase persuasiveness, Li Feng took out his wooden box and opened it while speaking, motioning Lupin to check the pseudo-angel feather in the box. Lupin, holding the magic wand, glanced at the white feather. He was a little confused as to why Li Feng called him professor. At the same time, he didn't know why, but when he saw the feather, he felt that his mind was purified. Even if he turned into a werewolf, he would still be rational. At the same time, he felt a little scared, as if his instinct told him to stay away from the feather. Of course, it was just Lupin's illusion that he could still be rational after turning into a werewolf. The function of the pseudo-angel feather was indeed to purify creatures with twisted minds. As for whether the creature could withstand the purification energy, this was not within the consideration of the feather. The werewolves in this world would not recognize their relatives when the moon was full, which showed that their minds were twisted. Therefore, for a normal Lupin, the feather would not have much effect, but when the moon was full, it would still kill Lupin if he was not careful. Frowning, Lupin looked at Li Feng and asked, "What is this?" Li Feng closed the wooden box and took out a matchbox-sized magic book from his pocket. He enlarged the magic book to normal size in front of everyone and said as he turned the pages, "That's a pseudo-angel feather, a prop that is specifically used to restrain creatures with twisted minds. Back in Azkaban, we imprisoned the dementors in the mirror space and subdued them with this feather. If you want to expel wolfsbane, the feather can help you." As he spoke, Li Feng had already found the spell to restrain werewolves. He handed the magic book to Lupin and pointed at the spell and said, "The effect of the feather is too strong. If you are not careful, you might die. So I have some spells to suppress wolfsbane. As long as you find a way to engrave it on your body, it will be difficult for you to turn into a werewolf during the full moon. Of course, you will still be weak. After all, this is to suppress, not eliminate, wolfsbane." Lupin looked at the magic book, then at Li Feng, shook his head with a slight regret on his face and said, "I don't know how you know I'm a werewolf, but I insist on exchanging the locket. Otherwise I would rather endure the pain of wolfsbane than teach you magic." Remus. Sirius looked at Lupin in disbelief and said, "You are not." "Locket." Lupin interrupted Sirius with a smile and said, "Compared to the locket, I think killing the mysterious man can make my mind calmer, and after so many years, I've become accustomed to the pain that wolfsbane brings me." After that, Lupin looked at Li Feng calmly, looking at the mirror space and said, "Using the sealed space to make the dementors have nowhere to escape, plus the feathers that restrain the dementors, it's a good strategy, but you still tell me your origins and hand over the locket. Maybe we can't leave this alien space, even if we defeat you, but how can I be willing to do so without trying? Are there really people who are not afraid of death? I just want to learn some magic. Is it so difficult?" Li Feng looked at Lupin with his eyelids twitching slightly, trying to see his surrender from his eyes, but he could not see anything except indifference to life and death. After a long time, Li Feng shrugged and said, exchange the locket for the time converter and teaching magic, as well as creature. There is no doubt about this, right? Sirius and Lupin looked at each other, and they nodded and looked at Creature, who lowered his head silently. They had no objection to Creature's change of ownership from the beginning. After all, a house elf could not be as important as the Horcrux of the mysterious man. As for my origin, it's not impossible to tell you, but it's not that I despise your closed magic world. You must first understand the parallel universe before you can understand my origin. Seeing the two people's confused faces, Li Feng thought as expected, while resisting the urge to roll his eyes, and explained to them what the parallel universe is. When watching the Harry Potter movie, Li Feng only knew that wizards either looked down on muggles, or were afraid of muggles, but it was too speechless that they didn't even pay attention to some scientific theories for this. In this regard, Li Feng couldn't help but imagine that hundreds of years have passed in this world, and humans have begun to migrate to space. This group of wizards went out and looked. Hey, where are the muggles? How come there are only wizards left on the entire earth? After a long time, Lupin took the lead in digesting Li Feng's words, and said with a contemptuous tone, why don't you just say that you are not from this world? Why are you talking about the universe? At this time, Sirius also understood Li Feng's background, and suddenly realized, no wonder I don't recognize any of your magic. It turns out that you are an alien. Don't you use a wand to cast spells? Li Feng, aliens? Forget it, aliens are aliens. But you actually know about aliens? This is too incredible. Sirius seemed to see Li Feng's surprise, and said with a sneer, I was a master of modified motorcycles, but wizards can't make motorcycles. I can only buy them secretly from muggles, and this requires dealing with muggles, so I'm not an old-fashioned wizard who is conservative. With a little doubt, Sirius continued to ask, since you have never been to Earth, how did you know that I was imprisoned in Azkaban? On the side, Lupin, who was analyzing whether Li Feng's origins were true in his mind, answered for Li Feng with a bit of uncertainty, time. Sirius still didn't quite understand, blinked at Lupin inexplicably, and asked, what time? Lupin glanced at Sirius unhappily, and said, when Austin proposed to exchange the locket, the first thing he mentioned was the time converter. I think. Lupin looked at Li Feng and said, I think Mr. Austin can cast time spells, right? Seeing Li Feng nod and admit that he could use time magic, Lupin said with a little envy in his eyes, I guess you can see our past and future from the timeline, right? Why didn't I think of this explanation? It just so happens that I don't want to explain that you live in a movie plot. Li Feng grinned, nodded slightly and said, I can only see part of it. After all, my magic power is only so much. If I'm strong enough, maybe I can see farther. Just brag. Anyway, bragging is not taxed, so why can't Li Feng brag? Besides, such an explanation is also good. At least the two will not ask some things that have not been shown in the movie, such as when Harry's parents got married. At that time, Li Feng can also explain that he didn't see it because he didn't have enough magic. On the side, Sirius, who was muttering the words timeline, seemed to recall something. His eyes were instantly bloodshot, and he asked, you said you knew the whereabouts of Peter Pettigrew. You were not lying to me. Li Feng spread his hands and said, of course. Where is he? Although Sirius tried his best to take a deep breath to calm himself, his clenched fists still showed how manic he was at the moment. Even Lupin, who was usually calmer, looked at Li Feng with a look of desire. Li Feng, I want Sirius, who had a preliminary understanding of Li Feng, knew that the other party was going to propose a deal again when he heard Li Feng's tone, but he just wanted to kill Peter Pettigrew now, and didn't want to waste time with Li Feng at all, so he interrupted Li Feng and said, deal. Li Feng, did I say anything just now? How did you make a deal? Lupin looked at Sirius, who was overwhelmed by hatred, speechlessly, pulled him behind him, and asked him to calm down, then turned his head and said, what do you want to exchange information for? Knowledge, Li Feng said with a smile, a lot of knowledge. You know I'm not from the magic world, and I'm curious about the magic in your world, so I want a lot of magic knowledge. Li Feng can still buy some simple or basic magic in the bookstore, but there is no place for Li Feng to buy some precious magic, So what he wants is the magic book collected by the Black family. Sirius hesitated for a moment and said, I can lend you the books to copy, but I want to keep the originals. These books are my gifts to Harry. Feng, deal. Chapter 64. Emptying the galleons. When the agreement was reached, Feng said cheerfully, Peter Pettigrew is in Hogwarts. Impossible, Lupin retorted without thinking. If Peter is in Hogwarts, Dumbledore cannot be completely unaware of it. Sirius also did not believe Feng's words. He looked at Feng with unkind eyes and said, is your light to bad, or do you think I have been tortured into a fool by the dementors, and can fool me by making up a lie? Feng sighed and said, have you forgotten what Peter Pettigrew's enema is? After thinking about it, Feng said that he really couldn't remember what the ultimate transfiguration in Harry's world was called, and said, it's your transfiguration. Peter can turn into a vole. Do you think Dumbledore will notice that there is an extra vole in the school? Animagus, Lupin said thoughtfully, plus Peter is familiar with the secret passages in the school. Maybe Dumbledore really can't find Peter's trace easily. Similarly, even if we find a reason to enter the school, we can't find any trace of Mouse. After all, the school is too big. Sirius was a little bit unconvinced by what Feng said, and said with a pout, what difference does it make whether you tell me this information or not? I also want to lose the precious magic of the Black family. Unless you find Peter Pettigrew, the deal will be cancelled. It's not impossible for me to go to the school to find Pettigrew, but there is a basilisk in Hogwarts now. Isn't it a little too little to copy the magic code for the books? Feng scratched his brow and said, Petty is now Ron Weasley's pet, a pet mouse that is missing a finger. Pettigrew is worthy of being a graduate of Gryffindor College. He turned into a vole and hid in the Weasley family for 12 years. This courage and perseverance are unparalleled. Anyway, I can't turn myself into a mouse and stay like one for 12 years. Ron Weasley has been missing fingers for 12 years. Feng's introduction to Pettigrew made the two begin to believe that Pettigrew was in the school. At the same time, the two suddenly realized something. After looking at each other, they said in unison, Harry is in school. He is in danger. Sirius, who looked panicked, bared his teeth and said, let's go to school immediately. You protect Harry, and I'll kill Peter. Lupin, who was calmer, grabbed Sirius, looked at Feng and asked, did you see Peter hurt Harry? Afraid that Feng didn't know who Harry was, Lupin added, Harry is a little boy with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. He is also a sophomore student at Hogwarts. Of course I know Harry. After all, that guy is the protagonist. Feng shook his head slightly to indicate that Harry was safe, and looked at Sirius and said, if you kill Peter like this, how can you clear yourself of the crime? Why not discuss how to capture him alive and hand him over to the Ministry of Magic in exchange for your freedom? Lupin, who had the same idea, nodded and said, when you are free, in addition to being able to wander the streets, you can also buy a handy wand, which will also better protect your life safety. Feng scratched his head in confusion. He remembered that everyone in the movie had a wand. Even the wanted criminal Sirius had a wand. Why did Lupin say that a wand can't be bought whenever you want? Excuse me, do you have any requirements for buying a wand? Of course, Lupin was stunned at first. Isn't this common sense that everyone knows? Then he thought that Feng was not a local and did not know these common sense, so he explained to Feng, only people with a clean record can buy a wand. A wanted criminal like Sirius can't buy a wand. After the explanation, Feng nodded speechlessly to show his understanding. This is like even in countries where people can legally own guns, there are still various strict regulations on buying guns, such as only civilian firearms can be purchased, automatic rifles cannot be sold, etc. The ultimate goal is to prevent criminals from getting high-powered weapons at will. And the wand is not as simple as a civilian firearm for wizards. In the hands of wizards, this thing is a killer, so it is necessary to strictly control the sale of wands. But in this way, Feng, who has no documents on him, is very depressed. Although he is not a wanted criminal, he also has no ID card to prove that he is innocent. The most important thing is that he is unfamiliar with the place and can't find a way to make a document. Scratching his slightly aching head, Li Feng recalled what Sirius had said before, and said slowly, "You said before that you could get the ID, so just help me get the ID." Sirius grinned and said faintly, "What do you want in exchange?" This sounded familiar. "Damn, didn't I say this to you?" Li Feng looked at Lupin speechlessly and said, "I will use the spell to suppress Wolfsbane in exchange for a legal certificate and materials for modifying the car." After thinking about it, Li Feng felt that he was at a disadvantage. After all, there is no spell in the world that can suppress Wolfsbane. This is a unique spell for the scorpion's shit poison. He added, "I will also need a sum of gold galleons." Lupin looked down at his patched clothes and said with a twitch of his mouth, "How do you know I have money to buy materials?" Seeing Li Feng's embarrassed look, Sirius felt as happy as jumping into a pool on a hot summer day. "You always talk about trading, but Lupin's lack of money doesn't mean that I don't have money." Sirius, who owns the entire Black family's property, waved his hand like a local tyrant, looked at the magic book in Li Feng's hand and said, "Deal. The certificate will be delivered to you tomorrow morning." Li Feng said that he understood the other party's eyes in seconds. He opened the magic book and handed it to Lupin, pointed to the spells on the pages and said, "There are actually quite a lot of spells that can restrain Wolfsbane. If you are not satisfied with the spell I give you, you can find a suitable spell in the book to suppress Wolfsbane." After saying thank you to Sirius, Lupin took the magic book and walked to the desk. He picked up the feather pen on the table and copied the spells while saying, "I will copy some spells first, and then I will work on the spells after Peter's problem is solved." Sirius on the side nodded, indicating that Pettigrew's matter was more important now. After all, it was related to Harry's safety. Although the documents will be given to you tomorrow, it will take some time to collect the materials for modifying the car, and I will give the materials to you after confirming that these spells are indeed effective. As for the gold galleons, they are lying in the previous basement. You can get them yourself if you want. After Lupin finished copying the spell, he signaled Li Feng to open the gap in the mirror space. He was anxious to return to the Black Mansion with Sirius to discuss how to catch Peter and clear Sirius's name after Dumbledore came back. In the room, Creature stood quietly behind Li Feng, while Li Feng stood by the windowsill and watched the two leave the broken axe bar and anxiously opened the portal to the Black family basement. He wanted to empty the gold galleons in the basement before Sirius returned to the old house. This was the money he used to buy magic materials. Besides, didn't he listen to what Sirius said? "If you want it, just go and get it yourself. So it's not my fault if it was emptied out." Creature stepped through the portal with a confused and surprised look on his face and said to Li Feng respectfully, "Master, what do you want to do when you return to the Black family?" "Call me boss from now on. If someone in other worlds hears you calling me master, it will cause unnecessary trouble," Li Feng said, pointing to the gold galleons in the compartment and said, "Move all the gold galleons here to my room." Creature looked at the gold galleons, then at the portal behind him, nodded and said, "Okay, boss." While Creature was busy moving the gold galleons, Li Feng walked to another compartment, looked at the books on the bookshelf with envy, and asked, "Creature, are these books protected by magic?" Creature turned his head and glanced at the books and said, "The books on the bookshelf have no magical protection, but some books are inherently dangerous. For example, the adventures in Fantasyland in the first row. Wizards who are not strong enough will fall into illusions after taking a look at them and spend their whole lives in the books and eventually die of old age in the illusions. Only wizards who are strong enough can interpret the illusions in the books, and such books are everywhere on the bookshelf." Li Feng, who knew himself well, did not think that he had strong strength. It would be funny if he was unlucky enough to be killed by the books. After thinking about it, Li Feng looked at Creature and said, "What if you help me copy and translate these books? Can you deal with the magic in the books?" Creature nodded, looked at the bookshelf and said, "I can ignore some magic, but only some, and I also need a special translation feather pen to help me, otherwise I can't complete the task of translating so many books in a short time." Looking at the emptied gold galleons, Li Feng took out the magic book and handed it to Creature, saying, "Help me translate some now, and we will leave the basement when Sirius comes back." "Yes, boss." After saying that, Creature's old problem came back. He walked to the bookshelf and picked up a magic book, muttering softly, "Damn boss. It's not enough for him to get his hands on the Black family's gold galleons. He even wants to get his hands on the precious magic book." Feng scratched his brow. At present, he could not cure Creature's problem, but it did not mean that there would be no chance in the future. This was why he dared to ask for Creature. Otherwise, like an elf scolding him in his ear all the time, Feng would have asked for it, only if his brain was pinched by the door. Ignoring Creature's muttering, Feng seemed to be talking to himself and asking Creature, "Is there any way to improve my strength?" Creature first looked at Feng, whose magic power was scarce, with disdain, then remembered that Feng was now his master, and said with his head down, "Boss, you can buy a magic boosting potion. This potion can increase your total magic power, but this potion is very rare and precious, and it is hard to come by. Or you can go to Hogwarts to practice for a while, but the problem is that the school has strict security, and I'm afraid you can't get in with your strength. I can understand the magic boosting potion. After all, there are many things in novels and TV dramas about drinking potions to increase the upper limit of magic power," Feng said with a frown. "But what does it mean to practice in Hogwarts? Is there anything special in Hogwarts?" Number 65 Wand. After Creature's explanation, Feng slapped his forehead in annoyance. Reality is reality, and movies are movies. Although I have reminded myself that this is the real world, I still subconsciously forget many things that are not told in the movie. Just like Hogwarts, the movie only tells that every wizard will go to school in the school, but why do those families with rich family backgrounds and many resources still insist that their children go to Hogwarts to go to school? Isn't it good to hire some private professors at home to give the children an elite education? It's not that they can't afford it. In fact, there is an environmental problem here. The environment here does not mean that the family is afraid that the children will be lonely, causing them to be withdrawn when they grow up, but that the geographical environment of Hogwarts is too good. First of all, the school's feng shui is too good. There are a large number of magical creatures living in the Forbidden Forest with a slightly lower concentration, and there are as many magical plants on the ground as weeds on the roadside. As for Hogwarts, which is built in the area with the highest magic concentration, its magic concentration is unknown how many times higher than that of the outside world. Originally, this was nothing. After all, many wealthy families have magic arrays that gather magic power, making the magic power in the family more concentrated, so that the offspring will have better magic talent at birth. But you can't resist the fact that the 4 people who founded Hogwarts School are too awesome. Not only did they choose a good school site, but they also built an awesome magic array for the school. After thousands of years of operation of these magic arrays, how strong is the magic power in the school? Look at those stairs that like to move around in front of the Gryffindor dormitory. No one maintains the magic power for these stairs. Where does the magic power come from that has been moving for hundreds of years? It's provided by the school. The high concentration is not enough. The magic power converted by the magic array is also easily absorbed by people, just like the school's new students are 11-year-old brats. How can the school be taught if the magic power is not easily absorbed and converted by the new students? The same is true for the defense against the dark arts professor position that the mysterious man covets. Isn't it because he wants to stay in school to enjoy the joy of soaring strength? Otherwise, if he curses a professor position, it will still be a powerful curse that can last for decades. Is he too idle? It's because he can't get it and doesn't let others get it. As for cursing other professors' positions, look at the strength of the teachers in the school. Let's not talk about Dumbledore. Which of the 4 college bosses is easy to mess with? If the you-know-who wants to curse, he must have the ability. If it is the later you-know-who, he may be able to do it, but the previous you-know-who, he can't afford to mess with him. And how many professors of defense against the dark arts Dumbledore finds every year? How many wizards are there in the whole of Britain? At the rate of changing a professor every year, plus the wizard's fear of the you-know-who, in a few years no one will be willing to be a professor of defense against the dark arts. The reason why the school can find professors every year is because the school environment is too good. As long as you stay in the school, you can improve your own strength. Even if you can only stay for 1 year, it's good. If it weren't for the fear of the you-know-who, it is estimated that these guest professors every year would fight for the position of professor. After a long time, Li Feng smacked his lips speechlessly and muttered to himself, this is really true, that no matter how good the plan is, it is not as good as the change. After talking for so long, I who don't want to participate in the plot still have to go to school? Basilisk, when did you die? Creature, who was really busy copying books, suddenly put down the books in his hands, looked up at the ceiling, and said, boss, Sirius is back. Back. Li Feng waved his hand, put away the magic book and said, then leave, and come back to copy next time, when you buy all the props. The next morning, Li Feng, who was still asleep, smelled the sweet smell of butter bread. Li Feng, who had to work hard to open his eyelids, heard Creature say, before he got up, boss, I don't know what you like to eat, so I made bread and milk for you personally. If you don't like it, I will change it immediately. Li Feng waved his hand. As for food, Li Feng, who was used to wandering, said that he was not picky about food. As long as it was edible, it was fine. I haven't seen what he ate before, compressed biscuits, canned food. After washing up, Li Feng bit the bread and drank a glass of milk. It must be said that Creature's craftsmanship was really good. The bread was baked soft and delicious. Thinking that he would taste Creature's craftsmanship in the future, Li Feng said that it was worth it to exchange for Creature. Taking advantage of the time for dinner, Li Feng turned his head and looked at the room full of gold galleons, frowned and said, Creature, please buy me a suitcase with enough space before you go out. As for the expenses, you can pay for it yourself. When Li Feng was burping, Creature came to Li Feng with a package, dragging a suitcase as tall as a person. Boss, this is the package Sirius gave you. Li Feng took the package and opened it, and looked at the certificate inside the package. This is a temporary certificate issued by the Ministry of Magic, which tells that Li Feng is a wizard who is traveling, but his luggage was stolen unlucky, so he applied for a temporary certificate from the Ministry of Magic to avoid unnecessary trouble. As for the authenticity of this certificate, Li Feng said that he couldn't tell, but for Li Feng who wanted to buy magic wands and other magical items, this certificate was enough. After putting the documents away, Li Feng looked at the suitcase in front of him speechlessly. It was called a suitcase, but in Li Feng's eyes, it was nothing but a coffin standing upright. Look at the way the suitcase was opened. It was opened like a coffin after it was erected. The only comfort was that the space inside the suitcase was indeed large enough. It was estimated that after 2 basketball hoops were installed, there would be enough space for a basketball game. After ordering Creature to load the gold galleons into the suitcase, Li Feng, who was in a good mood, whistled and opened the door. He had been thinking about today's shopping for a long time. Originally, Li Feng was going to replace all the gold galleons with materials today. If the plan had not changed, he would have to find an opportunity to sneak into Hogwarts for training and postpone his return to the Marvel world. He really wanted to buy whatever he wanted. Under the guidance of Creature, who was familiar with the place, Li Feng walked to the trash can in the alley behind the Broken Axe bar. With a look, Creature knocked on the bricks on the trash can to open the entrance to Diagon Alley. Creature, do you know which shop can make custom clothes? Li Feng, who was fed up with going out naked every time after traveling through time, lowered his head and asked, including underwear and socks, and clothes that can be enchanted. Creature said without thinking, the Tufan clothing store has the clothes the boss wants, but enchanting is a slow job and takes time to complete. Li Feng nodded and motioned Creature to lead the way. After a while, Li Feng walked into the clothing store, looked at the clothes hanging on the wall, and said, Boss, how long will it take to make these custom enchanted clothes? The boss looked at Li Feng, and then at the house elf following behind Li Feng. He knew that those who could have house elves around to serve them were all not short of money. The boss smiled and said, it depends on what kind of magic you need. Li Feng, who had already thought about this, said, automatic cleaning and transformation, but I want 4 sets, 1 for spring, summer, autumn and winter, 1 set, including socks and underwear. Automatic cleaning is easy to understand. It's just that Li Feng is too lazy to wash clothes, and the ability to change clothes is also Li Feng's consideration, that he can integrate into the local area faster after crossing. Otherwise, you asked Li Feng to make some suits and then cross to a world with a medieval timeline? People will know you are an alien at a glance. The boss was a little confused. It was the first time he heard the request for underwear and underwear to be enchanted. What's the operation of enchanting socks? But who let him be a rich man? Since the customer made a request, he would try his best to meet it. Anyway, the money earned would not bite people. The boss thought about it, estimated the time required and said, 3 days, but if you add money, I have finished it before dark. As Li Feng, who emptied the black family's basement, said that he was not short of money. As long as he got the items he needed, a little money that he couldn't bring with him was not worth mentioning. After the boss measured his body, Li Feng paid the full amount before he even saw the clothes. As soon as he walked out of the shop, Li Feng couldn't wait to signal Creature to take him to buy a wand. Ollivander's wand shop. The owner Ollivander is the best wand forger in the world. Many foreigners come to London specifically to buy a wand made by him and are unwilling to buy it locally. At the same time, all the wands used by Hogwarts students are sold by him. The most impressive thing about Ollivander in the movie is his extraordinary memory. Although this guy's old and can only eat tofu, he can remember all the wands he has sold and their owners. Li Feng walked to the door of Ollivander's store and looked up at the peeling gold sign on the door. Ollivander, making fine wands since 382 BC. This is an old store with a historical charm. When he walked into the store, the dust was Li Feng's first impression of Ollivander's store, and there were so many wand boxes that they were piled up to the ceiling. Li Feng guessed that Ollivander usually made wands for fun, otherwise where would so many wands come from? Inside the counter, Ollivander with grey hair looked at the stranger Li Feng with a pair of silver eyes and asked with a smile, "Dear stranger, welcome to Ollivander's wand shop. If you are here to buy a wand, please show your ID." Li Feng smiled and took out his identity card, the authenticity of which was unknown, and said, "Except for the fact that my suitcase was too big and was not stolen, my ID and wand were stolen by muggles. This is a temporary ID I applied for at the Ministry of Magic. I hope this will allow me to buy a suitable wand from you. It is the wand that chooses its owner." Ollivander took the ID and checked it, and did not forget to correct Li Feng's concept, saying, "So it's not that you think the wand is suitable for your hand or not, but that the wand will naturally make you satisfied after choosing you." After a while, Ollivander returned the ID to Li Feng and looked Li Feng up and down and asked, "Mr. Austin, which hand do you usually use to use the wand?" Li Feng shook his right hand and said, "I'm used to using this hand. By the way, I also need items to maintain the wand. A wizard who knows how to cherish his wand." Ollivander turned and walked to the goods shelf, picked up a tape measure and said, "I'm glad that another wand is about to find its owner." Chapter 66. Bye. After measuring Li Feng's arm length, height, head circumference and other dimensions with a tape measure, Ollivander turned around and took out a wand box and handed it to Li Feng, saying, "Try it on." Li Feng looked at the shiny black wand, and his first feeling was that the wand was too ugly, but who told Ollivander to insist that the wand choose its owner? Li Feng could only pinch his nose and pick up the wand. But before Li Feng tried to wave the wand, Ollivander snatched the wand and whispered, "This is not right, please wait." After that, Ollivander put down the wand and turned around to choose another wand. Li Feng felt a little puzzled. "I didn't even try it, and you knew it was not suitable?" Soon, Ollivander walked to Li Feng with the second wand. Li Feng, who took the wand, was not in a hurry to wave it, but waited for Ollivander to say not suitable or suitable. After all, he was an expert who could tell whether the wand was suitable for you without you trying to wave the wand. Ollivander looked at Li Feng in silence and said, "Mr. Austin, won't you try? Now you want me to try again." Li Feng curled his lips slightly, gently waved the wand in his hand, and released the fire summoning spell. This time, Li Feng clearly felt his own magic power gathered at the top of the wand under the traction of the wand, and released a huge flame. Li Feng swore that at first he only wanted to summon a small flame for lighting a cigarette, and he really didn't want to summon a fire that was about to burn to the ceiling. Li Feng hurriedly put down the wand, looked up at the slightly blackened ceiling, and said apologetically, "Sorry, I will compensate you." Lavender shook his head slightly, raised the wand in his hand, and released restored to the ceiling, and said, "It's okay, I think I know which wand you should use." After that, Lavender took out a wand box from the corner of the counter and said, "The making of this wand was a bit unexpected. I thought it would be difficult to find a master for it." While speaking, Lavender opened the box and handed a light grey wand with a dark grey pattern to Feng, saying, "The wand is made of sycamore wood, and the wand core is the hair of the night star." Feng said that he knew about sycamore wood, but he had never heard of the night star. But what is the wand core? As long as it is suitable for his own use, Feng doesn't mind, even if the wand core is the leg hair of a fly. Waving the wand, Feng once again released the fire calling spell. A ball of orange-red flame the size of a pigeon egg floated steadily on the top of the wand and moved around as Feng directed. Feng extinguished the flame with satisfaction and said to Lavender sincerely, "Thank you." Lavender took out the props for maintaining the wand for Feng with a slightly complicated expression and said, "The wood will still survive for a period of time after the tree is cut down, just like grafted plants. Only those branches with vitality can be grafted successfully. The wood needed to make the wand must be alive, or the wand must be alive. But your wand is different. It lost its vitality the second before I placed the wand core. It can be said that this is a dead phoenix wood. The legend says that the phoenix will not rest unless it is on the phoenix tree. In the eyes of some people, the phoenix tree has the same meaning of rebirth from the ashes as the phoenix, but your wand, which originally represented life, now represents death." And Lavender paused, handed the tools for maintaining the wand to Feng, and continued, "The Thestrals are very unlucky in the eyes of some people. They believe that they will bring terrible disasters to those who see them. In fact, this creature can only be seen by those who have witnessed death with their own eyes, but this does not prevent them from representing death when they grow up. But the heart of your wand is the fetal hair of the Thestrals when they are just born, representing a life coming into this world. The most important thing is, when I thought the wand was a failure and put the heart on the wood of the wand, the two merged perfectly together." Feng listened to Lavender's inexplicable speech, scratched his brow and said, "The wood of the wand that originally represented life now represents death, and the heart of the wand that originally represented death now represents life." Lavender nodded and said with some confusion, "I'm curious about what kind of person Mr. Austin is and why a wand that reverses life and death would choose you. I also want to know why. Apart from the fact that it feels good in the hand, I can't see how the wand chooses its owner at all." Feng bowed slightly and said, "Maybe it's because I like adventure and I'm used to life and death." Adventure. Feng's words were like a key that opened Lavender's memories. With some nostalgic thoughts, he said, "I also thought about adventure when I was young, but later I felt that becoming a wand maker was more suitable for my life. Maybe in a few years, when I retire, I will travel around. It's just traveling. After all, I can't stand adventure with my old bones." Feng gestured to creature to pay and said, "I think you are the most suitable to be a wand maker. Otherwise, how can I get such a good wand? Such a good wand craftsman is not easy to find." "Thank you for your compliment." Lavender took the gold galleons and smiled. "It's also my job to find the owner of the wand. Goodbye, Mr. Austin." After leaving Lavender's wand shop, Feng ran to Flourish and Blots without stopping. Poor creature pushed a suitcase that was much taller than him and followed Feng. From a distance, it looked like a huge suitcase moving by itself. Flourish and Blots mainly sells elementary wizard books. Isn't elementary books what Feng lacks? So when Feng entered the bookstore, he didn't even look at the price list. He just waved his hand and said proudly, "Give me a set of textbooks for my age, including textbooks from previous years." The clerk was a little confused. He glanced at creature in the huge suitcase behind Feng and said uncertainly, "Sir, are you sure you want to include books from previous years?" Feng nodded. In fact, Feng was also quite helpless. Ordinary textbooks are fine. Generally, one book is enough for Hogwarts to use for several years. But Hogwarts changes the professor of defense against the dark arts every year, which leads to the fact that this textbook for defense against the dark arts is not systematic at all. The wizard who is the professor has always designated the textbook For example, this year's professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts is Gilderoy Lockhart, which leads to the clerk taking out a thick stack of textbooks written by Gilderoy Lockhart himself. Li Feng was quite impressed by Gilderoy Lockhart, who was good at memory magic. Although this professor had no real skills, he was good at talking and memory magic. He was the first professor who could cheat people at Hogwarts. But Li Feng's eyes twitched as he looked at books such as Breaking Up with Female Ghosts. Damn, female ghosts? I'm not afraid of demons, so why should I be afraid of female ghosts? Besides, what's there to be afraid of female ghosts? They have straight and flowing long hair, cute big eyes, and graceful figures. The most important thing is that female ghosts have very white skin. Otherwise, imagine a female ghost with messy hair, green bean eyes, less than 1 meter tall, but with a waist circumference of 200, and the skin color of a black coal ball floating in front of you. You will never be scared to death, but will only be laughed to death. Is this a female ghost? He must be the unlucky guy who was just struck by lightning. While complaining about the books written by Gilderoy Lockhart, Li Feng picked up the next one. It was Traveling with Ghouls, Traveling with Vampires, and Wandering with Werewolves. Li Feng casually put these useless books aside. Although his gold galleons are almost as much as those blown by the wind, he can't just waste them. What ghouls and vampires? A book Solomon's Key gives me so many ways to deal with these creatures that they doubt their lives. After a long time, the clerk felt that he was almost exhausted, and then he moved all the books into Li Feng's suitcase. Li Feng glanced at the gold galleons in the suitcase, waved to Creature and said, "Remember to remind me to leave some living expenses, and the rest will be used to buy some materials. Like the crucible for boiling potions, the luxurious tent that can be retracted without traces, the special feather pen for translation and other miscellaneous magic props." Li Feng only chose the expensive ones instead of the right ones. These props are related to the subtle operations. When Lupin teaches magic in the future, Li Feng dare not be careless. As for the tent, of course, Li Feng used it after sneaking into Hogwarts through the secret passage. After that, Li Feng bought some potions and medicinal materials. If it weren't for the fact that the gold galleons were running out, Li Feng was ready to move all the materials in the medicinal materials store. Finally, Li Feng walked into the Yellow Owl shop under the leadership of Creature. Originally, owls were not on Li Feng's shopping list, but Li Feng wanted to stay in this world as long as possible in order to improve his strength. Considering that he was going to hide in Hogwarts and learn magic from Lupin during the day, and the magic world had no means of communication such as telephones, Li Feng had to buy an owl as a communicator. As for how he suddenly appeared in front of Lupin in Hogwarts, where apparition was prohibited, Li Feng was too lazy to think about it. You know, the portal of Kamatage can be opened across dimensions. Would Li Feng be afraid that he could not leave Hogwarts? The only problem is that Li Feng has not thought of a hiding place. The original basilisk's lair is quite good. The place is wide and hidden, but the basilisk is not known whether it has been killed yet. Li Feng can only eliminate the basilisk's lair from the options and wait for Harry to have summer vacation before settling in the basilisk's lair. Walking into the dark owl shop, Li Feng knew that the dim light in the store was to match the owl's living habits of sleeping during the day and going out at night. But what does it mean that it is so dark that you can't see what the owl looks like? Is it necessary to be so dark? Smelling the smell of bad droppings around him, Li Feng covered his mouth and nose and hurriedly bought an owl with grey-yellow feathers that had the bloodline of a big-eared bat and turned to leave the store. Li Feng walked out of the shop and took a deep breath. While feeling the fresh air, he looked at the owl he bought curiously and asked Creature beside him, "Creature, bats and owls are not the same species. How did they crossbreed to produce this owl?" Creature replied in silence, "Boss, just use the enchantment potion on the owl. Ordinary owls don't have the ability to deliver letters. Only after using the enchantment potion can they become messengers." Chapter 67 Pseudo-Prophet. Thanks to the support and reward from Ancient Navigator. Looking at the few remaining gold galleons in the suitcase, Li Feng looked at the various magic materials piled up in the suitcase with satisfaction. Gold galleons are just a kind of material when brought back to the Marvel world. It is more cost effective to exchange them for supplies. Besides, the gold galleons were not originally mine, so it felt really good to spend them. After thinking about what he had not forgotten to buy, Feng signaled Creature to go back to the Broken Axe bar first, while he took the few gold galleons and prepared to stroll around Diagon Alley. If Feng had enough strength, it would be nice to stroll around Nocturne Alley to find some black magic items, but now, Feng, who had just left the ranks of rookies, said that he would just look at the flying broom to satisfy his curiosity. As for buying a flying broom, Feng thought it was better to forget it, because it was unnecessary and not cost effective. He was really not interested in riding a broom in a world full of radars. What if he was shot down by someone? And if he flew in the sky without wearing a thick anti-freeze suit, he would be frozen to death. As evening approached, Feng tasted the food cooked by magic in Diagon Alley. After taking a few bites with a look of disgust, he stood up and went back to the leaky cauldron. Creature's food is still the best. Feng had just returned to the room when Creature took out 4 new sets of clothes attentively and said, "Boss, the owner of Tufan clothing store has sent your custom clothes. Do you want to try them on?" Of course, but before trying them on, Feng said as he took off his coat, "I've been walking around Diagon Alley all day, and I'm sweating all over. Creature, prepare some hot water for me to take a bath." Creature, who was busy preparing hot water and a bathtub, immediately turned into a bath scrubber after Feng comfortably soaked in the bathtub and scrubbed Feng from head to toe until he was clean. After a long time, the washed Feng changed into a set of fitting clothes and looked at himself in the mirror. On the side, Creature looked up at Feng and asked curiously, "Boss, why do you want to buy 4 sets of clothes? Can't you just buy 2 sets of clothes with constant temperature magic?" Feng's eyes twitched slightly and looked down at Creature. "I forgot. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Saving the money for 2 sets of clothes can also allow me to buy more medicinal herbs." In the evening, when Feng was still soaking in the bathtub, Dumbledore returned to the Black Mansion from Azkaban. After Dumbledore rang the doorbell, Lupin opened the door, stepped aside to make way for Dumbledore to enter the old house, and asked, "Professor, how was your inspection?" Dumbledore shook his head slightly and said, "Austin's method of controlling the dementors is more complicated than I thought. I only know that this is a kind of black magic, and the dementors are not Austin's pets, but slaves whose life and death are controlled by Austin. As for breaking the curse, I don't have any ideas for the time being. Maybe I need to talk to some old friends, or ask Austin directly." As Dumbledore spoke, he looked towards the restaurant and saw Sirius with a depressed expression in front of the dining table. He ignored the burnt food on the table and just poured wine into his mouth. He blinked and asked Lupin beside him, "What's wrong with him?" Lupin sighed and said, "I was in a bad mood, and when Creature was still in the old house, we didn't feel his importance. But after losing Creature, we found that we couldn't even cook the most basic food. Maybe I should find time to learn cooking skills." "Creature?" Dumbledore fiddled with the unknown food on the table. He was so hungry that he immediately put his appetite behind his mind and said, "Delicious food can make people happy. I like to taste some pudding when I'm in a bad mood." "What happened to the house elf?" Sirius gave him freedom. Sirius, who was a little drunk, looked at Dumbledore with a wry smile and said, "I gave him away." Dumbledore was stunned. He knew what a house elf meant to these long-standing families. It can be said that without a house elf, the Black family was completely lonely. Dumbledore pulled out a chair and asked curiously, "It seems that a lot of things happened during my absence?" Lupin leaned against the wall and said bitterly, "A lot, more than you can imagine. We not only know that the locket taken by Austin is one of the Horcruxes of the mysterious man, but also that Peter Pettigrew has become a pet and is hiding in Hogwarts." Dumbledore, with a surprised expression, motioned Lupin to describe the details of the incident. After listening to Lupin's story, Dumbledore thought for a long time and asked, "Are you sure that Austin is not from this world?" Lupin shook his head and said, "It is precisely because we don't know whether it is true or not that I circulated Austin's portrait among my friends, but no one has said that they know Austin, and no one has even claimed to have seen Austin. We guess that Austin is telling the truth, and..." Lupin glanced at Sirius, who seemed a little deserted, and said, "After we learned of Pettigrew's whereabouts, we specially investigated the Weasley family's vault with Sirius. Although we didn't see the shadow of the vole, we also learned that the vole lived for 12 years, which is very abnormal. Ordinary voles cannot live for more than 12 years, even if they use potions, and it is a vole that just happens to be missing a finger. On the side, Sirius took a gulp of wine and said, if Lupin hadn't tried his best to stop me, I really want to sneak into the school and kill Pettigrew right now. Dumbledore smiled at Lupin and said, you did a good job. As far as I know, Mr. Onwheeli does have a vole as a pet, but I have never suspected that there is anything wrong with that vole. The most important thing is that Ron lives in the same dormitory as Harry. Hearing that Peter Pettigrew and Harry lived in the same dormitory, Sirius immediately thought that Harry was in danger. He stood up with horror and said, no, I have to go to Hogwarts now. Lupin walked quickly to Sirius, who was in a panic, and pushed Sirius back into the chair with force, saying, calm down, you need to calm down. Don't you understand what the professor means? Ron and Harry have been in the same college and even the same dormitory for more than a year. Peter obviously knows about Harry's existence, but he has never hurt Harry. So we do not rule out the possibility that the you-know-who asked Pettigrew to monitor Harry until the you-know-who regained his strength and attacked Harry, but before that, Harry is still safe. Seeing Sirius struggling violently and still wanting to go to Hogwarts to kill Pettigrew, Lupin almost shouted, but once you appear in school, it will be different. In addition to attracting the attention of the Ministry of Magic and causing unnecessary trouble, it will also alarm Pettigrew, who was originally well behaved. You are clearly telling him that you have escaped from Azkaban and killed him. Perhaps in a hurry, your appearance will force Pettigrew to hurt Harry. Lupin's roar finally made Sirius regain a little bit of reason. At the same time, he also understood that he, who was a wanted criminal, really couldn't easily appear in front of the public. Otherwise, it would not be a question of whether he could kill Pettigrew for revenge, but a question of whether Harry's life would be safe. Harry was the only child of Sirius's friend James, and he didn't want to cause the extinction of the Potter family because of his momentary impulse. When Lupin let go of the big hand on his shoulder, Sirius picked up the bottle of wine on the table and drank a few mouthfuls, hoping to quench his inner anxiety or simply get drunk and let his brain have a short rest. Unfortunately, the alcohol content of these wines obviously could not meet Sirius's wishes. Sirius, with a little helplessness and entanglement, put down the bottle, looked at Dumbledore and said, Professor, what should I do? We don't know anything at the moment, and the only way to ensure Harry's safety is to do nothing. Dumbledore looked at Lupin and said, can you help me arrange a meeting with Mr. Austin? Since he claims that he can see many things we don't understand through time, I think I can ask him many of my doubts, such as how many Horcruxes the mysterious man has, and where they are hidden. This is not a good idea. Lupin rubbed his eyebrows and said, Austin likes to trade. If you want to know the answer from him, you better bring enough gold galleons. And this. Sirius stood up and handed the time converter and a piece of information in his pocket to Dumbledore, saying, this is what I stole from the Ministry of Magic today. Austin specified that only the time converter and the information can be used to exchange the locket, and Lupin should teach Austin magic. Lupin spread his hands and said, I don't mind. It just takes some time. Besides, Austin asked me to teach the basics, which is not difficult for me. I'm just worried that stealing the time turner will attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic. I don't think the Ministry of Magic has time to deal with thieves right now, Dumbledore said with an obvious expression of worry on his face. He subconsciously touched his waist-length white beard and said, they have learned that students in Hogwarts were attacked by monsters. They are now busy negotiating with the school directors. If necessary, they will close Hogwarts to prevent students from being attacked again. Lupin touched his chin and said thoughtfully, maybe we can ask Austin? See if he knows the true identity of the monster. As long as we know the specific origin of the monster, we can always think of a plan to deal with it, right? Good idea, Dumbledore said with a smile. I can't wait to meet this false prophet. Lupin, please get in touch with him as soon as possible. Lupin nodded, picked up a pen and paper beside him and wrote, then walked out of the old house with the letter and said to Dumbledore and the others, I asked him to come to the old house to trade the locket tonight. I hope he comes to our world with good intentions. Otherwise? Dumbledore shook his head slightly and said, if Austin only comes to our world for the purpose of learning, I don't mind teaching him for a while and checking his character by the way. Then, Dumbledore winked playfully and said softly, if he is evil, Merlin will forgive my decision. After all, I'm an old man and I really don't have the energy to deal with the next mysterious man. Although there was no murderous intent in Dumbledore's words, Lupin already knew that Dumbledore, who was a white wizard and opposed killing, sometimes also used killing methods. Chapter 68 Old Deng prepares to teach magic. When Li Feng was still complaining to Creature about the clothes, he saw in confusion that an owl with some kind of mark was holding a letter and stopped outside the window of his room, knocking on the window politely with its mouth. Creature now knew that Li Feng was not from this world, and he probably didn't know what the mark on the owl meant, so he reminded him in a low voice, boss, the mark on the owl is from the post office, and it is delivering the letter to you. Li Feng scratched his brow, slightly surprised, and guessed, I only know Sirius and Lupin in this world. Could it be that they got the time converter and information so quickly? They are so efficient. Creature opened the window, took the letter, and fed some food crumbs to the owl. Perhaps the owl in the post office was well trained, and it just glanced at the food in Creature's hand, and then flapped its wings, and flew away from the leaky cauldron. However, the owl's refusal to eat also made Creature say with certainty, boss, it is indeed an owl raised by the post office. Only their owls will refuse to be fed by people other than breeders. Looking at the name Lupin written on the envelope, Creature handed the letter to Li Feng and said, boss, your guess is correct. This is a letter from the dirty werewolf Lupin. Li Feng, who took the letter, felt that it was amazing to get used to this thing. After only one day, he felt that he had become somewhat accustomed to Creature's chattering all day long. Li Feng ignored Creature, who was still cursing Lupin in a low voice, unfolded the letter, took a look at it, and handed it to Creature with a helpless look. Damn, I forgot that I'm not familiar with the British way of writing. I only roughly understood that the content of the letter is related to the time converter. I don't understand the details. Creature, translate it. Creature looked at Li Feng with contempt and muttered words such as illiterate. After a while, Creature said respectfully, boss, Mr. Lupin invites you to the Black House tonight. The letter said that they have obtained the time converter and related information. Considering that you need a lot of time to learn magic, they want to talk to you about trading the locket first. After that, Creature looked at Li Feng with expectation and said hesitantly, boss, when are we going back to the Black House? Back? Li Feng frowned, although he knew the loyalty of the house elves, and that Creature's mind was a little confused. He is still loyal to me now. What's the point of going back to the Black House? Why does it make people uncomfortable to hear this? Li Feng half knelt in front of Creature and said in a stern tone, Creature, Sirius has transferred you to me, so you are no longer an elf of the Black family, but my house elf, understand? Creature lowered his head, nodded with a hint of grievance and fear, and said, yes, boss. Of course, Li Feng also knew that some things could not be rushed. At least it would be difficult to make Creature completely forget the Black family before curing Creature's neurosis, so Li Feng just warned him and said nothing more. Creature, take the locket, Li Feng said as he opened the portal to the Black Mansion. We will go and complete the transaction now. When Li Feng crossed the portal and came to the Black Mansion, his face suddenly became a little embarrassed when he saw the people who greeted him. Li Feng looked at Sirius, who looked drunk, and then looked at Dumbledore, who was smiling and looking at the portal. Li Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart, when you locked me up in the basement before, I thought Lupin was the reinforcement you called, but now it seems that Dumbledore is the reinforcement you called. Or did Sirius know that I was not from this world, so he specially notified Dumbledore and asked this big guy to check my background? Is this considered using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito? I just walked out of the novice village and I have to face the big boss, old Dumbledore. His capture of divine thoughts is enough for me to explain for a long time. Dumbledore seemed to see that Li Feng was a little nervous when facing him, and said with a smile, it seems that you know me, but please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Albert Dumbledore, the winner of the Order of Merlin, first class. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Austin. By the way, your clothes are very beautiful. Me too. Nice to meet you. Li Feng stretched out his hand and shook hands with Dumbledore. He looked down at the clothes that turned into a casual suit and said, I like this suit too, but isn't your self-introduction too humble? As far as I know, your title is not just the winner of the Order of Merlin, first class. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, and while carefully sensing Li Feng's magic power, he put on a proud expression on his face and said, really, has my name spread to the multiverse? Sure enough, Comrade old Dumbledore already knew that I was not from this world, and Dumbledore knew about the multiverse. Li Feng glanced at Lupin and Sirius, then turned to Dumbledore and said, how do you know about the multiverse? It seems that your magic world is a relatively closed world. Dumbledore smiled mysteriously. His friend and elder Nicholas Flamel said that death is just the beginning of another adventure. In addition, Dumbledore is not a wizard who knows nothing about muggles, so he guessed many facts from this. But Dumbledore did not explain anything to Li Feng. Sometimes keeping some mystery is also an invisible deterrent. Dumbledore took out the time converter and a stack of information and placed them in front of Li Feng, saying, can you tell me about the Horcrux and Pettigrew? There is nothing much to say about Pettigrew. Li Feng just repeated what he had said to Lupin before. It's just that Li Feng was a little confused about the Horcrux. He only remembered the general plot of the movie and forgot all the details. For example, the Horcrux, he only remembered that it was related to Voldemort's resurrection, but he didn't remember the specifics. After thinking for a while, Li Feng said honestly, I don't even know what a Horcrux is. I only know that Voldemort made 7, and one of them is the locket. After recalling the plot, Li Feng, who had other plans, signaled Creature to hand the locket to Dumbledore, and added, I only knew it was a Horcrux when I saw the locket. You can tell it's a Horcrux? Dumbledore was a little surprised, and turned the locket over with his wand, and said, if you hadn't told me it's a Horcrux, I wouldn't have paid attention to this ordinary looking locket out of carelessness. I'm curious how you knew it? Li Feng took the bait and took out his matchbox-sized magic book and returned to his original appearance under Dumbledore's interested eyes. Li Feng turned the magic book to the page that introduced the spirit spell and indicated to Dumbledore that he could check the spell principle at will, including the magic eye improved by Li Feng, and said, it depends on this. Dumbledore looked at Li Feng and felt curious, because Lupin and Sirius had said before that Li Feng was a stingy person who liked to trade everything, but now, why did he suddenly become generous and even let people look at this unique spell at will? However, Dumbledore was more curious about what kind of magic could make people see the Horcrux at a glance, so he could only keep any doubts in his heart. After a long time, Dumbledore, who had closed his eyes and thought, after watching the spirit spell, suddenly opened his eyes and said with interest, very interesting magic. The ability of the magic eye can not only see through the Horcrux, as long as the soul has not changed, all external changes can be seen by the magic eye, such as when facing the use of the Polyjuice potion that can change a person's appearance. And when using the animagus to turn into an animal, the magic eye can see the other party's true appearance. After that, Dumbledore said thoughtfully, Mr. Austin, you deliberately showed me the spell of the magic eye. As long as I learn the magic eye, I can naturally tell at a glance whether On's pet is Peter Pettigrew, right? Li Feng pinched his nose awkwardly, nodded slightly and said, yes. On the side, seeing Li Feng nod in agreement without shame, Lupin said contemptuously, good idea. So this time, Mr. Austin, what are you going to get in exchange for the spell? Li Feng didn't care about Lupin's contempt. As long as she could improve her strength and knowledge, it didn't matter if she was despised. She wouldn't get pregnant, and she wouldn't lose a piece of meat. And how could she casually throw away the opportunity to exchange benefits from the famous Dumbledore? Li Feng shrugged and said, I want to enter Hogwarts to practice. If Dumbledore could agree to this condition, Li Feng felt that his previous plan to sneak into the school could be scrapped. Why should he enter the school in a cautious manner when he could enter the school openly? On the one hand, he was trembling with fear to improve his strength, and on the other hand, he could directly appear at the table of Hogwarts to eat and drink for free, and he could also audit the magic class by the way. How cool. Unfortunately, Dumbledore was stunned. He understood that Li Feng wanted to use the school environment to quickly improve his strength, but let alone that he was not the principal now. Even if he was still the principal, he couldn't let people enter and leave Hogwarts at will. He was the principal, but he had the pressure of the school board above him, and Hogwarts was not his territory to say anything. I'm afraid I can't agree to your request. Dumbledore looked at the thick magic book, shook his head and said, but we can change to a more reasonable condition. You teach me magic, and I teach you magic. How about it? Dumbledore, who is passionate about transfiguration, teaches himself personally. Li Feng felt that this happiness came a little too suddenly. Let's not talk about how Lupin's strength compares to Dumbledore's. Just say that Dumbledore has been a professor for a lifetime, and his teaching experience alone is far better than Lupin's. Only a fool would refuse. Li Feng nodded his head like a chicken licking rice, and asked with a little embarrassment, if I sneak into Hogwarts, can you pretend not to see it? Lupin on the side was about to refuse, but Dumbledore smiled and nodded and said, okay, but I need you to do something for me. Li Feng asked with a confused look on his face, what is it? Dumbledore, watch Peter Pettigrew. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69, Weak Monster? Li Feng was a little stunned when he heard Dumbledore's request. He was a little confused. There were a lot of people in Hogwarts who could monitor Pettigrew, just like the several branch deans who were deeply trusted by Dumbledore, all of whom had their own special skills. Minerva McGonagall might be said to be powerful, but she had no experience in monitoring people. But what about Professor Severus Snape, who was not sure whether he had facial paralysis or was born with a gloomy face? This guy was not only extraordinary, but also relied on his excellent acting skills to get into the mysterious man's small group. It was like playing for Severus Snape to monitor Peter. Could it be that Dumbledore was worried that Professor Snape knew that his beloved Lily Potter was actually killed by Pettigrew, and was afraid that Snape could not help but slap Pettigrew to death? A witness who delayed Sirius from clearing his name? After all, Snape and Sirius did not get along, and he was also proficient in making various potions. It was quite easy to kill a few people without anyone noticing. At this point, Li Feng had to give a thumbs up to Snape's love view. Look at him. He watched his beloved woman become someone else's wife and give birth to a baby, especially when this someone else was someone he hated. As a result, after so many years, Snape still hadn't let go of Ms. Lily Potter. Just looking at Harry Potter, who looked like his rival, hanging around him all day was enough to make him feel bad. He had to protect him for the future of the wizarding world. Li Feng said that he admired Snape's feelings, but he believed that he could never do it. If Li Feng was Snape, once Lily chose to leave and throw herself into the arms of her opponent, Li Feng would only choose to forget Lily. If he really felt that it was not satisfying, he would wait until Harry's father died and quietly dig out the grave and whip the corpse to vent his anger. As for protecting the other party's child, why? It's not his own child. It's good enough to treat him normally. How dare Harry show his teeth to him? Do you know that the son owes his father's debt? A beating is inevitable. Li Feng frowned and thought about it. Although he felt confident that he could sneak into Hogwarts to practice, he would have to hide after entering the school because of his strength, fearing that he would be discovered and beaten by the professors in the school, who made Li Feng not strong enough to face several professors now. When the time comes, some professor will subdue him and send him to the Ministry of Magic for trial. It would be fine if he was sentenced to Amagakaban. After all, the dementors were his servants, and Amagakaban could be said to be Li Feng's territory. He was afraid of losing his head, but before the Ministry of Magic threw Li Feng into Amagakaban, it would be bad if they cast a few spells to capture his mind or seal his memory. What if Li Feng forgot to return to the Marvel world? Would he die of old age in the Harry Potter world? Why? Li Feng didn't want to put himself in danger easily. Before finding out the reason, you can see my strength. Even though the spells I master are different from yours, you will be a little flustered when you face me for the first time. But what about after that? Once you are familiar with my spells, I will still be beaten by you. So the conditions for monitoring Pettigrew are too dangerous for me. Pointing to his own mouth shape, Li Feng said faintly, listen carefully to what I say. I tell you bluntly, I don't have any lofty goals or ideals to change the world. I'm just an ordinary person who is afraid of death and has mastered extraordinary powers. Finally, Li Feng looked at Dumbledore and said seriously, aren't you the headmaster of Hogwarts? Why don't you monitor Pettigrew yourself? Not to mention that fake mouse Pettigrew. Even if the mouse becomes a spirit and can dig holes, it can't slip away from your hands. Facing Li Feng, who dared to say frankly that he was afraid of death, Lupin glanced at the Horcrux on the dining table with twitching eyes and recalled speechlessly that Li Feng had said that he would trade the locket with the mysterious man. Where did your courage go? Or was it just to scare me? Dumbledore smiled and said, the problem is that I can't go back to Hogwarts now. Li Feng frowned and scratched his head, feeling that Dumbledore was talking about a joke. Even if you are always busy, you can still squeeze out time to write a letter. At most, you can write a letter back to school to let Snape take charge of Pettigrew's matter and let Minerva McGonagall supervise Snape. Li Feng stretched out his hand to signal Dumbledore to explain what cannot go back to Hogwarts means. Dumbledore, it seems that you didn't see what happened in the school recently. See? Did I install surveillance equipment in Hogwarts? What did I see? Or did Dumbledore know something? Li Feng glanced at Lupin in confusion. Could it be that this guy told Dumbledore that I can see everything through time? Li Feng spread his hands in silence and said, I have nothing better to do than check the timeline all day. Besides, once people know what will happen in the future, what fun is there in life? No surprises or accidents can move the heartstrings. Maybe you are right. Dumbledore thought about it and felt that what Li Feng said made some sense. If someone knew what kind of person they would become in the future from the beginning, perhaps the hard work and motivation would be reduced by half. It's like looking forward to a sumptuous dinner at home after work every day. Once you know what to eat for dinner in advance, will you still have that kind of expectation? Knowing for 1 or 2 days is fine, but knowing what to eat for dinner every day is different. After all, Li Feng doesn't look like an old man. He likes a plain life. Touching his grey beard, Dumbledore told Li Feng what happened in the school and looked at Li Feng expectantly and asked, do you know what the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is? Li Feng, who had no impression of the details of the movie, vaguely recalled something when he heard what Dumbledore said. I was wondering why Hagrid was in a Migaban. This kid was so unlucky. 50 years ago he was framed for releasing the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, and under Dumbledore's protection he was forced to drop out of school and became the school forest ranger. Now the students in the school were attacked by the monster in the Chamber of Secrets again, causing the old things to be brought up again. Hagrid, the scapegoat, was directly locked up in a Migaban, and Dumbledore was suspended. Li Feng nodded slightly and said, I know what that is. Before Li Feng could say basilisk, Dumbledore interrupted, did you see any students die because of the monster? Seeing that Li Feng was stunned for a moment and then shook his head to deny the death, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief and said, if you tell me the true identity of the monster, what will it cost me? So you interrupted me just to prevent me from asking for too much? Li Feng thought for a moment and said, if possible, can the school open the restricted book section of the library to me? I want to copy some magic. I need to think about it. Dumbledore handed the time converter and information to Li Feng, indicating that the deal was over and you could go away. Li Feng, who understood Dumbledore's intention, smacked his lips, stood up and looked at Lupin and asked, when will you teach me magic? Tomorrow night. Dumbledore smiled. Tonight will be a busy night. Hearing that it was Dumbledore who answered him, Li Feng scratched his brow. Why does Dumbledore sound like you are the one teaching the basics of magic? Lupin looked at Dumbledore with a puzzled look on his face. Professor, he extended his hand to signal Lupin and Dumbledore, who would ask again later, and stood up and walked to Li Feng, saying, that's right, I will teach you magic for a period of time. As for the matter of Pettigrew, we can monitor him if we can. If you think it's dangerous, forget it. Li Feng was a little confused by Dumbledore's behavior. He couldn't figure out, after he sneaked into Hogwarts, would Dumbledore pretend not to see him, or would he find him out? In addition, Dumbledore seemed to agree that he would use spirit spells in exchange for teaching him magic. With a little uncertainty, Feng patted the magic book in his pocket and asked ambiguously, "When will you learn the spells related to spirits?" If Dumbledore said he would not learn, there would be nothing to say, and the deal would fail. If Dumbledore stated the specific time to learn spirit spells, the deal would naturally succeed. "Tomorrow night, I will teach you magic, and you will teach me magic." Dumbledore blinked and said curiously, "Now can you let me see your portal spell which is different from our world?" Feng nodded slightly with a confused look on his face. After saying goodbye to a few people, he reached out to open the portal. He said to Creature, who looked nostalgic, "Creature, we are leaving." The moment the portal disappeared, Lupin couldn't wait to ask. Professor Dumbledore stretched out his hand to motion Lupin to keep quiet while squinting his eyes to sense the magic fluctuations caused by the portal. After a long time, Dumbledore, who had gained a little, sat back in his seat with satisfaction and said, "Lupin, I know what you want to ask. In fact, Feng's answer has told us a lot." Lupin was stunned for a moment, squinted his eyes and recalled, "Austin said that no one was killed by the monster, and asked you if he could enter Hogwarts to practice, which means a lot of problems, such as the monster will eventually be killed or driven away, and you will definitely return to the school to take charge." After thinking for a while, Lupin continued, "When he talked about the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, he didn't show any fear on his face. I only saw that he was bothered. Considering Austin's strength, maybe the monster is not as strong as we thought before. Not only that, I also heard and saw more things, but there is no evidence to prove it, such as calling you professor, and I sense the magic of darkness." Dumbledore shook his head slightly and said, "We also have to consider his means of restraining monsters, just like he can restrain werewolves and dementors. Maybe the monster just becomes weak in front of him. But you are right about one thing." Dumbledore took out a pen and paper and prepared to write a letter to Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape in the school, saying, "Austin's strength is indeed not as strong as I thought. After all, he doesn't have the courage to break into Hogwarts. I'm just curious how he sneaked into the school. Did he rely on his portal?" Sirius, who had not spoken for a long time, looked at Lupin and said faintly, "Since Austin can see my past, maybe he can also see Lupin's past, such as the passage to the Homping Willow. With his portal, maybe he can really learn magic from you, while ignoring Hogwarts defenses." Chapter 70 Pathfinder. Leaving the Black Mansion, Feng returned to the leaky cauldron, holding a cup of tea and leaning against the window. He looked up at the crescent moon hanging in the sky and thought to himself, "I will start learning the magic of this world tomorrow night, so I probably won't have time to explore Hogwarts in the next few nights. Although I'm free during the day, it is too difficult to sneak into Hogwarts. So I'd better explore Hogwarts tonight. If I'm lucky enough to find the room of requirement, that would be great. Even if I don't find it, I have to find the entrance to some secret room, such as the passage where the basilisk crawls. As long as I find the passage, I will be able to hide in the underground of Hogwarts to practice magic. As long as I use more concealed portals when entering and exiting, no one will be able to find me." After thinking for a long time and deciding to act tonight, Feng turned his head and asked, "Creature, do you know the Shrieking Shack?" Creature thought for a moment and asked, "Boss, are you asking about the haunted house in the Wizarding Village Hogsmeade? I know where it is." "Very good. I was still worried about where Hogsmeade was and how to get there." Since Creature knew about the Shrieking Shack, it would be great if he could just show up in the shack. Doesn't a shack mean a simple house? But why do I see that the Shrieking Shacks in the movie are all in the shape of villas? Is there any misunderstanding here? Did the director feel that the budget was a bit too much and built the shacks into villas for fun? Or did the translator translate villa into shack? It can't be that British villas have another name called shacks, right? I don't read much, but I'm not easy to deceive. Hearing Creature call the Shrieking Shack a haunted house, Feng couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "That's the one, but it's not a haunted house. It's a secret passage leading to Hogwarts." Creature blinked and looked at Feng curiously, his eyes full of questioning consciousness, an expression that wanted to ask, but was afraid of Feng's scolding. Feng thought about it. He didn't need Creature's help to explore the way this time, but he might need Creature's help to enter and exit Hogwarts in the future. If Creature was afraid of haunted houses, it would be a little troublesome. It would be better to tell Creature the truth and let him know about the Shrieking Shack. At least Creature doesn't have to be afraid of the so-called haunted house. After sorting out the plot, Feng said, "Speaking of the Shrieking Shack, we have to talk about Lupin. He was bitten by a werewolf when he was a child, but later he was able to avoid being recognized as a werewolf while studying at Hogwarts. Why do you think that is?" Feng reminded that it was related to Lupin's identity as a werewolf, so why else could it be? Creature tilted his head and counted on his fingers, calculating something. After a while, with a silly expression, Creature opened his eyes wide and whispered, "The time when the Shrieking Shack appeared was exactly the time when Lupin appeared in Hogwarts." Yes, Feng grinned and said, "That was the place where Dumbledore provided Lupin with a transformation when he took him into study at Hogwarts. At the same time, a humping willow was used to protect the safety of the entrances and exits on campus. The villagers of Hogsmeade heard the noise and screams and thought they were the sounds of some ferocious ghosts. In addition, Dumbledore specifically encouraged people to spread such rumors, making the villagers subconsciously afraid and staying away from the Shrieking Shack. This not only kept Lupin secret, but also ensured the safety of the villagers, so that they would not be bitten by Lupin who turned into a werewolf. But now, it's a good deal for us. It allows us to sneak into Hogwarts through the Shrieking Shack." "Us?" Creature blinked and asked, "Boss, are you taking me with you?" "Of course." Feng glanced at the room and said, "The cost of living in the Leaky Cauldron every day is not a small expense. When we settle down in Hogwarts, we will hide in the school in the future. But sometimes you still have to go out of school to buy some supplies for me, so you still have to familiarize yourself with and master some passages as soon as possible." After saying that, Feng took out the magic book and the information about the time converter and handed them to Creature and motioned Creature to keep an eye on a suitcase full of supplies at home. That was all Feng's belongings. He didn't want to be stolen by thieves, otherwise Feng would cry in the toilet. "Creature, after taking me to the Shrieking Shack, you will return to the Leaky Cauldron and translate the information about the time converter into Chinese characters and copy it into the magic book. The teleportation of house elves is different from the apparition of wizards, but Feng still feels uncomfortable. Just like the portal, he was squeezed out of space. So when Creature took Feng to the Shrieking Shack, Feng's first reaction was to support his knees with both hands and gasp for air. Damn, is there no more comfortable way to teleport? Or are all space spells like this? Or don't say that teleportation is related to space, just change the name to milking spell. After a while, Creature saw that Feng had recovered from the side effects of teleportation spell and said, "Boss, I'll go back to copy the information." After that, Creature put down some torches and other tools and disappeared in front of Feng in an instant. Feng scratched his head, stomped on the wooden floor with his feet beside the stairs, and amused himself. "I only remember that the entrance to the passage is under the floor beside the stairs, but I don't know where it is exactly. If I'm unlucky and can't find the entrance shed, don't blame me for buying a few known as the expert in house demolition, to keep for you." Before Feng finished muttering, Feng felt that the sound of the floor under his feet was a little abnormal, and a hollow echo came. Did he find it? Are the houses in the magic world spiritual? Are they also afraid of a house destroying creature? Otherwise, how come I just found the entrance when I was talking about Feng licked his lips and raised his hand to attack the floor without saying anything. The rotten floor could not stand Feng's tossing, and suddenly a dark hole appeared under the magic attack. Feng stroked his eyes with one hand, opened the Dharma Eye, lit a torch, jumped into the dark passage, and walked leisurely to the exit of the Humping Willow. Feng carefully poked his head out of the hole and looked at the Humping Willow, which twisted itself into a twist and rested quietly. Unsure about the sleeping quality of the Humping Willow, and not wanting to disturb this plant that likes to hit people, Feng carefully explored the surroundings, then tiptoed out of the passage and ran into the school along a narrow path under the cover of night. I don't know whether I should say that Hogwarts is big enough, or it's a little late now. The students and teachers have already rested in their beds. Li Feng, who entered the school with the Dharma eye, walked around for half an hour without encountering any human figures, but he did encounter a few ghosts. You know, there are real ghosts in Hogwarts, and they can act as night guards. Fortunately, with the Dharma eye, Li Feng was able to avoid them in advance. After a long time, Li Feng, who hadn't found any hiding spots, stayed in a dark corner, speechlessly watching a fast-moving snake-shaped spirit appear in the wall. There was no need to guess. Li Feng knew that the guy with such a large spirit body and the ability to swim in the water pipe was the monster in the secret room. That is, the snake monster that would make anyone pregnant if he stared at them. No, it was the snake monster that would kill anyone who stared at them. Mr. Basilisk, you must be dumbfounded. Your glaring ability can't penetrate the wall. So now you have discovered me, and you can't kill me with your glaring, but I can see you clearly. I remember that the petrified students happened in the corridor and other places, so this basilisk must be able to crawl out of the water pipe. Li Feng scratched his head. How about following this basilisk and finding out where the entrance to the underground secret room is, or seeing where his nest is? After all, that is my future home. It's not good if I don't know something about it. As for this basilisk, when he returns to his snake nest, I will find some steel and welding machines. Let me, a junior welder, show off my skills and weld the door of his house shut, so that he doesn't have to go out to make trouble for me. By the way, when was a welding machine invented? Are there welding machines in this world? Power supply is also a problem. How about I open a portal to the power plant and borrow some electricity directly? Li Feng relaxed his mood in a self-entertaining way while watching the spirit of the basilisk vigilantly in case the basilisk suddenly drilled out of the water pipe and glared himself to death. After a while, the basilisk crawled out of a door that seemed to be painted on the wall as Li Feng had expected. When the snake's head just showed a little, Li Feng quickly opened the mirror space and isolated himself from the real world. Li Feng didn't believe it. As a mirror space that can isolate the connection between the devil and hell, the basilisk can't stare him to death through the mirror space. If the basilisk really has such a powerful ability, Li Feng will open the door and go home without saying a word, and then look for roosters that can lay eggs all over the world, and then find some toads to let them help hatch the basilisk. At that time, Li Feng, who was infested with a group of basilisks, dared to directly face Thanos without the Infinity Gauntlet, let alone a small scene like the Battle of New York. Even if Thanos' magic resistance was high, he couldn't be surrounded by a group of basilisks and still be alive and kicking. Until the basilisk disappeared in front of him, Li Feng grinned and opened the portal to leave the mirror space and quickly got into the water pipe. After twisting and turning along the water pipe for a while, Li Feng, who kept walking down, came to a pit full of bones. After looking at the entrances to the passages around him, Li Feng rubbed his brows and recalled the direction of the snake monster's lair. After a long time, Li Feng, who could not remember anything, had no choice but to pick up a bone that looked like a rat on the ground and threw it into the sky. After looking at the passage pointed by the rat's skull, Li Feng walked into the passage. After a while, Li Feng looked at an iron door with a snake relief carved on it in silence. I just gave up the idea of looking for the secret room, and you suddenly appeared in front of me? Also, I forgot that the entrance to the secret room needs to be opened in snake language. Even if I find the secret room, I can't get in unless I find some TNT to blow you up. Since he couldn't get into the door, Li Feng had nothing to hesitate about. He rubbed his eyes, which were a little sore because he had been using the Dharma eye all the time, and immediately turned around to search for other more open places. After a long time, Li Feng finally found a satisfactory open space. However, before carving Merlin's magic ring, Li Feng first had to make sure whether the concentration of magic power in the tunnel of Hogwarts was the same as that on campus. If it was different from the campus, Li Feng would be a fool to risk practicing near the basilisk's nest. Chapter 71, Disguised as Lockhart. A quarter of an hour later, Li Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on a stone meditating, happily opened his eyes. This concentration of magic power is strong enough. There is nothing to say. Since the concentration of magic power underground in Hogwarts is still very high, Li Feng immediately carved the Merlin magic ring on the ground. After a while, Li Feng stood in the middle of the Merlin magic ring, took a deep breath to calm himself down, then sat cross-legged in his physical body, while his spiritual body left his body, and floated in the air to meditate. The moment the magic power poured in, Li Feng clearly felt that his magic power was soaring rapidly, and he couldn't help but grinning his mouth to reveal his back teeth. If the magic power gathered at ordinary times is 1, the value gathered in Hogwarts is 3, and when Merlin's magic ring and spirit body are turned on, I don't know how many times it has doubled. The most important thing is that the magic power here is mild, and there is no side effect of indigestion. Maybe let me stay in Hogwarts for a few years. When I return to Marvel, I can't beat the Ancient One. The remaining temple wizards are not my opponents in a one-on-one fight. Even Mordo is not my opponent. This feeling of having strength is cool. I don't know how long it took. Li Feng, who was meditating with saliva, only felt that his stomach began to make trouble, making waves of hungry gurgling sounds, as if reminding Li Feng that it was time for supper. Li Feng stopped meditating, rubbed his stomach, got up, destroyed Merlin's magic ring, and prepared to crawl into Hogwarts along the water pipe. In a potion classroom in Hogwarts, Li Feng remembered that somewhere in the cupboard or bookcase, there was a potion textbook written by Snape when he was a student, and called himself the Half-Blood Prince. The various improved potion making on it were enough to make Li Feng envious. Taking advantage of the fact that Hogwarts was deserted at night, Li Feng wanted to take the opportunity to look for the notebook. If he was unlucky and couldn't find it, it didn't matter. At most, he could ask Creature to search all the potion classrooms after the summer vacation. Li Feng climbed out of the water pipe and came to a utility room. As soon as he opened the door and had no time to observe the surroundings, Li Feng heard a man's questioning voice behind him. "Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before." Li Feng's expression froze, and he said bitterly in his heart, "How can I be so unlucky? I just wanted to have some Hogwarts supper, judge how the school's elf craftsmanship compares with Creature, and secondly, find a book by the way. How did I meet the professor?" Li Feng raised his hands and slowly turned around and saw a pretentious professor in front of him who was wearing a slightly pink suit. Li Feng said with an uncertain tone, "Good evening, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart." Lockhart nodded slightly, glanced at the utility room, and said in confusion, "Good evening, sir. You are." As expected, it was this guy. Other professors wore wizard robes for thousands of years, but only this professor who wrote books would wear such fancy clothes. Li Feng glanced at Lockhart's empty hands, grinned and looked behind Lockhart, and said, "Principal Dumbledore, good evening." Lockhart saw that Li Feng was greeting behind him, or greeting the principal, and subconsciously turned his head to look behind him, but there was no Dumbledore behind Lockhart. Just as Lockhart turned around in confusion, and was about to ask Li Feng what's going on, Li Feng had already approached Lockhart with a fist as big as a casserole. Before Lockhart could react, Li Feng knocked Lockhart to the ground with one punch. Li Feng looked around quietly and dragged Lockhart into the utility room neatly. In the utility room, Li Feng looked at Lockhart lying on the ground, touched his chin involuntarily, and said to himself, "It is not good to have one's true appearance seen by outsiders. It is easy to be wanted by the Ministry of Magic and the school. Sorry, Professor Lockhart, can I borrow your little face for a while?" Li Feng thought that, although he learned the transfiguration spell from the world of the Sorcerer's Apprentice and his mastery of it was not perfect, and there were many flaws during the day, but at night, Mr. Argus Filch, the only gatekeeper and administrator in Hogwarts who could not use magic, would roam the corridor with his cat. Oh, I almost forgot, that cat was the first creature petrified by the basilisk this semester. So now only Filch is patrolling the corridor at night. Li Feng felt that, if he turned into Lockhart's appearance and used the cover of night, as long as Filch was not close to him for questioning, he should be able to fool him. And with Lockhart's identity, Li Feng could swagger around in various classrooms to find the notebook and kitchen of the Half-Blood Prince. But Li Feng's wishful thinking was too ideal. Just as he changed his clothes to look like Lockhart and walked out of the utility room with his face facing the other person, Li Feng turned his head and saw Filch looking at him curiously with his head down. Before Li Feng could say anything, Filch grabbed Li Feng and said as they walked, Didn't you hear what Professor McGonagall said? All professors should gather in the corridor on the second floor. Gather? Li Feng was a little confused. Why were all the professors gathering at night when they were not sleeping at all? Hogwarts was not a military school, and he had never heard of gathering at night. When Li Feng was just thinking about whether to knock Filch out as well, Filch had already pulled Li Feng past a corner and came to a corridor with torches on both sides of the wall. More importantly, Li Feng also saw a large group of people gathered in the distance, looking at a wall and whispering. Well, if he knocked Filch out now, he couldn't run away. Li Feng hung his face, regretting whether he had a brain spasm or something. Why did he bother to worry about why Hogwarts would gather at night, causing him to miss the best opportunity to knock Filch out? Now, with a group of professors around him, Li Feng felt scared. In order to avoid being discovered that he was a fake Lockhart, Li Feng stood at the back of the crowd listlessly, praying that everyone would just pretend not to see him. Unfortunately, Li Feng's luck was too bad today. As soon as he arrived, he was noticed by Snape in the distance. Lockhart had been a professor at the school for so many days. Snape had long known that he was a liar who talked nonsense. In addition, Lockhart had repeatedly provoked Snape without knowing the consequences, so Snape had long disliked Lockhart. If there was a chance to punish him, Snape would not miss it. But seeing that Lockhart was hiding behind the crowd, Snape frowned and thought, with his usual style, shouldn't he run to me and show off his rich knowledge? Why is he hiding so far away today? Could this Lockhart be fake? After thinking for a while, Snape said to Li Feng, Professor Lockhart, a famous student was captured by a monster. Here is your chance to show off. Li Feng, who was confused, subconsciously glared and said, show off. Yes, Snape, who seemed expressionless, but was actually observing Li Feng carefully, said, last night, didn't you say that you always knew where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was? McGonagall on the side was also full of disgust towards Lockhart, who even a blind man could see was a liar, and said faintly, it's just right. Please go deal with the monster by yourself. After all, we have never seen you show your skills. Is it okay, Professor Lockhart? I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. It's not what I said. I just found something to eat, and a book by the way. Li Feng, who was about to cry, was stunned for a long time before he remembered that this was the end of the plot of Harry 2, when the basilisk took Harry's future wife, the little girl Ginny Weasley, to the Chamber of Secrets, and eventually killed himself. You said you could kidnap anyone, but you kidnapped the protagonist's wife. Aren't you tired of living? Don't you know that under the protagonist's halo, all evil demons will kneel? But for now, let's fool Snape and others first, especially Snape. What hatred do you have with Lockhart? No matter how you look at me, it seems that the eyes are not good. The problem is that I'm not the real Lockhart. Li Feng said softly, it's okay to take you to the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets, but I need to prepare some things. In any case, Li Feng has decided to find a chance to leave after fooling a few people. No matter what the basilisk is, this is something that Harry, the protagonist, should worry about. He is just a bystander. As for the notebook, of course, he will find it later. Unfortunately, Snape, who began to doubt Li Feng, obviously would not let Li Feng go easily. Seeing that Li Feng seemed to be shirking his responsibility, Snape raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, what do you need to prepare? I'll help you. After that, Snape walked in front of Li Feng, as if he was afraid that you would run away. Li Feng subconsciously took a step back, and Shanshan said, no, I can do it myself. Li Feng's retreat made Snape feel that the other party was guilty, and he insisted, it's a pity to miss such a good opportunity to perform, and with this experience, you can write a best-selling novel, right? Looking at your posture, Snape, Li Feng felt that he could not escape without using some big moves. After recalling the plot, Li Feng said faintly, do you know the washroom, where the gold digger is? The entrance to the secret room is right there, but if I face that basilisk, I can only say that I can protect myself. I want to kill the enemy, but I don't have the strength, unless you can destroy the basilisk's eyes. After all, that thing is too disgusting, and no one can stand it staring at it. On the side, Professor McGonagall heard Li Feng's words, and couldn't help covering her mouth and said, basilisk? Are you sure there is a basilisk in the school? Li Feng shrugged and said, there are many reasons. I remember one day Harry told me that he heard someone talking nearby, but I didn't hear it at all. At first I thought Harry was too tired and had auditory hallucinations, but later we all knew that Harry could speak snake language, so can we imagine that Harry did hear something said nearby, but the creature was a snake, so we couldn't hear it. Remember the spiders running around in the school? The spider's natural enemy is the basilisk, and finally the rooster raised by Hagrid died inexplicably. I think I don't need to say more about this. The basilisk is afraid of the rooster's crowing, so the rooster was killed by the master of the basilisk, that is, the descendant of Slytherin. After thinking for a while, Professor McGonagall retorted, if it is really a basilisk, then you can explain the students who were petrified. Snape said thoughtfully, only by looking at the basilisk will you be killed, and several students saw the basilisk through the camera or the mirror, so they were lucky enough to escape death, and were just petrified. Chapter 72, Snake Killer Group. Li Feng gave Snape a thumbs up, indicating that the other party was right, but Snape obviously didn't buy it and said, since you know that the monster is a basilisk, you should be allowed to deal with it. By the way, let me witness how you kill the snake. Damn, after talking for so long, why is it still me who has to go? And what does it mean to witness me kill the basilisk? In Snape's eyes, the real Lockhart's brain is full of scum. He can't do anything except show off his feathers like a peacock. It can be said that except for his face and height that don't match the troll, he suspected that Lockhart was the descendant of a troll. But the one in front of him actually knew how to use reasoning to figure out that the monster was a basilisk. This was unreasonable, so Snape dared to say that the Lockhart in front of him was a fake. Since the other party was not the real Lockhart, would Snape let Li Feng leave alone before figuring out the other party's identity and purpose? This was obviously impossible. Professor McGonagall just noticed that Lockhart was different from usual, but she didn't care about these changes and asked, then do you know who is the real heir of Slytherin? I know, but how can you let me say it in public? You said that everything was caused by Harry's wife. Don't you know that Harry has the aura of a protagonist and ordinary people can't afford to offend him? Or wait until I have super strength to speak in front of the crowd one day. Now, I'm still developing obscenely and not recklessly. Li Feng looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him with curiosity. He could only shake his head with helplessness and said, I don't know. There are too few clues. Professor McGonagall said regretfully, well, if you don't know, you will know. The situation is urgent. First, please rescue the students who were captured by the basilisk, and then discuss who is the heir of Slytherin. Aunt McGonagall, sister, did I provoke you? Why do you want me to kill the basilisk? Li Feng glared and said, I can't beat the basilisk. Professor McGonagall looked at Li Feng with uncertainty. Now she didn't know whether Lockhart in front of her could deal with the basilisk. If it was the liar in her memory, Professor McGonagall would only scare him and let him go. But now, it seems that Lockhart is not as weak as she thought. On the side, Snape sneered, don't be so modest. Your ability is almost as strong as Dumbledore. Does it matter to you whether the basilisk is blind or not? After that, Snape carried Li Feng to the bathroom, where the gold digger was, and he complained in his heart, if the basilisk was blind, it would not be your turn to show off. Any professor present could kill the blind basilisk. Pulling you to deal with the basilisk is just an excuse, and I just want to see who you are. Professor McGonagall saw that the two were ready to kill the basilisk right away. After thinking for a while, she turned to Madame Pomfrey, who was in charge of the school doctor, and said, please prepare some antidotes. In addition to the eyes of the basilisk, its toxins should not be underestimated. After making them, send them to the Chamber of Secrets as soon as possible to prevent anyone from being poisoned. After that, Professor McGonagall hurriedly followed Snape's footsteps. Just as Li Feng was about to break free from Snape's big hand and escape, Snape touched Li Feng's chin with his wand and whispered in his ear, tell me your true identity, or you will become my bait to deal with the basilisk. Li Feng was stunned. You can tell that I'm a fake so quickly? I knew that my mastery of transfiguration was not good enough and there were too many flaws. Li Feng signaled Snape to let him go. While secretly preparing the spell, he said, Austin, Dumbledore knows me, we are not enemies. McGonagall, who had just walked in front of Li Feng, looked at Li Feng in surprise, took out a letter from his pocket, and handed it to Snape, motioning for Snape to read it, and said, "Are you Austin? Dumbledore wrote me a letter tonight, telling me a lot about you, especially telling me that you were going to sneak into the school. I didn't expect you to enter the school that night. How did you get into the school?" Li Feng raised his eyebrows. Since the two professors knew his specific identity, he still maintained the transfiguration. For Li Feng, who had scarce magic power, it would be a shame for lack to waste magic power. Li Feng restored his original appearance and said, "I just walked in like this. I hope Comrade Deng will praise me as an excellent and good person in the letter. It's a pity that I didn't see the word good person." Snape, who read the letter at a glance, said while holding up his wand. "The letter said that you are a person who likes deals. What kind of deal? Is it that you disguised yourself as Lockhart?" He shows off with his mouth, and you use your strength to cover up his mouth. "Oh, yes." Professor McGonagall, who was worried that Li Feng would do something to Lockhart and cause reputational damage to the school, asked, "Where is Lockhart? What did you do to him?" Li Feng scratched his head. Lockhart was a wizard after all, and his physique was different from that of ordinary people. So when Li Feng took action, he only knew to use all his strength to knock the other party out. As for how long the other party would be unconscious, Li Feng said he didn't know. Sleeping in a storage room? Snape understood the meaning behind Li Feng's words and said, "Why not just say he was knocked out?" After that, Snape looked at McGonagall and said, "We'll talk about Lockhart later. The most important thing right now is to rescue that unlucky student first." McGonagall agreed with this and stretched out his hand to signal Snape to lead the way and asked Li Feng, "Mr. Austin, you said before that you can protect yourself in front of the basilisk. Can you protect us while protecting yourself and let us kill the basilisk?" "Just let me be an assistant. That's the easy part." Li Feng nodded and said, "I can protect you from any harm, but can your magic kill the basilisk?" Snape, who walked to the front of the snake killing trio, said, "Then don't worry about it. But Dumbledore said you like trading, so he asked you to help kill the basilisk. What do you want?" Li Feng licked his lips and said greedily, "I want a lot of things. Your potions notebook, your knowledge of potions, and Professor McGonagall's knowledge of transfiguration. If you meet me in school next time, just pretend you didn't see me." Before Li Feng finished speaking, Snape turned around and sneered at Li Feng. "Do you think I can't kill the basilisk without you? You dare to make so many requests. Aren't you afraid that I will send you to the Ministry of Magic and let you stay in Amagakaban? That's my territory. What's the difference between going to Amagakaban and going home for me? It's just a matter of a portal for me to go back to school." Li Feng glanced at McGonagall and thought to himself, "It seems that Dumbledore didn't write everything in the letter. You can choose one of the conditions I proposed. I didn't say that I would exchange all the options for the conditions of protecting you." McGonagall nodded slightly and said for Snape, "Then choose one of the conditions as an exchange." Snape glanced at McGonagall, expressed his agreement, and turned around to continue leading the way. After a while, the three of them came to the second floor, an abandoned female washroom. Li Feng pointed to the faucet with a snake-shaped pattern on the round washstand and said, "The entrance can be opened with parcel tongue." After that, Li Feng looked at the two professors with an expression ready to watch the show, and watched how they opened the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. But Snape's way of opening the entrance was different from what Li Feng thought. At first, Li Feng thought Snape would ask Harry to come over to help, but it turned out that Snape didn't know whether he wanted to show off his strength in front of Li Feng or simply didn't want to see Harry's face. He raised his wand and blew the sink into pieces, revealing the passage hidden inside. Snape jumped into the passage without thinking, and Li Feng could only jump into the passage helplessly under the eyes of Professor McGonagall. Li Feng, who jumped into the passage, did not think about escaping, but Li Feng felt that, since he had discussed the deal with both of them, it would be a waste of the opportunity to gain magical knowledge if he just walked away. After all, whether it was learning Snape's potion skills or McGonagall's knowledge of transfiguration, it was a sure win for Li Feng. Li Feng, who already knew where the secret room was, returned to the pit full of skeletons. He took the two of them to the round door with a snake relief and said, "Agree to use snake language to open the door or blow it up." Feng secretly used the magic power with the power of bewitching and said, "2. I confirm again that the basilisk is inside. After opening this door, I will guarantee that you will not be harmed in exchange for a condition mentioned before, such as learning Professor Snape's magic knowledge and Professor McGonagall's transfiguration knowledge. Is the deal established?" Although Snape and McGonagall sensed the fluctuations of magic power on Feng, they saw that the other party did not launch any magic, thinking that Feng was just starting to defend himself. Subconsciously, they thought that they would find an opportunity to teach Feng their own knowledge after returning. They nodded at the same time and said, "Okay." Hearing this, Feng, who understood that the temptation spell was successful, grinned and took a step back, indicating that the two could perform various fancy door blasting magic. Under the combined efforts of the two powerful professors, the last entrance guarding the secret room was also blown open. Snape and McGonagall pointed their wands at their foreheads, looked at each other, and went into the Chamber of Secrets. Although Feng didn't know what magic the two cast on themselves, he knew it was a spell to prevent being killed by the basilisk. The basilisk needs to wait for his master to summon it before it will show up, so you are wasting precious magic power. Feng pouted and went into the Chamber of Secrets with disdain. Unlike in the movie, Harry could see Ginny lying on the ground immediately after entering the Chamber of Secrets, but in reality, Feng said that he couldn't even see his fingers clearly, so how could he see the little girl on the ground? The two professors also understood that in a dark environment, the basilisk would only kill them one by one. Thinking of this, the two professors cast a spell at the same time, luminescent flashing it's just that the fluorescent flashing of the two people is obviously different from what Feng remembered. Let's not talk about lighting the Chamber of Secrets like daytime, just say that two balls of light floating on the heads of their respective masters are different. The moment the dark chamber became brighter, the two professors saw Ginny lying on the ground in the distance. McGonagall trotted towards Ginny, while Snape trotted, while keeping alert around, to prevent the basilisk from suddenly appearing and catching them off guard. Soon, the three ran to Ginny. McGonagall squatted beside Ginny, felt her pulse and said, "Thank Merlin, she is still alive, but she needs to be sent to the hospital as soon as possible." Professor McGonagall, things may not be as simple as you think. He looked at Snape not far away, seemed to have discovered something, squinted and said, "Come out, I found you." Chapter 73 Killing the Snake. In a corner of the Chamber of Secrets, Tom Marvolo Riddle, who was hiding in a dark corner, was very depressed when he was discovered by Snape. His plan was not like this. Shouldn't his rival Harry Potter come? Why are there three professors? One of them is someone Ginny doesn't know at all. What does this mean? Are there any professors in Hogwarts that students haven't seen? As a Horcrux made by Voldemort when he was a teenager, Tom said that he had been staying in the notebook honestly, and he never thought that he would be able to return to Hogwarts one day. Originally, he came back and just happened to find a physical body to revive. Tom even planned how to make a big move for his ideal after resurrection. But when he returned to school to plan his resurrection, Tom learned that his future self was killed by a little kid, and he suddenly became upset. Why? I'm young and rich, and I look more handsome than Harry. Why can Harry, who is still a baby, kill his future self? So this time Tom captured Ginny and took her to the Chamber of Secrets, not just to revive himself, but also to meet the impulsive Harry and see if there is a chance for the basilisk to kill him, so as to avoid trouble in the future. But now Harry didn't see it, but saw three professors. The most important thing is that he only has memories now and has not been fully resurrected. Tom said that he has all the abilities except controlling the basilisk to kill people. How can he fight? After thinking about it, Tom simply summoned the basilisk, hoping to use the power of the basilisk to kill the three people who destroyed his resurrection. Snape saw that he had clearly called out the hidden person, but the other party was still deceiving himself and thinking that he was bluffing him. He felt a little unhappy. When he was about to raise his wand to attack, he suddenly heard the sound of broken glass and was wrapped in a strange space. Snape and McGonagall thought that it was the heir of Slytherin who attacked them. When they were about to cast a spell, to break the mirror space. Feng, who opened the Dharma eye and saw the basilisk about to appear, said faintly, "You too, this is my means of self-protection. In this mirror space, not to mention that the basilisk can't stare us to death. It doesn't even have the possibility of discovering us now." After that, Feng looked in the direction of Tom, who suddenly disappeared in confusion. "What's the situation? I just found a broken spirit there. How come it suddenly ran away?" Looking at the basilisk that appeared, Snape looked around with a confused face. Frowning, he raised his hand and shot a small power magic at the space wall at the edge of the mirror space, and said, "Your protection is great. The basilisk can't kill us, but don't you think we who are hiding in the different space can't attack the basilisk?" "Can't attack? How is that possible?" Feng wondered where Tom had gone, and stretched out his hand to open the portal close to the back of the basilisk, and said, "This is called a portal." At the moment the portal was opened, Feng suddenly saw Tom's spirit appear in the distance again. He was stunned for a moment, and Feng continued, "You can use the portal to blast magic onto the back of the basilisk. If you are not afraid of being stared to death, I can also directly open the portal to the eyes of the basilisk." Mag raised his hand and released a powerful shattered spell, saying, "No, this is good. I'm very satisfied with your protection method." Snape glanced at Feng and then looked at the white mark on the back of the basilisk that was blasted by the shattered spell. He sighed that the basilisk's skin was thick and raised his wand to shoot magic. Although the basilisk's skin has high magic resistance, it will also feel pain under the endless magic attacks, especially after Mag and Snape determined that the basilisk really couldn't do anything to them. They raised their hands and used various powerful magic. Feng inadvertently glanced at the magic of the two people and felt that his saliva was about to flood his clothes. Feng, who maintained the portal spell, watched the basilisk's actions carefully. As long as the basilisk showed signs of turning around, he would close the portal and quickly reopen the portal close to the basilisk's back. At the moment of closing the portal, Feng found that Tom, who was watching the professor torturing the basilisk from a distance, also disappeared at the same time. Looking at Ginny lying on the ground and dying, Feng felt that he had understood what was going on. The mirror space not only protected Snape and McGonagall, but also isolated Tom from appearing in the real world. So after the portal was closed, Tom could show up, but he could only appear in the mirror space. Would Tom, who was powerless, dare to appear in the mirror space rashly? When Feng closed the portal, Snape and McGonagall would have plenty of ways to deal with him. Feng half crouched in front of Ginny, looking at a notebook on her waist, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. Maybe I can get this notebook, but I don't know if the slave contract has any effect on Horcruxes. If it does, it means that I have an extra teacher who is good at all kinds of black magic. Feng remembered that whether Tom can be resurrected depends on his life connection with Ginny. The weaker Ginny's life breath is, the stronger Tom will be. But before he is completely resurrected, Tom's connection with the notebook is stronger. This is also the same as when Harry pierces the notebook with his snake fangs. Tom will die. The two can be said to be one. In addition, once the portal is closed, Tom's spirit will disappear, which gives Feng the opportunity to operate, such as throwing the notebook out of the mirror space to cut off Tom and Ginny's connection. Tom has no life to absorb, and he can only return to the notebook. Of course, if Ginny's safety can be guaranteed, Feng doesn't mind throwing Ginny out of the mirror space, and he has a good chat with Tom in the mirror space, such as resurrecting the other party in exchange for teaching himself black magic. Who makes Tom want to be resurrected the most? And Feng has the technology of resurrection in his hands. Although it is a scientific means, it is also resurrection. I believe Tom will agree to the exchange. Thinking of this, Feng picked up the notebook, thinking, I wonder if Fury has gone to resurrect the corpses. It would be great if he did. I can just snatch a few corpses back, then carve contracts on their foreheads, and release them back to SHIELD. Snape was able to make a living under the mysterious man because of his cautious and careful nature. But now he is more or less confident in Feng, whom he has known for less than an hour. So when he was confident in attacking the basilisk, Snape always kept a wary eye on Feng. Seeing Feng picking up the notebook from Ginny's chest with a silly smile, as if he had picked up a huge sum of money, Snape subconsciously felt that something was wrong. While casting magic on the basilisk, he asked, "Mr. Austin, secretly taking a little girl's notebook is not a gentlemanly behavior. Can you explain it?" Li Feng grinned and raised the notebook and shook it, then threw the notebook into the portal without a care, and said, "I think this notebook is too ugly and doesn't match this beautiful girl, so I helped to throw it away. At most, after the basilisk is stewed into snake soup, I will buy a stack of beautiful notebooks for the girl as an apology. What do you think of this explanation?" "Not very good." Snape frowned, looked at the notebook outside the space under his glasses, and said, "I seemed to hear someone shouting something hoarsely just now." On the side, seeing that the portal began to close again, Mag put down his wand and looked at Snape and said, "I heard it too. I thought it was an illusion." After that, Mag looked at Li Feng, who still hadn't opened the portal, and asked, "Mr. Austin, do you know the reason and why you didn't open the portal?" "Yes, I know who is yelling, but I think it would be better to talk to Dumbledore about this," Li Feng said, while rubbing his wrist and pretending to be shy. "As for the portal, do you think it doesn't need magic to maintain the door? I don't have as much magic as you, so let me rest for a while." In fact, Li Feng just wanted to see if his speculation was correct. If Ginny could wake up, it means that the mirror space can indeed isolate Tom from absorbing her vitality. This gives Li Feng the operating space to pry magic out of Tom's mouth. With the pseudo-angel feathers to restrain Tom, and the temptation of resurrection, plus the mirror space that isolates everything as a punishment, Li Feng really doesn't believe that he can't pry black magic out of Tom's mouth. If Ginny didn't wake up, Li Feng should consider using the notebook to exchange for something from Dumbledore. After all, he destroyed the notebook and got nothing. Why not make use of it? The good news is that after the notebook was thrown out of the mirror space, Li Feng's magic eye has seen that Ginny's vitality is no longer dissipating, but showing signs of recovery. Li Feng nodded slightly and stretched out his hand to release the physical recovery to Ginny, speeding up Ginny's recovery. After a while, Ginny, who had recovered some of her physical strength, opened her confused eyes and looked at Professor McGonagall, who was worried. "Professor? What's wrong with me?" McGonagall seemed to treat the 4 colleges equally. Even if the students of her own college violated the school rules, she would punish them severely. She was a mentor who liked to treat students fairly, but when it came to caring about students, just look at Professor McGonagall, who was pale when Ginny was kidnapped. Seeing that Ginny had awakened under Li Feng's spell and her face was getting rosy again, Mag thanked Li Feng with gratitude, lowered her head and hugged Ginny, saying, "Thank Merlin's beard, I'm so glad you're okay." On the side, Snape looked at the ruby ring on Li Feng's finger with a vigilant look. He noticed that, whether it was the mirror space or the portal, as well as the last spell to heal Ginny, Li Feng was casting spells with his bare hands. If it weren't for the magic fluctuations from the ruby ring on Li Feng's finger when casting, he would have thought that Li Feng was casting spells without a wand. Li Feng saw that Snape had been staring at his ring, shrugged and said, "You too, now is not the time to celebrate your victory. There is a huge pot of snake soup waiting for you to cook outside." After that, Li Feng stretched out his hand to open the portal, motioning the two to keep going, while he watched the show from the side. Outside the mirror space, Tom, who had lost his vitality, hid in his notebook. The basilisk was confused after it could no longer sense Tom. It didn't know whether to go back to the snake den to sleep or continue to follow Tom's orders and kill the invisible professor. Just when the basilisk decided to go home to catch up on sleep, it felt the previous light circle appear again on its back, followed by a brilliant magic attack on its body. Chapter 74. Collecting basilisks. Even if the basilisk's magic resistance was high, it couldn't stand the abuse of being beaten in various ways, but unable to make an effective counterattack. In the end, it could only stare with its eyes wide open, lying in the secret room with hatred, becoming a pile of magic materials in Li Feng's eyes. Looking at the motionless basilisk, Li Feng scratched his head and asked, "You two, are you going out now, or ousting the basilisk's body before going out?" Snape glanced at Li Feng and sneered, "Don't you know that snakes can still live for a while, even if their heads are cut off? Meg and I are not afraid of looking at basilisks when we go out now, but can you? Can you still live after your head is cut off? Do you think snakes are flies or cockroaches? Can they continue to mate and reproduce by instinct without their heads? Feng, who felt speechless, wanted to tell Snape that this was not a question of life or death, but that the nerves of snakes were like this. Even if their heads were smashed, their bodies would still react naturally once there was external stimulation. What should we do now? Continue to admire the enchanting corpse of the basilisk? Feng spread his hands and said with a pout, I don't have this hobby. Mag, who was comforting Ginny, looked at the basilisk and said, when the basilisk's eyes lose their magic, we can leave the mirror space. Seeing that Feng didn't understand how to tell that the basilisk's eyes had lost their magic, Mag added, just look at the luster of the basilisk's eyes. As long as the snake's pupils are dim and have no luster, it means that it has lost its petrifying effect on you and Ginny, and then we can leave the secret room. Feng nodded, indicating that he understood. This is just like when a doctor in a hospital makes a preliminary judgment on whether a patient is dead or not. He only needs to open the eyelids and check the patient's eyes to know. If it is other creatures, Feng said that he has a better way to judge whether the other party is dead or not. Only this kind of basilisk with super long nerve reflexes. He said that his magic eyes can't see it. Who knows if the basilisk's nervous system will suddenly go crazy and petrify him when he accidentally admires the snake's pupils. After a long time, McGonagall saw that the snake's pupils had lost their luster. She glanced at Snape vaguely, and when Snape nodded slightly, McGonagall signaled Feng to open the portal and led Ginny, who was relatively stable, out of the mirror space. After leaving the mirror space, Feng picked up Tom's notebook the first time, then smacked his lips, and walked around the basilisk with interest, and kept asking Snape behind him, brother, what do you think of the material of the basilisk's snake skin? Poor guy. Snape raised the corner of his mouth slightly and sneered, not very good, not to mention how troublesome it is to deal with snake skin as rough as toad skin. Just look at the color of this snake skin. Are you sure you want to make it into a leather jacket or something? Also, I have to remind you that there is a kind of clothing in this world called dragon skin coat. It is much better than snake skin, and after years of research, dragon skin is easy to handle and has various styles. Feng's movement of stroking the snake skin froze. Damn, I forgot that there are dragons in this world. No wonder Harry didn't pay attention to this fat snake. After killing the basilisk, Harry is a rich second generation with a rich family background. He really doesn't like this little snake skin. As for snake meat, I dare not eat it anyway. Snake blood and snake venom are good materials, Snape said as he took out a glass test tube from his pocket. If you have props, you can collect some like me and use them to make some potions. Feng saw Snape holding a thumb-sized test tube in one hand and using his wand to guide the basilisk's blood into the test tube. However, the glass test tube seemed like a bottomless pit, and no matter how much snake blood was contained, it would not overflow. As expected of Master of Alchemy, he carries a test tube with him that has a traceless retraction charm. Seeing that Snape was determined to drain the snake's blood, Feng said speechlessly, please leave some blood for me. I still need materials. Snape glanced at Feng, nodded, put away the test tube, and walked towards the snake's fang to collect some snake venom. He seemed to recall something, and smiled with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Dumbledore said that you took away a batch of gold galleons belonging to Sirius, and you also want to take away the house elves that symbolize nobility? Feng frowned. Although he knew that Snape and Sirius did not get along, and Snape's happiest thing was to see Sirius and others suffer a setback, but now there was neither a tea table for us to sit down and chat, nor was there time to chat about these things. I was thinking of asking Creature to come over after you leave to slice the freshly baked basilisk for preservation, and have a good chat with Tom. Creature is indeed my servant now, Feng said as he thought about Snape's purpose of staying in the Chamber of Secrets, but that is the reward I deserve. As for the galleons, Sirius said at the beginning that how much I move depends on my ability. Since I have the ability to empty it, the galleons will of course be mine. After collecting the snake venom in the test tube, Snape put the test tube in his pocket with a smile, but Snape was a person with facial paralysis. In Feng's eyes, his smile was just a fake smile. No matter how he looked at it, he looked evil. Empty? Dumbledore didn't tell me this. Did he not tell me? Or did Austin secretly use his weird portal to return to Sirius's house and empty the gold galleons, so Dumbledore doesn't know about it now. Maybe I will have to contact Dumbledore in person later, so that I can see with my own eyes what Sirius's expression will be when he knows that his gold galleons have been emptied. Snape said thoughtfully, "Why did you only move away the gold galleons? You should have emptied his basement." Feng spread his hands and said, "I want to, but I don't have that ability, especially those magic books. With my strength, I dare not touch them easily." Snape, who wanted to confirm whether Feng had the ability to enter and exit the Black Mansion at any time, pointed at himself and said, "Do you need help? If you want to empty Sirius's basement, I would be happy to help you empty it. What's the use of emptying it? You can't help me analyze the magic." Feng shook his head and said, "Forget it. Let Sirius keep it for me for a while, and I'll get it when I'm strong enough." After chatting with Snape for a while, an owl holding a letter flew in front of Snape, put down the letter, and turned to fly away. Snape opened the letter and read it, then burned it. After glancing at the notebook in Feng's hand, he walked out of the secret room and said, "Dumbledore has replied. Although he chose to believe you, I will still keep an eye on you." This attitude changes a bit fast. They were just chatting well. Feng picked up the notebook and took a look and said, "You talked nonsense to me for a long time just to delay time and wait for Dumbledore to reply to you?" Snape neither nodded nor spoke and left the secret room on his own. However, the slightly paused steps under his feet had already told Feng that you guessed it right. Feng, who felt a little speechless, shrugged his shoulders, stretched out his hand to open the portal to the leaky cauldron, and said to Creature, who had already copied the time converter data and was lying on the desk to check whether the copied content was correct, "Come and help." Although Snape said that dragon skin is better than snake skin, Feng said that he didn't have gold galleons to buy dragon skin clothes now, and he would be sorry for himself if he didn't make good use of the materials left by the basilisk. Although the flesh and blood on the back of the basilisk was blown to pieces by Mag and Snape's magic, there are still many good materials left. For example, poisonous things like snake teeth can still be sold in exchange for a lot of gold galleons. There is also snake gall, but Feng doesn't know if the basilisk has this thing. If it does, it is estimated to be worth a lot of money, especially the basilisk in front of him is not the basilisk that was pecked blind by the phoenix in the movie, but a basilisk with complete eyeballs, or 2 complete ones. Most of the basilisk's skills are in the snake pupils, so this pair of snake pupils is valuable anyway. But Feng thought he didn't have the skills to collect them, and if they were damaged, it would be a big loss. So after Creature crossed the portal, Feng asked immediately, "Creature, can you decompose the basilisk?" Creature was a little confused when he saw the huge basilisk. He clearly remembered that Feng had told him that there were still basilisks in this world, but he didn't expect to see a basilisk so soon, and it was a freshly slaughtered basilisk. When Creature heard Feng's question, he hesitated and said, "Boss, I'm not very good at all chemical decomposition techniques. If you just treat the basilisk as food and ask me to decompose it, I'm confident that I can try to decompose it. After all, my cooking skills are still good." Feng thought about it and asked, "Can you cook a basilisk?" Creature shook his head and said, "No, I only know how to boil and roast snakes, but this basilisk looks like a big snake, and I don't mind trying. I mind that this thing is called a basilisk, but it's not a snake." Feng speechlessly rejected Creature's suggestion and said, "Can you preserve the basilisk? For example, freeze it and wait until we find a buyer to thaw it?" Creature said this was simple. It was just like buying a broiler chicken home, only to find that you can't eat the whole one, so you refrigerate half of it. Feng's eyes twitched slightly as he watched Creature always treating the basilisk as a kind of food. He always felt something was a bit strange. "It seems that I have to forbid Creature to cook some messy food for me." At Feng's signal, Creature froze the basilisk into an ice sculpture and left it in the secret room. It's not that Feng didn't want to take it away, but there was no place for him to hide such a big basilisk unless he emptied his coffin-like suitcase. As for the shrinking spell unique to this world, even though the basilisk has died, Creature said that the basilisk is a basilisk, and its magic resistance will be weakened a lot after death, but he still didn't have it. What about Feng? He has never seriously learned the magic of Harry's world, so where does he get the technology to shrink the basilisk? The two of them were busy preserving the body of the basilisk, and Li Feng opened the portal back to the leaky cauldron. After shrinking the magic book on the desk to the size of a matchbox and putting it in his pocket, Li Feng asked Creature to bring a snake tooth as evidence and said, "Can you contact a buyer who is willing to buy the basilisk?" Seeing Creature nod and take the snake tooth, indicating that he could do it, Li Feng returned to the secret room with the tent and food. Looking at the secret room, that was too dark, Li Feng hung some magic lights around with great effort. After illuminating the secret room, Li Feng opened the mirror space while chewing bread and threw Tom's notebook into the mirror space. He turned around and carved Merlin's magic ring on the ground to restore his magic power as soon as possible. After a long time, Li Feng, who had recovered his magic power, took the feather pen and went into the mirror space. Chapter 75, Fire Curse. Li Feng, who entered the mirror space, put the wooden box containing the pseudo-angel feather aside. After thinking about it, he felt that Tom had absorbed Jinna's vitality, and he probably had the ability to transform out of the notebook now. He also carved some magic circles on the ground to restrain ghosts. After that, Li Feng held a fang of a basilisk in his left hand and a feather pen in his right hand, and wrote crookedly on the notebook, "Do you still have the strength to come out and talk?" Tom, who was hiding in the notebook, was a little confused. Li Feng wrote in American English, which was different from the words Tom was familiar with. If Tom hadn't been a little talented, he really didn't understand what Li Feng wrote. However, even though he understood it, Tom was still a little hesitant about whether to chat with Li Feng rashly. After all, he still understood the principle of those who come with bad intentions. After writing the text, Li Feng saw that the notebook had no reaction. Without thinking, he put the wooden box on the notebook, opened a small gap and said, "Check the water meter. Come out to pay the water bill for me, otherwise don't blame me for poking you with my snake teeth." After that, Li Feng gently scratched a page of paper with his sharp snake teeth. Inside the notebook, when Li Feng opened the wooden box, Tom felt like someone had peeled him clean and thrown him into boiling water to cook him. Unfortunately, he was just a remnant soul, and he couldn't leave the notebook. He had nowhere to escape, and could only watch the radiation of the pseudo-angel feather. When Li Feng used the snake's fangs to cut the notebook, Tom was so scared that he endured the severe pain in his soul and wrote on the notebook, "Take the damn box away." Li Feng glanced at the text and wrote with a playful look, "Come out and chat. The main thing is that your chat software is too useless. It doesn't even have a voice function. You have to rely on the old typing to chat. Be careful, I will give you a bad review. Also, don't you know that I haven't held a pen since I graduated from high school? I can only recognize words, but as for writing, I really forgot how to write some words for a while." And, looking at Li Feng writing a bunch of nonsense, for some reason, Tom suddenly felt that he had the courage to face death. At least he wouldn't have to read such ugly words after death, and he could be quiet for a while. When Li Feng was about to lose patience and was about to pack up and leave the mirror space, the crooked words appeared on the notebook again. "Who are you?" Li Feng looked at his own words and then at the words written by Tom and felt inexplicably proud. Who else said my handwriting was ugly? Isn't there a guy who wants to compete with me to see whose handwriting is uglier? Li Feng didn't think about it. Tom was still being exposed to the sun by the pseudo-angel feathers. His hands were shaking. It would be strange if he could write beautiful words. But Li Feng didn't want to chat with text. Since the other person didn't bother to show up to chat, Li Feng didn't know what politeness was. He picked up the snake tooth and tore off a page of notes, saying, "Either come out and chat, or I'll send you to Dumbledore. I've given you the opportunity. It depends on whether you can grasp it. By the way, I remind you that I have the means to revive corpses." Before Li Feng finished speaking, a transparent residual soul with only the upper body emerged from the notebook. Looking at the young man whose lower body seemed to be stuck in the notebook, Li Feng smiled and said, "Other Voldemorts lie on the ground to avoid the enemy's sight, but you hide your lower body in the notebook. This hiding skill, should I say it is worthy of being Voldemort?" Tom didn't know Voldemort's jokes, and now he didn't have time to ask about it. After looking at the pseudo-angel feathers that made him miserable, he said with trembling lips, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" Li Feng grinned and closed the wooden box, saying, "Spells, teach me the fiery flame curse." Fiery flame is a flame with cursed power. It is a kind of magic fire that becomes stronger and stronger during the burning process. If the caster is strong enough, these flames can even be mimicked into the form of some monsters, with stronger attack power. The disadvantage is that fiery flame is difficult to control. Once it gets out of control, it will chase all objects that can burn, including the caster, regardless of friend or foe. However, no matter how many shortcomings there are, it can't stop Li Feng's yearning. In the final analysis, all of this is due to Li Feng's own magic power that tends to be dark and fire attributes. Looking at Li Feng's current spells, they can basically be classified as white magic, with only a few black magics pried out from demons. Li Feng still has a partial understanding of these black magics and dares not use them easily, resulting in him not having a powerful and suitable magic until now. And the fiend fire in Harry's world is simply tailor-made for Li Feng. It is both a fire attribute and a dark magic. Tom, who closed the wooden box and stopped shivering, was a little confused. Fiend fire is one of the few magics that can destroy Horcruxes. The person in front of him asked him for the fiend fire spell directly. He subconsciously thought that the person in front of him wanted to destroy him, but after glancing at the page in Li Feng's hand, Tom understood that the other party had other means to kill him. Considering that Li Feng had not yet given up on himself, Tom nodded slightly and said in a voice full of magic, "Okay, but how can I believe that you won't kill me afterwards?" Li Feng, who sensed that Tom was using some means to seduce him, was speechless. "You are still a little naive compared to me in temptation." Shrugging his shoulders, Li Feng ignored Tom's little tricks and said, "That's your business. At worst, I can find someone else to learn the fiery blaze curse. You are not the only one who knows the fiery blaze curse. I think most wizarding families that have been passed down for many years know this kind of magic, such as the Black family." After that, Li Feng looked at the thoughtful Tom with interest and smiled. "Let me remind you, I have many ways to kill you and torture you. For example, this space is actually an alien space attached to reality. Without my permission, the notebook you are parasitic on cannot be replenished with external magic power. So even if I do nothing, as long as I leave you here, I can let you taste the feeling of being eroded by time, the feeling of knowing that you will die, but having no resistance." Li Feng tossed the wooden box in his hand and continued, "There is also the wooden box in my hand. I think you should understand the power of the things in it. Just leaking a little bit of power is enough to make you feel comfortable for a while." Li Feng ignored his own bewitching behavior, and the other party's constant intimidation made Tom gloomy. He did have a stronger way to bewitch, but that required a magic wand or long-term contact with Li Feng. As for now, he admitted that he could not shake Li Feng. At the same time, Tom also guessed that Li Feng's goal was not just as simple as Lihuo. After all, Li Feng said that there were many ways to learn Lihuo, and he was not short of this one. Since the other party was chatting with him in a hidden space, it meant that he had something that the other party needed, or something that could not be discovered by others. But what else did he have now besides knowledge? Did the other party want a remnant soul as a servant? Or a remnant soul that couldn't even serve tea and water? It couldn't be that the other party was bored and wanted to find someone to chat with in the middle of the night to relieve boredom. After thinking for a while, Tom said hoarsely with a little guess, "The magic I know is not just fiend fi." Did he guess my purpose? Li Feng scratched his head, lamenting that this fancy way of speaking really didn't suit him. After taking out the magic book, enlarging it and opening it, Li Feng held a feather pen in one hand and said, "Let's talk about the spell first, and then talk about the details of the spell." Li Feng, who was afraid that Tom would set a trap for him, said half threateningly and half temptingly, "After recording the spell, I will show it to Dumbledore. By the way, do you want to see the resurrection technique? I can let you see half first, and I will show you the other half after I learn Fiend Fi." Tom's face froze when he heard about resurrection. When it comes to resurrection, Tom knows a lot of ways, but he doesn't mind knowing one more way of resurrection. Originally, He was still considering whether to use Fiendfy's ability to distinguish between friend and foe to destroy Li Feng, but now, Tom thinks it's better to teach the Fiendfy spell to the other party first, and then talk about other things after the other party's resurrection technology is in hand. After a long time, Tom, who had become more transparent without a source of magic power, finally taught Li Feng the spells and precautions of the fiery flame. Li Feng did not break his promise. After recording the fiery flame spell, he quickly turned the magic book to the page about resurrecting corpses and handed it to Tom for inspection. Tom's eyes twitched slightly as he watched Li Feng cover the left half of the page with his big hand, revealing only the resurrection technique on the right half of the text. If he had not had any means to deal with Li Feng, he really wanted to step on Li Feng's face and ask, "Is this the half in your mouth? The half that can't even be seen as a complete sentence?" Li Feng didn't care what Tom thought. Anyway, this was the half in his mouth, and it was the half that Tom couldn't refute. Li Feng looked at Tom, who looked resentful, with a "you can watch it or not" expression, and said, "Don't want to watch it? Then go back to the notebook and I'll take you out of the mirror space." If it weren't for Li Feng's coercion, Tom would never have thought of showing up and chatting with Li Feng with his mouth. After all, hiding in the notebook and chatting by writing consumes completely different magic power than getting out of the notebook. So when he heard that he could leave the mirror space to replenish his magic power, Tom no longer cared about the half resurrection technique and went back to the notebook without thinking. Anyway, it was useless for him to look at such a half, so he might as well go back to the notebook and rest. After crossing the portal, Li Feng simply moved his hands and feet and opened the portal to the leaky cauldron. This night was very busy for him. First, he participated in the snake killing operation inexplicably. Then he was busy with the materials of the basilisk, and finally asked Tom for advice on how to cast the fiery curse. Now, Li Feng, who returned to the room, was finally able to relax. He was too tired to take off his clothes, and fell asleep directly under the quilt. He slept until the next afternoon, when Li Feng's stomach couldn't stand his master not eating for a day. Feeling bored, his stomach began to make a fuss. Li Feng had to open his sleepy eyes, rubbed his stomach and said, "Creature, give me some food. I feel like an eaten dragon." "Yes, boss." Creature, who had already prepared a table of rich food, quickly placed the food on the desk and said, "Boss, the money you gave me to buy ingredients has been used up." Li Feng, the reincarnation of an evil spirit, stuffed his mouth with food and said incoherently, "I'll give you some more later. When we sell the basilisk, we'll have enough money to support our lives." Creature returned the snake fang to Li Feng and said, "Boss, I've contacted several buyers for you, but they don't want people to know that they have purchased the basilisk corpse. They want to talk to you privately. By the way, let me convey a message. When will you take the basilisk away from Hogwarts for them to see?" Li Feng thought for a while and said, "First determine the buyer. Then I'll use the portal to deliver the goods directly to the designated location. This way no one will know who the buyer is." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.